Lucky Witch by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Okay, Cass, I get that St. Patrick's Day is this weekend, but green whipped cream feels a little over the top, don't you think? Not to mention, it looked like pond scum. Cassie rounded the corner and stopped to consider the drink I'd just decked out with the frothy, swamp gator green cloud. She smiled. I think it's festive and fun, she decided. Don't forget the shamrock sprinkles, she called over her shoulder as she bounced across the shop, broom in hand, to start sweeping up. You're right. That will definitely make it all better, I muttered under my breath as I reached for the container of specialty sprinkles. Who is that for, anyway? Did someone call in an order? Cassie asked. A natural question, as we hadn't had a customer for the past half an hour. I'm going to take it over to Nick after I clock out. I snapped a lid on the piping hot mocha. He's having a rough time lately. I thought a mocha would cheer him up. Rough time was a massive understatement. Having recently been attacked by a werewolf, he was set to undergo his first change in a few nights. He'd never admit it, but I knew he was terrified. Regardless of the circumstances of the curse, I'd have wanted to reach out and take care of him in his time of personal crisis, but I felt especially protective because the only reason he'd been anywhere near a werewolf was because of me. The scene replayed through my mind every day, and each time half a dozen alternate endings would appear, and I'd kick myself all over again for letting it happen. Not that I could share any of that with Cassie. She was one of my few human friends, blissfully unaware of the supernatural world lurking right under her nose, and I was going to do everything to keep it that way. Introducing Nick to the supernatural world over the past few weeks had been exhausting and painful enough. The front door swung open, and I forced my tangled thoughts to the back of my mind, and turned to greet Mrs. Brooks and Mrs. Grady as they shuffled through the door. As usual, the inseparable friends were wearing nearly identical tracksuits and sneakers, just in slightly different hues, along with reflector belts and fanny packs. How's the training going, ladies? I asked. The two septuagenarians were organizing, as well as training for, the Easter Walk or Run 5K their church was hosting for a local charity, and came in every day to get a couple of post-walk treats. As well as can be expected, Holly dear, Mrs. Grady replied, sagging against the counter. Only a few weeks left to go. We'll be ready with time to spare, Mrs. Brooks said, dismissing her friend's concerns with a flap of her hand as her eyes wandered to what was left in the dessert case. Oh, goody, there's one left. I didn't need her to specify. She always ordered the same thing. I smiled and grabbed the tongs. It's got your name on it, Mrs. Brooks. You're such a dear, Holly. I tucked the maple pecan scone inside a pastry bag, then took their drink orders and rang up the purchase. They argued over who was going to pay, and then took their items over to one of the tables after opting to go Dutch. Cassie stopped at their table to engage in some small talk, and I went back to cleaning the espresso machine. Cassie had to stay late and take care of payroll, so I was trying to get as much done before leaving. Have you heard anything about this, Holly? Cassie called out a few minutes later. She was still standing at the ladies' table and waved a green sticky note at me when I turned to answer her. What is it? Apparently, we're not the only ones getting in the holiday spirit, she said, grinning at me. Someone's organized a shamrock scavenger hunt around town. That's right, Mrs. Brooks nodded. We found this clue on our way past the hardware store. It says, a surprise awaits if you take the bait. I wrinkled my nose. What does that mean? We won't know until we find the next clue, silly, Mrs. Grady replied. Don't you know how scavenger hunts work? It's so much fun. Yesterday, Jack Gruber found some clues while he was out walking his dog. After 3 clues, he found an envelope with a gold coin tucked inside. Can you imagine? It was hiding under the park bench by the wishing fountain. And no one knows who's behind it? Cassie asked. I can't remember this happening before. No one's come forward to claim responsibility, but I'll tell you, whoever planned this all out is a real gem, Mrs. Brooks gushed. Not to mention they must be loaded. Mrs. Grady nodded in agreement. Once we figure it out, we have to convince them to run for city council. They'd do a much better job planning the annual holiday social than Claudia Rust. Mrs. Brooks pulled a face. Well, that wouldn't take much. A blind squirrel with a credit card could do better than Claudia Rust. Cassie's lips twitched as she pressed them together to keep from laughing. I abandoned my cleaning and rounded the counter to get a closer look. Can I see the clue? I asked when I reached their table. Mrs. Brooks nodded and handed it to me. It was a green sticky note cut in the shape of a 4-leaf clover. The handwriting wasn't familiar to me, but if I had to guess, it was female. The loopy letters were more ornate than most men would bother with. Take the bait. Cassie raised a finger. I know! Sam's bait and tackle. I bet the next clue in the sequence is somewhere outside the bait shop. The ladies exchanged a look and hurried to push up from their chairs. Sam will be leaving soon. We better hurry if we want to catch him before closing. Mrs. Grady took their drink cups and Mrs. Brooks snatched the clue from my fingers. Thanks, girls. Cassie laughed. Any time. You'll have to let us know what you find. Of course, dears. See you tomorrow. They shuffled excitedly for the door, and we watched them hurry down the sidewalk, whispering together with bright eyes. Can you imagine the look on Sam's face when those two burst through the front door, waving the clue around and demanding to know where the next one is? I asked Cassie. She laughed. I hope whoever hid the clues gave him a heads up. Makes me want to grab some popcorn and go watch. I guess we'll hear all about it tomorrow. And in the meantime, we know to keep our eyes peeled for clues. Cassie stooped to sweep up the small pile of dust she'd collected. I wouldn't mind if someone wanted to hide a few clues around here. We could use the extra business. Not to mention the tip money, I added, circling back to the register. I fished out the contents of the ceramic tip jar and quickly decided to leave it all for Cassie. It was hardly worth splitting. It'll pick up again soon enough, she said, straightening. Before we know it, the whole harbor will be overrun with tourists, and I'll be begging you to come back full time. I smiled and pushed the tip jar away, pretending to pocket my share. Guess I'll have to see how business shakes out over the next couple of months. Cassie smiled. Considering your custom hair care products are sold out every time I go to the Emerald, I'd say you're in no danger of needing a full-time gig for the summer. She was right. Since I'd gotten my potions master license and started making my own beauty products and specialty blends, I didn't even really need the part-time gig. I mostly kept the job because Cassie and the other baristas were good company. Not to mention the unrestricted access to fresh bear claws and more coffee than even I could drink. Speaking of, why don't you go on ahead, she said, leaning the broom against the counter. I can finish up. Nick's drink is probably getting cold. I glanced up at the clock and realized it was less than 10 minutes to closing. I nodded and reached around to untie my apron. All right. You sure you don't need me to do anything else before I go? Cassie dumped the contents of the dustbin and shook her head. I've got it under control. Say hello to Nick for me. Will do. I wrote my time on my time card, slipped it back into the binder under the register, and hung my apron up on a peg in the short hall that led to the back room of the small coffee house. I picked up Nick's coffee cup and headed for the door. Have a good night, Cass. See you in a few days. Cassie laughed. Who are you kidding, Holly? You and I both know you'll be crawling in here tomorrow begging for your coffee and sugar fix. I grinned at her. You know me too well. Although until you get rid of that green whipped cream, I'm steering clear. She flapped a hand. Get out of here. Nick's private investigation office was a quick walk from Siren Song. Then again, practically everything in Beechwood Harbor was only a quick walk away. The tight-knit community was built in a circular pattern, with the heart of the seaside town, where all the shops and small businesses were nestled together, situated in the center. Out from there were sleepy neighborhoods lined with vintage bungalows. A little farther out, the lots grew bigger, as did the houses sitting on them. As expected, Nick's office light was still on when I entered the office building that had once been a sprawling log home. At some point it was converted from a private residence to a commercial property, and currently housed a number of small businesses. I tapped on the frosted glass door and didn't bother waiting for Nick's "come in" before pulling it open. Nick sat at his desk, and smiled up at me as I stepped inside the small but well-appointed space. "Hey, Holly, what brings you?" He stopped when he saw the mocha in my hand. He tilted his head. "What do I have to do to convince you that I'm fine?" I placed the paper cup on his desk and perched on the edge of one of the plush navy blue chairs opposite him. I gave him an innocent smile. "Can't I just bring a friend a cup of coffee?" "You could, but we both know that's not what this is." Nick was still smiling, but he raised his eyebrows. "I appreciate your concern, Holly, but you really don't need to worry about me." I sighed and sagged back against the soft chair. All right, I'm not. Just, tell me how things are. How's business?" I perused the file folder spread across his desk. It looked sparse compared to normal, and possibly a little more disorganized than usual. I forced myself to bury the comment. "Anything interesting going on?" Nick picked up the coffee cup. "The most exciting thing that's crossed my desk in the last month is a case of meandering lawn gnomes." I stifled a laugh. "Oh, well, now that sounds very important." He chuckled. 2 weeks ago, my office was besieged by a bunch of grandmas who informed me that they'd pooled their bunco money to hire me to solve the case." "Of wandering garden gnomes?" "Apparently gnomes are going missing, only to show up in someone else's yard the following night." "Oh, my," I sputtered a laugh. "Someone better call the National Guard." "I wouldn't be surprised if they'd already tried that before coming to me," he said, taking a drink from the coffee. He started to set it down, but did a double take, his eyes glued to the green stains on the white lid. "Holly, what am I drinking?" I rolled my eyes to a mental chorus of, "I told you so." "You can thank Cassie. She thought it would be fun to dye the whipped cream green until St. Patty's Day." He peered at the cup a little closer. "Is that a tiny shamrock?" "Don't worry, it's organic food coloring." "Well, that's a relief." Nick laughed, but set the cup aside. When his eyes met mine, he sighed and leaned across the desk. "You gotta stop giving me those puppy eyes. I'm fine, all right?" "What puppy eyes?" He arched a dark brow. "I'm sorry. I know we're getting close to the event." His eyes drifted to the large calendar hanging beside his file cabinet. "I'm ready. You and Adam have told me what to expect. At this point, the anticipation is probably more unpleasant than the actual change." I finished for him when he couldn't say the word. His eyes drifted back to mine, and he faked a smile. "Right. For both our sakes?" I hoped he was right. Chapter 2. Adam St. James, my shifter boyfriend, was waiting for me in the kitchen of Beechwood Manor when I got home. It smelled like he'd been cooking, but I couldn't quite place whatever it was he'd whipped up. I sniffed again, suspicious. With Adam, sometimes it's better not to ask. He tended to get creative in the kitchen, and while I liked most of the results, there had been some that were downright cringeworthy. "Hey there, gorgeous," he said, twisting away from the fridge. He closed the door slowly. "How was work?" I held up my hands, showing off the patches of green skin from a mishap while mixing up Cassie's sludge/whipped cream. "Interesting?" Adam laughed. "Taking your whole green thumb thing to another level, huh?" "Apparently. It should wash out in a day or two, I think." I frowned down at my hands. Anyway, after work, I went over to visit Nick for a few minutes. "Ollie, please tell me you weren't over there puppy guarding Nick again." He sighed and sank onto one of the chairs gathered around the farmhouse-style table that occupied half of the large kitchen. "No pun intended, obviously." "I was not puppy guarding. I was just saying hello, okay? Is that all right with you?" He frowned at me. "You're not helping, gorgeous. He needs space and time to process this whole thing. How is he supposed to do that when you're over there bugging him every day?" "It hasn't been every day," I protested, my voice thinning toward the end as I realized it probably had been every day. "I can't help it. He's my friend, and I'm worried about him." Adam reached out and grabbed my hand. He pulled me toward him with another heavy sigh, and I settled into his lap. I know you mean well, gorgeous, but you have to see things from Nick's point of view. Think back to the night after you got banished here to Beechwood Harbor. Remember what you were like? You stayed in your room all the time, barely wanted to eat dinner with the rest of us, and you definitely didn't want to talk about your move. Would you have wanted someone pounding on your bedroom door every few hours asking how you were doing? I narrowed my eyes at him. If I remember correctly, someone was doing all those things. Adam grinned. I was flirting. That's different. All right, you've made your point. I'll try to back off. Good. There are only a few more days until the full moon anyway. He might open up once he's gone through his first change. I nibbled the corner of my lower lip. Maybe. In the meantime, I'm starving. Let's go get something for dinner. Looks like you just ate, I said, pointing my chin at the evidence piled at the edge of the large farmhouse sink. It had to have been from him because Evangeline, our witch roommate, didn't like to, and Lacey, our vampire roommate, didn't need to. One crystal goblet at night for her faux blood cocktail was the only dish she ever used. Adam ignored the pile of dishes and shrugged. That was just an appetizer. I rolled my eyes, but climbed out of his lap. McNally's, I assume? He kissed me. You think you've got me all figured out, huh? I cocked my head. I'd say 98%. Adam laughed. Well, tonight must be a 2%er then, because I was actually thinking we could use your fancy little portal and go into the Seattle Haven. My jaw dropped. Really? Adam wasn't a fan of the Haven system. He'd left years ago, and as far as I knew, had set foot inside of one only a handful of times since. The Seattle Haven, one of a network of supernatural communities veiled by strong ancient magic and charms, lay just under the surface of Seattle proper, with supernaturals coming and going without humans noticing. I wasn't entirely sure on all of Adam's objections to the Haven system. His parents both worked in government positions in the Boston Haven. My best assumption was that he'd grown up under the tight confines and wanted some breathing room. Adam wasn't a cookie-cutter kind of man, and did better on his own terms, which made it all the more puzzling when he volunteered to go into the Haven for something like dinner. He'd never offered before. Granted, up until a month or so ago, going to the Seattle Haven required a 3-hour drive to Seattle and a trek through downtown to the Magic Beans coffee shop to get to a portal. After my recent involvement with the Supernatural Protection Agency, SPA, I'd been gifted continued use of the local portal, which had originally been intended only for government employees. It worked out well, as my potion business required me to go to the Haven on a regular basis for supplies and to restock my distributors. I'd also brokered a few deals with high-end apothecaries who carried the herbs I grew in my greenhouse, but Adam typically stayed home when I went. You've never wanted to go to the Haven before, I said. What's up? Adam shrugged. Just thought we might branch out, see something new. All right, I said, playfully narrowing my eyes at him. Who are you and what have you done with my boyfriend? Hey, if you'd rather play 20 questions, I'll go wander down to McNally's and grab a burger. I lunged for his arm as he started from the room. Wait! He laughed. That's what I thought. I held my pointer finger up. I'm going to go wash up and change into something nice. Promise you won't change your mind? Promise. I sprinted to my room, just in case. Holly? Holly, wake up. The hissed whisper pulled me from my sleep, and I stirred, rolling away from the voice. Holly, Nick's here. I peeled one eye open, and the fuzzy edges faded from around my sleepy mind. Posey? I mumbled, rubbing at my eyes. Sorry to wake you, dear, but he says it's important. Posey, Beechwood Manor's ghostly landlord, hovered near the door. Her silvery silhouette became clearer as my eyes adjusted to the darkness. The only light came in from the row of windows along the opposite wall. Nick's here? I asked, my voice still thick and groggy. What time is it? 3:45, she answered in a matter-of-fact tone. What in the other world would Nick want at this time of night? I reached across the bed and felt around until my fingers found the edge of my thick terry cloth robe. I tugged at it, but it didn't budge. A pair of amber eyes glowed up at me in the darkness, and I sighed. Boots, scoot over, I need my robe. My orange tabby and part-time familiar closed his eyes again. I tugged harder. Not 1 ounce of his 20 pounds budged. Fine, I huffed. I threw my legs over the side of the bed, danced my toes along the cold hardwood floors until they found my slippers, and then toddled toward the door. If Nick was willing to wake me up at 3 a.m., he was going to have to deal with my flannel nightgown. And he was going to have to make it quick. The house was freezing. Nick stood in the living room, bundled into a thick coat. What's going on? I asked, wrapping my arms around myself. Are you all right? A flicker of fear laced my questions. Nick's infection hadn't happened under the usual circumstances. The werewolf that had scratched Nick, a guy named Ben, who had worked at Evangeline's day spa as a masseuse, had been under the control of a powerful sorceress. It hadn't been a full moon the night of Nick's curse, and somewhere in the back of my mind I'd been worried ever since that he'd be walking down the aisle at the grocery store or driving through the car wash and suddenly change. Of course, I'd never voiced that concern to him before, but finding him in my living room at such an odd hour had me searching every detail of his appearance for any sign of distress. His dark hair was tucked under a ski cap, and his cheeks were pink from the frosty night air. Not a bead of sweat to be seen. He had his hands shoved into his deep pockets, and I didn't see any sign of claws desperate to escape the thick fabric. So far, so good. Then why is he here? Holly, I'm really sorry to bother you. This whole thing is so weird. He started to pace. I came over here and a vampire opened the door. A vampire. His eyes shifted toward the kitchen door, and it flew open. Lacey, in full makeup and a long, clingy black dress, strutted out of the kitchen, holding 2 crystal goblets in her hands. She spotted me and couldn't, or didn't bother trying to, conceal a snarl. Oh, good. You're awake. What's going on? Nick, what happened? Lacey joined him and pressed one of the goblets into his hand. Hers was filled with her synthetic blood mixture, whereas Nick's looked like it contained sparkling water. I was simply welcoming our guest, Lacey said, flashing her sharp canines. Her fangs were safely tucked away, and with Nick a newly cursed werewolf, I could rest assured they would stay that way. Modern vampires didn't tend to drink live, but even the most well-behaved vamp could be tempted to slip if the circumstances were just so. However, with Nick no longer fully human, I didn't have to worry about my roommate turning him into a midnight snack. Small mercies. Yes, I see that. Thank you, Lacey. Nick took a long drink from the water, and she looked satisfied. Are you feeling all right? I asked Nick, still watching him closely. He nodded. I'm fine, Holly. But I do need your help. Of course, anything. I saw something tonight. Something I can't explain. Lacey and I exchanged a dark glance. Oh, okay. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand. I know we haven't really finished my, supernatural training, or orientation, or however you want to put it, but are elves a real thing? I mean, like Santa and his sleigh kind of elves, not the tall, pretty ones from Lord of the Rings. I stifled a laugh. Technically, yes, but they wouldn't be here in Beechwood. Are you sure about that? I started to nod, but tilted my head to one side. Why? What did you see? He sighed. You know what I told you about the garden gnomes? Yeah? Lacey arched a perfectly manicured brow, but didn't say anything as Nick continued. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd drive through the neighborhood that's having the problems. I wasn't really expecting to find anything. I figured I'd put up some surveillance cameras before the weekend and see if I could catch the perp on tape. Perp? I interjected. I'm not sure if rearranging old ladies' lawn gnomes really earns someone that label. Seems a little harsh. Nick frowned. Anyway, I was ready to circle back and leave when I spotted some movement outside Mrs. Grady's house. She has a few gnomes and... A few? The woman could invade a small country with that many gnomes. Every time I passed her house, the sheer number of the weird little ornaments freaked me out. Lacey rolled her eyes. As fascinating as this is, I'm late for a party. Nick thanked her for the drink and watched her go back to the kitchen. When he returned his gaze to me, he furrowed his brow. Are you going to listen to me or just make jokes? Hey, you're the one who dragged me out of bed at 4 in the morning. You're going to have to allow some commentary. He didn't look amused. I sighed. Fine. All right, so you're hunting gnome nappers and you find an elf? Is that the gist of the story? About sums it up. I didn't want to sneak up on it and end up gift-wrapped. Holly? Okay, sorry. That was the last one, I promise. For some reason, the story disappointed me. It was almost like some part of me had been waiting for Nick to have a meltdown over his new life, and when it didn't happen, I was left deflated. Which was messed up on a whole bunch of levels, and something I'd have to unpack on my own at a later date. As it was, I'd offered my help, and he was asking for it. It was hardly the first time I'd accompanied him on a stakeout. Let me get my coat. Minutes later, we were in Nick's car, cruising through Mrs. Grady's neighborhood. I rubbed my hands together in front of one of the vents as my eyes tracked up and down the sidewalk, looking for any sign of the short, chubby creature dressed in head-to-toe green that Nick had last seen carting off a garden gnome. It was right there, Nick said, pointing out his driver's side window. But I don't see it anymore. The gnome is gone, too. A kleptomaniac elf? I said, shaking my head. It doesn't make sense. First of all, the SPA would be all over any elf that ventured this far south. Secondly, they're givers by nature. Shuffling garden gnomes isn't really something I can picture them doing. Nick leaned back in his seat and squeezed his eyes closed. You okay? We're sitting in my car, freezing our butts off, talking about elves. And? It's weird. Holly, everything about this is weird. I reached over and grabbed his hand. Nick, look at me. He pried one eye open. I frowned, and he opened the other. I know this all feels a little bananas right now, but it's going to get easier. It'll just take time. At least you have me and Evangeline and Adam. And Lacey, he added. I ground my teeth. And Lacey. His gaze drifted away. There are days where I want to know everything. Days where I tear through the books you gave me to study like I can't read fast enough. But other days I want to throw them into the ocean and go to sleep for 100 years and pretend that none of this is really happening. I squeezed his hand. I can only imagine. I had the advantage of being born into magic. I don't know what it's like to not have magic in my life. I rested my head back. Adam made a good point earlier tonight, or yesterday, I guess. He reminded me of how overwhelmed I felt when I was forced to leave the Haven and live in the human world. I was still surrounded by other supernaturals, but it was a sliver of what you're going through. All new customs, a new job, being on my own, and having to figure it all out. Back at the beginning, I would use my powers for simple things like opening doors and windows or to dry my hair after a shower. Silly things, really. Just to remind myself that I was still a witch. I don't know what I am anymore, Nick said, barely above a whisper. You're Nick Rivers. Kick-butt PI? Caffeine hound? Loyal friend? I know there's a whole list of other qualities, but you'll have to excuse me. It's 3 in the morning and I'm not working with a full cauldron. He laughed at that, and a pressure valve released somewhere inside me. It was a small glimmer, but it gave me hope that the old Nick was going to make it through the change unscathed. Something caught his eye, and he jerked his head around to look out his window. There, he hissed, keeping his voice soft. He jabbed a thumb at the glass. I peered past him. and then burst out laughing. "What?" Nick said, snapping around to look at me. "What is that thing?" "It's a leprechaun." He squinted. "You're kidding, right?" I shook my head and dabbed at my eyes. "Have fun explaining that to the Bunko Brigade." Chapter 3. "Tell me you're kidding." "Sorry, can't. You've got yourself a rogue leprechaun." The short-statured man was indeed decked out in all green and carting a lumpy bag on his back, but there was no mistaking him for an elf. He was broad and burly, where elves were nimble and quick. He also had a full red beard, a pair of squared spectacles, and a smoking pipe sticking out one side of his mouth. Elves would never be caught smoking. After all, what would the children think? "What the heck am I supposed to do with him?" "It," Nick asked, unable to take his unblinking eyes off the creature. "Do they speak English?" I curled in my lips and bit down to keep from bursting out laughing again. "Holly, you're not helping." A giggle bubbled up. "I'm sorry." "What do you think he wants with the garden gnomes? Is that a leprechaun thing?" I looked past Nick to where the leprechaun stopped. He pulled a garden gnome from the oddly shaped bag and shuffled it into place under Mrs. Grady's front window. "I don't know. Maybe they use them as mannequins in miniature department stores." "Holly." I suppressed a grin. "So, the Lucky Ladies Brigade thinks that someone is rearranging the gnomes? Not stealing or vandalizing, just moving them around?" Nick nodded. "That's what they told me." I wonder why." "Can we go and ask him?" I frowned, unsure. "We can try. I've never actually talked to a leprechaun before. They don't live in the havens. They have their own communities, hidden to outsiders." Nick reached for the handle of his door. "I'm going. Maybe a few stern words can end all of this. I'll come up with something to tell the ladies later." I snickered. Nick sighed and pushed open the driver's side door. He leaned back in and looked at me. "You coming or not?" I scrambled to remove my seatbelt and got out of the car. Nick might be a brand new werewolf, but I was still the one with the magic touch. If things went sideways, I'd be better equipped to rein it back in. The leprechaun was rifling through his own pockets as we crossed the street, muttering to himself. He didn't look up from his search until we stepped up onto the curb. A panicked look crossed his small face, and in a whoosh, he was gone. "What the?" I whirled around and pointed. "There." What leprechauns lack in the magic department, they make up for with sheer speed. The gold buckles on his polished shoes gleamed as he raced around the corner and zipped through the pool of light given off by a street lamp. "Go!" I hissed, pushing Nick in the back. "We'll lose him." We barreled after the leprechaun, who had started gleefully giggling, to the point that I wondered if the zany laughter wasn't some kind of supercharge boost that powered his little feet. When we hit the straightaway, I raised a hand, conjured a stunning spell, and let it fly with a loud, "Stop!" The spell hit dead center on my target, and the leprechaun toppled over. I winced as he hit the sidewalk. "Oops, should have waited till he was on the grass," I panted, skidding to a stop beside Nick. The leprechaun started screaming, and I whipped out my hand to slap a magic gag over his tiny mouth. Fast and loud. Great combo. I looked around, checking for lights turning on in any of the nearby houses. Things appeared quiet, so I knelt down beside the leprechaun. "I'm going to remove the gag, but you have to promise not to scream. We're not going to hurt you, we just have a few questions." The creature's eyes narrowed, but after a moment he nodded. I reversed the spell, then stood and deferred to Nick. He crept forward. Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind." "Stars." I rolled my eyes. "What's the deal with the lawn gnomes?" I asked the leprechaun, crossing my arms as I hovered above him. The leprechaun said something in another language, and I felt pretty certain I wouldn't want a translation. Nick took a step to the side and stooped over to pluck something off the sidewalk. "He dropped this." "Aha!" I took the small pad of green sticky notes from Nick. So you're the scavenger hunt mastermind. There goes Mrs. Grady and Brooks's pipe dream of getting the organizer on city council.
Give me those,
the small man demanded, pumping his fists.
They're mine. You can't have them.
I held them up. Not until you tell us what's going on with the gnomes. Nick glanced around. It was creeping up on dawn, and a lot of the older citizens of Beechwood Harbor stirred early. Believe me, I knew. I worked the morning shift at Siren Song 3 days a week. Come on, we don't have a lot of time, I told the leprechaun.
Let me go, and I'll talk.
Nick and I exchanged a quick glance, and he tucked his chin. I released the magic spell, and the leprechaun popped up to his feet. Before I could draw my next full breath, he lunged at me, snatched the sticky notes from my hand, and blasted off, this time to a row of hedges, preventing a clean shot with another stunning spell.
Bat wings,
I growled. Nick threw his hands up.
Great.
The lights went on in a house at the end of the street, and Nick wrapped an arm around my shoulders and steered me in the opposite direction.
Come on, we'll figure this out later.
I don't know what all the rush was about, I said, opening the passenger door of Nick's sedan. I grinned at him over the top of the car. Maybe he was late for shooting his next cereal commercial. We laughed together, but a hollowness sucked away the joy all too soon as we climbed into the car. Nick's smile faded first, his jaw returning to the same tense hold as the afternoon before. I bit my lip and buckled myself in. He didn't want to talk about it. I would have to learn to live with that.
Sorry I dragged you out on a wild goose chase, he said, after a moment, his fingers stilled on the keys.
I cocked my head and smiled. I think you mean wild leprechaun chase.
Ollie.
What, not funny? All right. I laughed softly. I'm sorry, Nick. I guess I'm feeling a little helpless right now. He sighed and dropped his head back against the seat.
Safe to assume you're not talking about losing our lucky thief?
I'm trying to respect your privacy, Nick. Really, I am. But it's hard for me. I feel responsible for everything that happened, and I want to help. It's the only thing I can do.
I know, Halls.
He reached over and placed his hand over mine.
I really do appreciate it, but it's just a little too close to the surface right now.
I get that. Silence engulfed us once again. Nick started the car and pulled away from the curb. You're still planning on taking Adam up on his offer, right? I asked when we neared the manor. Nick nodded.
I'm taking tomorrow off work to prepare. Adam told me to meet him in the woods at dusk.
I wrung my fingers together and swallowed hard. Okay. I guess I'll see you then. Let me know if you...
Halls?
Right. Nick pulled up in front of the manor, which glowed bright against the forested area that surrounded 3 sides of the stately home. The very woods that would conceal Nick on his first run as a werewolf the following night.
Come on, Rivers, hurry it up,
Adam called, his voice carrying through the trees. An orb of light dangled from the tips of my fingers as I followed him through the woods. With a flick of my wrist, I sent the glowing ball soaring in Adam's direction. His silhouette flashed, and I hurried forward. Give him a minute, I hissed. He has to do this in his own time. Adam glanced at me, his face half concealed in the shadows.
No offense, gorgeous, but we're not working off Nick's timetable here. The curse isn't going to wait for him to work out his heebie-jeebies, all right?
I wanted to argue, to shout at Adam for being an insensitive jerk. But I couldn't. He was right. Night was falling fast, and once the darkness took over, he wouldn't have a choice in the matter. I glanced behind me, and the magic ball of light zipped to light the way. Nick, you all right? An irritated growl replied. Hold up. I tugged at Adam's sleeve, forcing him to slow down. He ran the woods in his own beast form, purely as a form of exercise, and moved through the woods with an instinctual grace. He didn't need light. He barreled forward without so much as snapping a twig. Nick, on the other hand, was more accustomed to cushy luxury cars, suede furniture, And if he'd ever gone camping before, I had a feeling it had likely involved a cushy RV, complete with all the creature comforts of home.
"Argh!" he cried out. "How many spider webs are you two planning on dragging me through?"
Adam sighed.
"Great. A werewolf that's afraid of spiders."
I elbowed him in the ribs. Be nice. I funneled more magic into the orb, making it grow so that light could reach Nick and assist the small pinpoint flashlight he carried. He came into sight, wiping at his face and scowling.
"Don't you think we've gone far enough?"
Apparently, his anxiety over the change had turned to sheer irritation. I wasn't sure which was worse.
"Not even close,"
Adam replied, his own tone surly.
"We don't know how fast you're going to be. The farther we get from town, the better."
Nick stopped sputtering and scrubbing the cobwebs from his face and stared at us.
"I thought the whole reason you were tagging along is to keep me from town."
Adam tensed.
"That was the idea, but I'd rather keep you distracted and busy rather than having to get into a brawl with you."
Fear clutched at me as I stared at the two men. They were both so important to me. I hated the idea that they might end up battling deep in the forest, coming home battered and bruised. Or worse. I shivered at the thought.
"Ollie, you want my coat?"
Nick asked, catching the slight shudder.
"I don't think I'm going to need it much longer." "She won't need it,"
Adam interjected before I could reply.
"She'll be safe and warm back at the manor."
My eyes snapped open wide. "Excuse me?" He groaned.
"Gorgeous, this isn't up for debate."
"You're right, it's not." I crossed my arms. "I'm going with you." Adam rounded on me, his voice a deep growl.
"Oh no, you are not. I need to be able to concentrate. I can't do that if I'm worried about you getting mowed down by him."
He jerked his head in Nick's direction. I glanced at him just as he tucked his chin and stared at the tops of his brand-new-looking hiking boots. Anger singed my skin as I returned my glare to Adam.
"Holly, please,"
he said, dropping some of the attitude but keeping the firmness.
"I need you to go back to the manor. We will be back at dawn."
"I'm not some damsel in distress, you know. I can actually help. Nick isn't going to—"
"Ollie, it's okay," Nick said. "I'd feel better knowing you were safe."
I bottled up the frustration surging through me and stuffed it down deep. With a curt nod, I spun on my heel and started back through the woods.
"Ollie, wait,"
Nick called. I turned and saw he'd shrugged out of his coat. He handed it to me wordlessly, and for a moment I saw the fear flicker in his eyes. "Thank you," I said, before setting off again. When I passed through a cluster of trees, I stopped to put on Nick's coat. It was still warm from his body, and I burrowed deep in the fabric, breathing in the smell of his cologne mixed with pine. I craned around as I zipped up the front and watched Adam and Nick get swallowed up into the night.
"Dear, why don't you sit down?"
Posey suggested, once I finished ranting and raving about how unfair, not to mention short-sighted and possibly sexist, Adam was being.
"Or maybe make some of your soothing tea. That always helps in times like these."
I managed to smile. Since her late husband's return to the manor, Posey was like a completely different ghost. One thing was for sure. Earl made her feel like a natural ghost. They were equal parts adorable and insufferable. Luckily, Earl was out playing ghost poker. Apparently that's a thing. And Posey wasn't being distracted by his knowing glances and whispered jokes. Considering the fresh argument with my own beau, I had a feeling their candy sweetness would have turned my stomach. "Tea is always a good idea," I agreed, setting about starting the kettle.
"I'm sure Adam meant well,"
Posey continued, pacing to the sink to stare out the large window that overlooked the tree line at the back of the property.
"He only wants the best for you."
"It's not me that I'm worried about. I mean, really, whose idea was it to put a werewolf just getting to know his strength with a shifter with a slight temper together in the forest all night? There are 24 things that could go wrong. And now there's no one out there with them to put up safeguards." I shook my head, the anger rising all over again. Reckless, that's what it is. Stupid and reckless. Posey turned away from the window and offered me the serene smile she wore most days now that Earl was back.
I'm sure Adam knows what he's doing.
I folded my arms, still encased in Nick's coat. I liked you better when you thought he was a hopeless scoundrel. She laughed, a soft, fluttery sound I was still getting used to. Honestly, if I didn't know better, I would have thought there was some kind of case of the body snatchers going on. Except that Posey hadn't had a body for the better part of a century. Minor detail. I threw my hands up. It's done now. I guess all we can do is hope both of them come limping back to the manor in the morning. Posey's smile faded.
I'll stay up with you if you'd like, dear. We can watch one of those terrible romantic comedy movies you like so much.
I shrugged. That's all right, Posey. I think I'll take this tea to my room and try to get some reading done. I'm working on a new potion and need to brush up on my medicinal fern varieties.
Sure thing, dear.
Truthfully, reading was the last thing on my mind. But if I was going to watch a so-called terrible rom-com, I'd rather do it with Boots. He didn't talk through the whole thing, unlike certain ghosts. It took 3/4 of You've Got Mail to quiet my nerves. It was a toss-up as to whether or not the dashing Tom Hanks or the 3 cups of tension tea were the solution. Either way, I was finally drifting towards dreamland when all hope of sleep was yanked away from me by the sound of a gunshot ripping through the night. Chapter 4. The shotgun blast paralyzed every cell in my body, freezing me in place for a split second before I launched out of bed. I threw Nick's coat on over my pajamas, shoved my feet into a pair of flip-flops, and tore out into the hallway. Boots raced ahead of me and made a beeline for the back door. My hand slipped on the doorknob when a second shot tore through the night. Silently pleading with every deity I'd ever heard of, I yanked the door open and pounded down the back steps. Boots and I darted into the woods. I had an orb of light flying ahead of us and used my free hand to conjure a shielding spell. It wouldn't stop a bullet, but it protected me from the low-hanging branches as I barreled through the woods, back to where I'd last seen Adam and Nick. "Adam! Nick!" I screamed, before realizing that maybe alerting the entire forest to my presence was a bad move. "Boots! Find them!" The chubby Tabby was a far cry from being a prized bloodhound, but he had his own set of abilities. As my familiar, he could understand more than the average house cat, and I would have put money down on him having some kind of magical intuition. Boots charged through the brush, and I did my best to keep up with him, stumbling over rocks and unearthed tree roots every few yards, as I trained my eyes on his bottle-brush tail instead of the ground underneath my feet. A low howl vibrated on the air, shaking me to the core. I whipped back and forth, trying to figure out where the menacing sound was coming from. "Boots!" I whispered, realizing he was no longer in the circle of light. I reached up and drew the orb back to me. Another shotgun blast sounded, followed by a sharp yelp. "Adam!" My legs buckled. "No, no, no, no!" I shook my head violently. Tears ran down my cheeks, hot and furious. I'd never felt so helpless before. I wanted to scream and fight and tear my hair right out of my own scalp. I drew in a shaky breath and closed my eyes, forcing my heartbeat to slow. A loud roar sent my pulse skyrocketing again. My eyes snapped open. "It's okay. He's okay. They're both okay." The words were a chant, my mantra. The roar died off, and the woods went eerily quiet. Then a twig snapped. I jumped a foot off the ground, whirling around toward the sound, only to see Boots slither out from under a bush, flat on his belly. The tears pricked at my eyes again as I dashed forward to gather him into my arms. "Bootsy, what happened? What did you see?" I whispered against his fuzzy head. He fought to get loose, and after one more squeeze, I placed him carefully back on the ground. He remained at my ankles, his tail wrapped around my calf. The light from the orb flickered, and I sent out another pulse of magic to keep it lit. The soft blue light created a circle around us. I kept one ear cocked, waiting for any sign of Adam and Nick. I knew I couldn't charge forward, not while some madman with a gun was roaming through the forest.
All at once, I felt stupid for barging into the woods in the first place. My magic was worthless without a clear target. I couldn't protect Adam or Nick if I couldn't even see them. But I couldn't turn back and go to the manor, climb into bed, and wait for their return either. The yelp I'd heard echoed through my mind. One, or maybe even both of them, were injured. All I could do was implore the stars that it wasn't bad. I took a few steps into the next cluster of trees and peered around a huge pine. A small clearing was 50 paces away, and as I stared at it, a figure caught my attention. I gasped and snuffed out my light as the silhouette of a man turned toward my hiding place, followed by the sound of branches and twigs snapping and breaking. I ducked behind the tree right before another shot sounded. It whizzed past my tree, and I bit down hard on my lip to keep from screaming. A split second later, someone burst past, rustling bushes and breaking twigs. "Holly, run! Adam?" The light orb illuminated again, almost without my conscious effort, as I tried to see where he'd gone. "Kill the light and run!" he screamed. Streaking out in front of me was Adam, and he was, well, literally streaking. He'd shifted back to his usual human form and was racing buck naked ahead of me through the forest. I had no idea where he'd left his clothes, but that was obviously the last thing he was concerned about. I snuffed the light orb and started after him, but not at a full run. I didn't know the woods the way he did. I'd break an ankle or my face if I even attempted his speed. Boots barreled ahead, and I followed him, picking him out in the dapples of moonlight sprinkled through the thick trees. "Get back to the manor, Holly. I'll hold them off," Adam shouted over his shoulder, veering to the left. "Who's them?" I demanded, trying to pick up my speed without kissing the ground. "Where is Nick?" "No time. I'll explain later. Get back to the manor, now!" Then he was gone, his silhouette ducking behind a large tree and then zipping to another one 10 yards away. I heaved a frustrated sigh. To my left, Beechwood Manor was a quarter of a mile away. To the right, the woods, and Adam, and Nick. Boots rammed his head into the side of my leg. I could almost hear his thoughts, spurring me to go back to the house, to safety. "No, Boots. We're not leaving Nick out there alone. He could be hurt." Boots squished his face against me once more. "Come on," I whispered. Using only the moonlight to guide us, we picked our way back through the woods. On tiptoes, I crept from tree to tree, until I reached the clearing I'd seen Adam running through. Boots stayed at my heels, not willing to race ahead like before. Great, now even the cat thought I was helpless. "Nick," I hissed, barely above a whisper. A growl came from a cluster of saplings. My breath caught in my throat as I saw something stir at the base of the small trees. I cursed under my breath and looked left and right before darting toward them. But whatever was at the base of the trees wasn't Nick. It was something else entirely. Or someone? The body was mangled, like a splicing gone wrong. The legs, long and hound-like, covered in thick fur. Then, around the torso, things changed. A man's chest was where a beast's should have been, with its head tucked under the muscled arms. I leaned closer and caught a whiff of Nick's cologne. "Oh, stars! Nick?" I whispered. "Can you—" The rest of my question evaporated when I was yanked back and knocked off my feet. I rolled onto all fours, raised one hand, and shot a stunning spell. Adam's face froze, and he hit the ground. "Bat wings!" I snarled, working quickly to counteract the spell. "Holly?" Adam growled, his teeth bared. "I told you to—" "Save it!" I snapped, holding up one hand as I pushed up onto my knees. "We'll argue about this later. For right now, you want to tell me what in the other world is going on? Is this—" "That's Nick," he said, confirming what I'd already known. My stomach rolled. What happened to him? The misshapen beast before me started to stir. Adam tucked one bare arm over my shoulders and then craned around to scan the woods behind us. "I don't know, but in case you haven't noticed, there's someone shooting at us, so maybe not the best time to discuss." "Nick, Can you hear me? Can you walk?" Nothing but a low growl came from the pile of what could only be described as a man-beast. I looked to Adam and froze. "You're bleeding." I hadn't seen it before, but there was a wound below his left collarbone. A flesh wound, but it still looked nasty. Adam glanced down. "It'll heal." "What happened out here? Who is shooting and why?" He answered with a shake of his head. "I don't know." "How are we going to move him?" I considered Nick. "He looks a good 100 pounds heavier than the last time I saw him." "Can you do a shield spell?" Sure. Now he wanted my magic. "It wouldn't be stable enough. Shields work better when rooted to the ground. They don't hold up as well when they're on the move. It wouldn't be able to stop a bullet." Adam cursed and scanned the woods again. It was quiet. Had been since the 4th shotgun blast, but that couldn't be enough of an assurance to go racing back through the woods on another mad dash, especially if we had to brace Nick between us. We'd move slow and couldn't guarantee silence. "Larkspur?" Adam asked, glancing at me from the corner of his eye. Automatically, I reached up and touched my chest where the pendant lay under the layers of clothing. "I've never tried to take anyone with me before," I confessed. "Well, you're going to have to try." As if I needed further convincing, footsteps sounded in the not-so-distant trees surrounding the clearing. "Stars!" I hissed. I dug under the coat and pulled it free from the neckline of the t-shirt I'd worn to bed. Clasping it between my thumb and forefinger, I quirked my lips in concentration. Boots bumped his head into my side and then tore off back toward the manor. A bubble of panic surged through me, but I fought it down. He would be fine. Whoever was tearing through the woods wouldn't see the tabby. I reached out my free hand to Adam. "Okay, hold on to Nick, and then to me." Here goes nothing. I squeezed my eyes shut, held the larkspur tightly, and whispered, "The manor." My stomach swooped, the feeling similar to dropping over the crest of a roller coaster. I knew it had worked, but couldn't bring myself to open my eyes. Not until I felt Adam's fingers wiggle on my arm. "You did it." I opened my eyes and found the 3 of us sprawled in the living room. Adam in all his glory, Nick in his half-man, half-beast pile. A chorus of screams sounded. Adam cringed. Right. Lacey was having her undead gaggle over for a full moon party. Wincing, I turned my head and saw Lacey and 2 of her vampire gal pals standing at the foot of the grand staircase, their silky pajamas at odds with the mud masks smeared across their faces. I don't know why they bother. Vampires have perfect skin. Witches. Adam chuckled and slicked a hand through his hair before reaching for the nearest throw blanket. Hello, ladies." At least he had the good sense to blush. "I don't know what kind of debauchery is going on down here, but you could at least have the decency to do it in one of your bedrooms," Lacey shouted, her voice rich with righteous indignation, like she'd never had gentlemen callers stay past her bedtime. Stars. "Oh, dear." My eyes squeezed shut when Posy's voice joined the conversation. "Is that blood on your shoulder, Adam?" she asked. That Afghan is an antique, young man." The adrenaline rush ebbing from my body collided with the sheer insanity of the situation, and I burst out laughing. Lacey huffed. "Come on, ladies. It's time for our steam anyway." Adam chuckled. "Don't melt in there, Snow Queen. That would be a real pity." Posy swirled around the room to stand before us, her arms folded. "I'm glad you 2 are having such a good time. But can someone tell me what on God's green earth is going on around here?" Between her severe bun and the way her eyes narrowed behind her thick spectacles, I had a flashback to being scolded by the librarian back in my academy days. Granted, back then I'd never come back to my dormitory with a naked man and a half-beast. I started, my eyes shooting back to Nick. "Stars! We just brought a werewolf into the manor." Chapter 5. We were safe, literally out of the woods. But in the absence of the heart-stopping action, a sea of questions surged through me. Number 1 being, What in the other world happened to Nick?
That's Nick?
Posey spat, her eyes going nearly as round as her glasses. She looked like a startled owl. I leaned in closer and breathed a sigh of relief. There didn't appear to be any wounds, and his chest was rising and falling. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the furry hip, but Adam knocked my hand out of the way.
Holly, no. We don't know what he's capable of. What mindset he's in.
The beast stirred, rolling to one side. I covered my mouth to muffle the gasp. There was no mistaking that it was Nick. The face was his, but patches of fur covered his cheeks, like out-of-control sideburns. Way out of control, like, "Hello, the 70s called and they think you should tone it down." His lip rolled back as his head lolled back onto the floor, and a pair of huge canines poked out. My eyes snapped to Adam's, finding them as round as my own felt. "What do we do?" He didn't answer. "Nick," I said softly, "can you hear me?" Nick stirred, but didn't open his eyes.
"What happened out there?"
Posey asked, edging closer.
"We were getting ready to change,"
Adam started, still wrapped up in the heirloom Afghan.
"We put our packs in my usual hiding place. We each drank a bottle of water. I shifted first. Nick went behind a tree to undress. I told him that was the best option if he didn't want to have a Hulk moment and ruin his clothes. I hung back, waiting for him to change. He started yelling. It was awful. Worse than I expected. I didn't go around to check on him, though. He was weird about the whole naked thing. Apparently, he never played high school sports."
He shook his head, refocusing.
"When he went quiet, I got worried. I went around and saw him like this."
"Did he say anything? Could he?" I asked. Adam hitched one bare shoulder.
"I don't know. He looked unconscious. Or asleep. I didn't know what happened. Then that first shotgun blast kind of put a damper on figuring it out."
Posey gasped.
"Is that what that was? A shotgun?"
I nodded. "I counted 4.
"But who would be out shooting in those woods?"
she asked. "I don't know. I didn't get a look at them. Did you, Adam?" Posey swooped closer.
"You were in the woods, Holly?"
"Yes, she was," Adam replied, his tone acidic. "You thought I would stay here while you and Nick were out there getting shot at?" Adam scoffed.
"That was kind of the point. Granted, I didn't expect guns to be involved, but yeah, you were supposed to stay here where it was safe."
"If anyone needs a lecture, it's you," I fired at Adam, gesturing to his wound. "You need to clean that up." Adam shoved up from the couch.
"Fine. But you're going with me. I'm not leaving you here with him."
I rolled my eyes. "When are you going to drop this whole overprotective thing? It was sweet, kind of, back in the beginning. Right now, it's just patronizing and obnoxious." Adam's full lips twisted into a scowl.
"You know what I find patronizing and obnoxious? The fact that you don't respect my opinion and expertise, and don't trust that I have your best interests in mind. I'm only trying to keep you safe, and the fact that you refuse to see that is becoming a big problem."
"Oh, please spare me. You just like being the big macho shifter man. You want to be large and in charge, and stars help us all if anyone else tries to cut in on your power trip." Adam's expression darkened, and in my gut, I knew I'd crossed a line. But my own stance remained stony and immovable.
"Unbelievable,"
he sneered. "Me or you?" Posey clucked her tongue.
Now, you two. Think of what you're saying."
He stalked toward the grand staircase, seeming to forget about Nick altogether. When he reached the bottom step, he whirled back around, his face red and lined.
"You almost died, Holly. Did you somehow manage to wipe that from your memory? Because if so, please tell me how so I can forget it too. I could use a good night's sleep for once."
My mouth dropped open, dry as a pile of cotton balls. "Adam." He jerked his hand up and slashed at the air before charging up the stairs. A door slammed seconds later, and all the fight drained out of me. I sagged down on the couch, and tears peppered my vision.
"I'm an idiot,"
I choked out.
"Oh, Holly,"
Posey whispered, floating closer. She lowered as though sitting beside me, I had the feeling that if she could have reached over and wrapped me in a motherly embrace, she would have. "Of course he's trying to protect me," I said softly, wiping at my eyes. "The last time he left me alone, I ended up getting magically kidnapped by a crazy sorceress and nearly blasted to smithereens."
"It hasn't been that long, dear. He'll mellow out. It will just take some time."
I nodded. In some ways, the showdown with Sasha Pringle felt eons ago. I'd been focused on getting my potions business back on track and establishing new relationships within the Seattle Haven, now that I was once again considered a member of proper supernatural society. Between all that and worrying about Nick and his upcoming first change, I hadn't let myself slow down long enough to consider how Adam was processing the entire mess. Obviously not well. Not that my pretending nothing had happened was helping either of us. Across the room, Nick mumbled something, the sound a low, rumbling growl. "Nick?" I pushed off the couch and crept closer, trying to make out the words.
"Ollie?"
A fresh batch of tears filled my eyes, this time spurred on by sheer happiness and relief. "I'm here," I told him, sinking down to my knees beside him. I took his hand, still fully human, though larger somehow. "Are you okay?" He rolled his head and opened his eyes. I smiled. They were the same deep blue I'd come to know so well. The rest of him might have changed, but at least there was still one thing I could count on.
"Ollie,"
he wheezed.
"Is it over?"
I drew in my lower lip and pressed my teeth into it. The truth wasn't something I could contain for long. As soon as he was able to sit up, he'd look down and realize that 1, he'd packed on 30 pounds of muscle, and 2, his lower half was wolfy. "Just stay still. Are you in pain?" His eyes opened wider. "No." "That's good." I nodded encouragingly, my smile watery with the tears still brimming in my eyes.
"Is he awake?"
Adam's voice called down, followed by his bare feet slapping the wooden stairs. "Nick, do you remember anything about what happened?" I asked. Adam joined us. He'd thrown on a pair of athletic pants, but was still sans shirt. He'd slapped a large bandage over the wound on his chest, but I could already see blood seeping through. I started to ask if he was all right, but he squatted down beside Nick, his attention fully on him.
"What happened out there, man?"
Nick didn't answer. Instead, he was reaching up and poking at his lip.
"I feel weird."
I cringed. "There's something you should know." He found his elongated canine with the tip of his tongue before I could finish my sentence. A yelp escaped from him, and he struggled to back away, fingers on both hands inspecting the changes to his teeth. That's when he noticed his legs were more like flanks, complete with burly paws. His yelp morphed into a guttural scream. I reached out for him. "Nick! Nick, it's okay!" He didn't respond. He lunged up from the floor, pitching forward on unsteady feet, or paws. He stumbled into a table at the end of the couch, sending a lamp crashing to the ground. A violent vibration shook the house. Posey was starting to lose it. First the Afghan, now the lamp. I rushed forward, gathering up the lamp. "Posey, it's okay. We'll get a new one."
"That's an antique, Holly Bolt. You cannot simply replace it."
I squinted at the pieces of the lamp, noticing the sticker on the bottom. "This is from Target." She stopped, mouth open, finger raised.
"Oh?"
The shaking stopped immediately. "That's better," I scoffed. But before I could ridicule her overkill outrage further, Adam slammed into Nick with a football-style tackle that landed them both sprawled across the floor. "Adam, what are you doing?" Nick struggled underneath Adam and quickly got the upper hand. Normally, Adam had the advantage. He was a little taller, broader, and as he'd spent his entire life as a shifter, he carried a higher-than-normal awareness of both his own physical limits and his surroundings in any situation. But now, with Nick caught between half man and half were, He effortlessly rolled out of Adam's hold, spun, and landed on top of him with a stomach-churning crunch. Adam grunted and kicked out at Nick. Nick growled, the sound raising the hairs on the back of my neck. "Stop it, both of you! We're on the same team!" I cried out. I raised my hands, readying a spell, but the two men tangled together in a way that made it impossible to aim. I couldn't send up a shield to keep them apart, my go-to move when things between Lacey and Adam got dicey. If I blasted them with a stunning spell, it would no doubt hit Adam just as hard as Nick, and he was already injured. I didn't want to risk causing more pain. There was one other spell I'd been working on. I squinted at the two wrestling men. It appeared neither of them heard my pleas to stop the insanity. I drew in a deep breath, raised both hands, and whispered a new spell. Then I squeezed my eyes closed. "Ah! Holly!" A smile flickered up the corners of my lips, and I reopened my eyes. It worked! The two men were no longer wrestling. Each of them were shaking their heads like dogs to rid themselves of the blast of water I'd sprayed between them.
"My Persian rug!"
Posey squealed.
"That's it!"
"Posey, give it up," I interrupted. "That one I know is from a warehouse shop in Seattle. I was with Evangeline when she bought it after Flurry wrecked the one that was here when I moved in, which, for the record, was also a knockoff."
"Harumph!"
Posey sighed before zipping up to the ceiling and disappearing through the rafters. Adam growled as he looked up at me.
"Nice, Holly. I just got this bandaged up."
I shrugged. "You two weren't listening. I couldn't turn the hose on you, so I did the next best thing. It's a new spell I've been working on. Sure makes watering the plants easier when I don't have to cart around a huge watering can." I brushed my hands together and flashed an unapologetic smile. "Now, if you're done beating the stuffing out of each other, can we talk? Like civilized,
"Monsters?"
Nick finished, his tone glum. The glee faded from my face. "Nick," I said softly, "you're not a monster." He looked down at himself, silently arguing my words. Adam stood and reached down to help Nick up.
"Truce?"
Nick ignored his hand.
"Not until you tell me why you tackled me like that. I thought you were going to run out of the house. I couldn't risk you taking off. I was going to the bathroom," Nick bellowed. I rolled my eyes. "Just a tip, Adam. Next time, maybe try a more diplomatic approach." Adam grunted and hauled Nick up, waiting until he was steady on his strange hindquarters. "I need to see my face,"
Nick said. Adam and I exchanged a look before he nodded and said,
"This way."
We trooped down the hall to the bathroom across the hall from my bedroom on the first floor. Nick went ahead and I reached in for the light switch. "You sure you're ready for this?" Impatient, Nick reached over and pushed my hand, flipping it on. I drew in a breath and held it as Nick approached the sink. His blue eyes went round as they raked over his own reflection. He braced his hands on either side of the pedestal sink and leaned in closer.
"What happened to me?"
Adam looked at me, and I shrugged. "We don't really know, Nick."
"Is this some kind of rite of passage? Like the first change isn't a full change? You know, maybe the wolf needs a little time to, I don't know, break in?" "It's an ancient curse, not a pair of Doc Martens," Adam quipped. "You're a wolf. You should be in the forest right now, scaring the cottontails off a couple of rabbits."
Nick cursed as he pushed away from the mirror. He turned his back on it and ran his hands through his hair, which looked thicker and longer than I'd ever seen it. He shook his head and stared blankly at the floral wallpaper.
"I've been waiting on this curse or change for the past 3.5 weeks, and now I look like I got a little overzealous with a bottle of Rogaine."
"It's not so bad," I tried. Nick frowned at me.
"I also look like I've been abusing steroids for the last 6 months.
Without the back acne or mood swings," I pointed out cheerfully. "So, it could be worse." Both of them looked at me like I'd lost my mind, which I had to concede was entirely possible. Okay, sorry," I sighed. I don't know. I'm at a loss here, too.
We'll go to SPA headquarters tomorrow. Holly's agent has to know something.
No, I burst out. The two men blinked at me. I just mean I don't think that's a good idea.
Why not?
Nick asked. I turned away for a moment. I didn't want to scare Nick, but the truth was that after my checkered past with the SPA, I wasn't sure that I fully trusted them. Even though my life was finally back on track, there was no way I could completely overlook the fact that they were the ones responsible for it taking years to get that way. I'd lost out on countless opportunities and been made to feel like a second-class citizen at best and a criminal at worst for the better part of a decade. I didn't want that for Nick. He'd done nothing wrong. I just want some time, I finally said, feeling both of them staring at my profile. Come on, Nick. I'll make up the couch for you. You'll stay with us until we can get to the bottom of this. I'll go over to your condo in the morning and grab anything that you need for the next couple of days. Without waiting, I started back toward the living room, my mind racing at 100 miles an hour. Adam and Nick followed behind and plunked down on the couch while I went to retrieve fresh linens from one of the closets off the kitchen. When I came back out, Adam took the sheets and we made up the larger of the two couches into a makeshift bed for Nick. Adam's bandage was soaked through by the time we finished. Are you sure you don't need stitches? I asked him. Medicinal herbs and potions were a specialty of mine, but they worked best on burns and minor abrasions. I didn't have the skill to heal something as serious as the wound on his chest.
I'm fine, Holly. I've had worse.
I didn't doubt him, but couldn't stop myself from worrying all the same. Who was shooting at you? Did you catch their scent? A dark look crossed Adam's face, and he turned away. I stopped fluffing the pillows. Adam?
Guys, we're gonna have to figure this out later. Right now, we've got other problems.
I stilled. What could possibly be more important than this? Adam pulled the curtain back a few more inches, letting in a stream of flashing red and blue lights. Bat wings. Chapter 6.
Evening, officers,
Adam said, pulling open the Manor's front door to reveal two uniformed police officers on the front porch. He was slightly breathless from bolting upstairs to grab his shirt before answering the door, but he hid it well.
What brings you by?
I hovered behind his right shoulder, fighting the urge to glance over and make sure Nick had made it out of the living room and into the kitchen without incident. He was awkward on his new legs, and any thumps would catch the officer's attention.
I apologize for the late hour,
the first officer, a man, who appeared to be in his mid-30s, stated. I vaguely recognized him from Siren's song. Beechwood Harbor's entire force, which consisted of less than 10 officers total, were regular customers at the town's only coffee house. I couldn't remember his name, only that he was a good tipper and always polite.
Not a problem,
Adam replied.
What can we do for you?
The officers exchanged a side glance, a quick flicker.
Have you heard any shots fired in the past hour? We had reports of something that sounded like gunfire from a few of your neighbors.
I stiffened. Did they think it was one of us?
We heard something,
Adam started, glancing at me for confirmation. I nodded. Sounded like it was coming from the woods behind the property. I figured it was someone scaring off a coyote. They like to wander around this time of year, picking up trash and stuff from the neighborhoods. I bit down onto my lower lip, stopping myself from cringing. The officers would know all about the local coyotes. Wasn't over-explanation the first sign of a liar? Right, the second officer, a female with brunette hair tied back from her face, agreed.
Is that a common occurrence, then?
Adam shook his head.
Not really, but we do see them from time to time. Some of the neighbors around here have chickens, though. Maybe one of them got nervous.
Right. The male officer nodded and glanced between us.
Thank you for your time. Any time, officers.
Adam was too good at schmoozing authorities. I was fairly certain it was thanks to years of practice, and also sure that I didn't want to know all of the reasons why he'd had the opportunities to brush up on that particular skill set. The officers left, and Adam closed the door. I sighed and started to go tell Nick he could come out of hiding, but Adam snagged my arm and pulled me back to his side.
Holly, there's something I need to tell you. About tonight. Out there.
His tone startled me, setting the hairs on my neck on end. What?
There was something else out there.
What do you mean? He planted his hands on my shoulders.
We weren't alone. After that first shot, I took off. I thought I could distract whoever was shooting and keep them away from Nick, seeing as he wasn't in a position to run. When I turned back, there was a wolf with me.
He licked his lips, his eyes shifting back and forth before settling back on mine.
I thought it was Nick, that he'd completed the change and was with me. Obviously it wasn't.
Another wolf? There aren't wolves in these woods.
Other than Nick's kind.
Adam sighed.
Well, at least the kind he's supposed to be.
I squeezed my eyes tight.
Something doesn't feel right about this whole thing.
Adam shook his head.
He wasn't scratched by a normal werewolf. Ben was under a spell. It wasn't a full moon. It was all wrong. Hell, I was hoping that maybe Nick would be spared this whole mess, that maybe somehow his curse was different and he wouldn't need to change.
My eyes slid open and I nodded. I was secretly hoping for the same thing.
The wolf with me in the woods wasn't Nick. I'm sure of that now.
He let his hands fall away, sliding over my shoulders and then down my arms.
I circled back toward that clearing, and that's when that second shot grazed my chest.
Everything inside me clenched as my eyes fell to the spot. It was covered by his shirt, but I knew the image would remain with me for a long time to come. Why did you shift back after the shot?
Adam frowned. I saw your light. I knew you were out there and I had to warn you to go back.
My heart sank. I'm sorry, Adam. He pulled me into his arms, the rest of my words muffled against his chest. Did you see which way the wolf went? He shook his head.
No.
I rubbed my eyes. We can't turn Nick over to the SPA, Adam. Stars only knows what they would do to him. Probably lock him up in a cage and spend the next decade poking and prodding at him with spell after spell.
Holly, he's a mess, Adam hissed. What's he supposed to do? He can't go back to his condo like that, or to his office. We can't keep him here locked up like some kind of strange house pet.
I know that. I dug the heels of my hands in a little deeper. I'm too tired to think right now. We'll figure it out in the morning. All that matters is that for the night, you're both here and you're safe. I blinked my eyes a few times, clearing the blur. Adam's lips were set in a tense line. What now?
I don't like that there was another wolf in my woods.
You've never scented it before?
No.
Are you sure it wasn't an actual wolf? Or a really big coyote?
It was a were, Holly.
I sighed and nodded. Fleeting thoughts moved like hummingbirds behind my eyes. The fingers of my mind would reach out, ready to grasp one, only to have it zip away again. I placed my palms on Adam's broad chest, careful to avoid the raised bandage, and looked up at him. Come on, let's get some sleep. He resisted me for a moment, his eyes set on the kitchen door, but then nodded.
All right. But first thing in the morning, I'm going out on a run. I'll retrace our steps. I'm going to figure out just who was running in my woods last night, and when I do, I'm going to make sure they know they're not welcome next full moon.
Adam was gone by the time I managed to peel my eyes open. I'd spent the night in my own bed, curled up with Boots. I'd wanted to be close to the living room where Nick was sleeping in case he needed anything. I woke and crept upstairs to wake Adam, only to find he was already gone. I backtracked downstairs and was halfway to the kitchen when a sharp knock sounded on the front door. A slightly ruffled-looking Chief Lincoln stood on the welcome mat, dressed in plain clothes but with his gun and police radio strapped to his hip, a loud and clear announcement that he wasn't here for bear claws and chit-chat, although he probably wouldn't say no to a pastry. "Morning, Chief," I greeted, displaying a tentative smile. "What can I do for you?"
Good morning, Holly.
He did a quick once-over, noting my pajama pants, Adam's baggy sweatshirt bearing some sports team's logo, and a pair of slippers. With Chief, it wasn't anything to do with attraction. He was a spoken-for man, after all. It was just the way he was hardwired. If he ever got a wild hair and sprang for a tattoo, it would probably say something like, constant vigilance. Cassie assured me he was actually fun at parties and that they laughed more often than not, but sometimes I had a hard time picturing it.
I realize it's early, so I'll make this brief.
I smiled and opened the door a little wider. Chief, it's freezing out there. Come inside and I'll make us both some coffee. He returned my smile and gave me a quick nod.
That would be nice.
He shuffled his boots over the welcome mat, dragging off any traces of dirt, and then came inside.
Had another frost last night, he told me.
Makes me extra grateful to have a greenhouse, I replied, though it gets a little crowded this time of year.
Cassie told me you have a bit of a green thumb.
I do what I can, I replied with a contained grin. If only he knew the truth of what my green thumb could do. I shouldered open the kitchen door and turned back to say something when I realized Chief Lincoln had stopped walking midway. His gaze lingered on the couch, where a large, Nick-shaped lump lay burrowed in a pile of blankets.
Is that Nick Rivers?
Chief Lincoln asked, keeping his voice low. My heart jumped into my throat so hard I nearly choked. Further proof that I shouldn't do anything until properly caffeinated. Yes. But how did you—
Recognize the car in the drive,
Chief Lincoln replied before my sentence fully came to fruition. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. I smiled and silently pleaded that Nick would keep his head, and more importantly his paws, covered until after Chief Lincoln had left the property. We went out last night. Nick had a little too much to drink. You know, safety first. I cringed as Chief Lincoln laughed and passed through to the kitchen. I cast a pleading look back at Nick. I'd have to ask for his forgiveness later. In the past year, we'd made him out to be the town drunk. It was the only convenient cover-up for the things we'd once needed to keep secret. Posey? I hissed in a low whisper. Posey? Earl? Lacey? What other supernatural spectacles could pop out of the woodwork? Granted, we'd be safe if Posey or Earl sailed by, though I always hated having to pretend they weren't there. Ignoring a ghost while around humans is no easy feat. I had no idea how Scarlet, the local ghost whisperer, managed to keep it all straight. With the ghosts, I'd be fine, but if Lacey strutted on through the kitchen looking for her bottled blood, I'd probably have a few more questions to answer. She still didn't know that the strange scene she'd stumbled into the night before had included Nick, and if she found him on the couch, better to get it over with and get him out of the manor as quickly and quietly as possible. I have a French roast, I said with a breezy smile as I joined Chief Lincoln in the kitchen. There's also a little of Evangeline's favorite. She goes for the vanilla. Personally, I'm not sure about it, but at the moment caffeine in any form is acceptable.
The French roast is fine.
Chief Lincoln took a seat when I gestured toward the table.
I apologize for the late drop-by last night. I hope my officers didn't keep you up too late.
I put on the kettle and turned around once the burner was lit. Oh, no, not really. I guess it was just the interruption that threw me off. He inclined his head.
Not something you've heard around here before, then? The gunshots, I mean?
I shook my head and went to the opposite end of the bright sunflower yellow kitchen. Not that I can remember. The manor's kitchen was always neat as a pin, which was probably a small miracle considering that 4 people shared the space. The only problem was that organizing the kitchen was one of Evangeline's favorite pastimes. Despite running a boutique day spa, she seemed to have oodles of spare time on her hands. Whenever she was stuck in the house for the day with nothing to do, she found some reason to reorganize something. About a month ago, she'd attacked Adam's closet with merciless abandon, bagging up half of his clothing to take to a shelter a few towns over and insisting he up his game, an order that was not well received when Adam came home and had to spend the rest of the night unpacking the would-be donations and putting them back in their rightful place. After a few minutes of searching, I found the coffee in the cupboard beside the cereal. A logical jump, but it irked me that I looked lost in my own home in front of a guest. Chief Lincoln didn't seem to notice. He pulled out his small notebook and was consulting it with a furrowed brow. When he looked up, it was almost like he had to remind himself where he was. I checked the call logs, and it doesn't look like we've received any complaints about gunfire in the area before. So I had my officers go out to canvass the neighborhood. No one knew who was responsible. They started combing the woods this morning. I thought at most they'd come back with a report of some dead animal. We could close it down and move on. Chief paused and drew in a heavy breath. Instead, they found a body. I spilled the scoop of coffee grounds onto the counter. As I hurried to sweep up the mess, my lips tried and failed to form a reply. What? Chief Lincoln consulted his notebook. It looks like someone else was out there in the woods last night. Now, we don't know enough to determine if this was an accidental shooting or intentional, but there are some oddities. The kettle sang, and I hurried across the kitchen to retrieve it. Like what? For one, the man they found was stark naked. Chief shifted uncomfortably. No clothes means no wallet, which means no ID. I frowned as I poured the scalding water over the grounds in the bottom of the French press. It was freezing out there last night. Like you said, another frost. The body shows signs of exposure. I'll have to wait on word from the county coroner to find out for sure, but I'd imagine it's been out there for several hours. And, they were shot? Yes. So, obviously we need to gather as much information as we can about the events of last night. We'll be searching the woods. The neighboring police forces are coming in to assist. As you can imagine, we'll have a lot of ground to cover. Whoever he was, we'll find out. Right. I realized I'd been nodding since he started speaking and forced myself to stop. Of course. If you need help, Adam knows the woods better than most of us. I swallowed hard. He, likes to camp. Chief Lincoln gave me a strange look, but jotted down the note. Right. When he looked up, he hesitated for a moment, considering me. Chief Lincoln and I shared a strange relationship. He was one part chief of the BHPD, but also my best friend's soon-to-be fiancé, if the buzz around town was to be trusted. Cassie and Jeffrey Lincoln were coming up on their first anniversary, and the gossip mavens predicted that Cassie would come back from their weekend getaway with a ring on the most important finger. I shook my head. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would someone have been out roaming the woods in the middle of the night? The bigger question was whether or not whoever had been in the woods had seen any of us, but of course I kept that one to myself. Chief Lincoln leveled me with a hard stare. I know that look, Holly. What look? He tilted his head, his lips in a firm line. You're not to go poking around in the woods. I know you've come in handy in past investigations. You're quick on your feet, but we've got it covered this time. Resisting the urge to argue, I slapped on a serene smile. Of course. A mysterious werewolf in town, a dead body in the woods. It definitely sounded like a case for the BHPD. Or not. Chapter 7. Chief Lincoln drank half a cup of coffee while we made small talk about other town issues. I found out that he had no idea who was behind the town scavenger hunt. He didn't say much about Cassie or their plans for their upcoming anniversary, and I didn't ask. When he wanted help, he'd ask. And if he did, I was prepped and ready with a brochure from an upscale jewelry store in Seattle. The ring Cassie had circled wasn't particularly flashy. That wasn't who she was. It was understated and delicate, but absolute perfection. A flawless stone that would glitter and flash and make her smile every time she saw it. When we exhausted our chit-chat, Chief pushed aside his mug, stood from the table, and thanked me for my time. I smiled and hurried to get one step ahead of him. I peeked out the swinging kitchen door, and my pulse spiked when I saw that the blankets were still on the couch, but the lump beneath them was gone. I stepped back and bumped into Chief Lincoln. Oops! I patted him on the shoulder. You know what? Let's go out the back way.
Okay, he frowned. Is something wrong with the front?
I scoffed and flapped my hand. Of course not. I just thought it would be nice if I could show you the greenhouse. You know, since we were talking about green thumbs and all that.
Well,
I grabbed him by the arm and steered him across the kitchen. No time like the present. He sputtered, but let me all but shove him through the back door. I launched into a presentation about my varieties of plants, at least the kinds he'd likely heard of before, and drowned out the rest of his protest. We toured the greenhouse for a few minutes until he got a call on his radio. I walked him back to where he'd parked his car along the driveway of the manor, and we said our goodbyes. My heart rate finally started to slow when he turned the corner at the intersection leading out of the small neighborhood. Adam and Nick were both in the kitchen when I circled back for the rest of my coffee. Adam was plowing through the plastic serving bowl that he used for his customary cereal. Judging by his diet alone, one would think he was some kind of sumo wrestler with a raging sugar addiction. Instead, by some marvel of paranormal genetic mutation, he remained trim and in shape despite his high-calorie garbage diet. Nick stood near the sink, his strangely shaped legs stuffed into a pair of Adam's flannel pajama pants. His paws were bare, and my heart clenched all over again at the sight of them. Chief Lincoln would have definitely needed a mind wipe spell if he'd have seen them. I sagged against the opposite counter. Nick, you practically gave me a heart attack. Where did you go? He looked up from his cup of coffee, his lip curled into a slight sneer.
The bathroom? I'm a half-breed, not a half-wit, Holly.
You're not a half-breed, Nick. He scoffed and looked back into the dregs of his mug. Nick, I'm serious. I swooped in and took the seat beside him. Look at me. He lifted his eyes, but not his chin. We're going to figure this out, okay? You're not going to be like this forever.
You don't even know why I'm like this in the first place. So how are you going to be able to fix it?
I looked to Adam, silently pleading for backup. He swallowed a huge bite and reached for his glass of orange juice.
We know people who can help.
I raised my eyebrows, nostrils flaring. I'm not calling in the SPA.
Not those people,
Adam replied, a slight twinge of annoyance in his tone.
I know that I'm not a Haven fan, but that doesn't mean that I don't know people, all right? My parents are very well connected.
I frowned at the mention of his parents. What can I say? It's a knee-jerk reaction at this point. They'd come into town for a visit before Christmas, and we'd had our first meeting. Unfortunately, at the time, I'd been cuffed and was being dragged kicking and screaming from the manor. They say you can't make a second impression, which was a real problem when it came to Mr. and Mrs. St. James. I swiveled around in my seat to face him. Anyone specific? He gave a maddening shrug.
I'll make some calls.
I wanted to reach across the table and shake the answers from him, but resisted the urge. There was a good chance he wasn't holding out on me, but rather protecting Nick. There's something else you both should know, I started, ready to change the topic. I tugged at the moonstone ring I wore on my right hand. It was a gift from Cassie on my last birthday, and I wore it most every day. Chief Lincoln wasn't just dropping by for a cup of coffee and a quick chat.
More questions about the shooting last night?
Nick asked. Not exactly. I drew in a long breath. They found a body last night in the woods. Adam's spoon clattered against the side of his bowl.
What?
He barked, coughing on his half-swallowed bite of cereal. As of this morning, no one knows who the guy is. He was naked. No ID on the body, but he was definitely shot, and from the looks of it, it was recent. Nick straightened.
He was running around naked?
Wolf, Adam said, rubbing a hand along his stubble-coated jaw.
I thought it was you, he said to Nick. That you'd completed the change, that maybe you weren't. An unnatural disaster?
Nick supplied. Adam set his jaw, but didn't deny it. How could there be no trace of it out there? I asked. That doesn't make any sense. You run those woods every few days. You'd be able to smell a werewolf a mile and a half away.
I know.
Just when everything was getting back to normal, I said, not thinking. Nick sighed and shoved up from the table. Without a word, he hobbled out of the kitchen, awkward and unsteady on his strange new legs. When the kitchen door flapped closed behind him, I turned to Adam. "Why isn't there some kind of anti-foot-in-mouth spell?"
"I don't know, but you better whip one up in a hurry if we're going to keep Nick around long enough to help him."
"Gee, thanks." According to the buzz around town, most people were ruling the shooting a tragic hunting accident. Never mind the fact that it wasn't hunting season, and that even if it was, the site was too close to a residential area to be appropriate for a midnight hunt. If that was even a thing, which for the record I hoped was not. Paisley was out of town for a friend's wedding, so I picked up a few extra hours at Siren Song and got all the hottest gossip as it rolled in and buzzed around. The shooting was all anyone wanted to talk about. Everyone had their own theory, each more outrageous than the last. All I knew by the end of the day was that if I ever turned up dead, the residents of Beechwood Harbor were the last people I'd want investigating it. I swear I heard someone throw out the possibility of Bigfoot himself getting a hold of an old hunting rifle. Cassie and I talked about it a little bit, but she rarely wanted to get into conversations about police work. I figured it was because she got her fill after hours, but there was also a part of me that wondered if Chief Lincoln told her anything about work. He was so straight-laced and by the book that it was hard to picture him giving too much of an insight into his caseload, even to his long-term girlfriend. In any case, she didn't seem too eager to get into it, and I wanted to get back to the manor, so at closing time, I said my goodbyes and scurried home. Seeing Nick startled me all over again. It wasn't just the furry patches and hind legs. It was the sheer size of him. I decided he wasn't any taller, but the broader shoulders made him feel like he was. "Any progress?" I asked him. He shook his head.
"Adam's been on the phone all day, but if he's found anything, he hasn't gotten around to sharing it with me."
I nodded and cast a glance up the grand staircase. "Well, while I was at work, I had an idea."
"All ears."
I rounded the couch and sat beside him. "It's going to sound a little odd." Nick snorted, the first sign of a genuine laugh since the whole mess started.
"Right now, I think you could tell me that Santa Claus was your great-uncle once removed and that you're concealing a pair of magical fairy wings somewhere under that sweater. Wouldn't even faze me."
"I doubt that, but I'm glad you're in a receptive mood." I drew my feet up underneath me and then reached into my shirt.
Holly?"
I rolled my eyes and pulled out the small locket. "This is the larkspur. It's been in my family for generations, passed down to each of the most powerful witches in our line. Each time it's passed, it takes a piece of its former wearer and grants it to the new one."
"Okay."
Nick leaned in and inspected the delicate design etched into the gold.
"What does it do?"
"Well, for starters, it gives me the ability to hop. Teleport, I guess you might say. Not anywhere too far away," I hurried to add. "Otherwise, I would spend a lot more time in the French Riviera and a lot less time here in the rain." Nick snorted. "It only seems to work over short distances, and I have to have physically been to the place I'm hopping so that I can visualize it. But I can come and go using some kind of portal magic. Last night when we were in the woods, I had Adam grab onto you and then me, and we all hopped back here."
"Pretty sweet,"
Nick said, his interest growing. He reached out to touch the pendant, but stopped short and flicked a glance up at me. I nodded. "Go ahead." He brushed the gold.
"So, what does this have to do with my problem?"
I drew in a breath. "Well, the other power locked inside happens to be the spirit of my great-grandmother Honeysuckle. Technically, she's great times 7, but great-grandmother is easier."
"Okay."
He furrowed his brow in a studious look.
"So she gives the locket its power?"
I quirked my lips. "In a way. She's the one who first charmed the necklace. I don't really know all the details of the spell she used, but my best guess is that she found a way to bond part of herself to the necklace, and now, though she's been dead for hundreds of years, that part lives on." "Oh," I soured. "And her little dog, too." Nick just nodded. Wow, I guess he was right. Nothing could faze him. Here, I'll show you, I said, before clearing my throat. I pried open the locket and smiled at the mirrored glass. A silvery fog rolled over its surface, but began clearing almost immediately. Grandmother Honeysuckle appeared through the murky surface.
"Who's there? Don't come any closer or I'll blast you into next Sunday."
Nick reared back, and I settled a hand on his shoulder. "She's harmless," I told him. Honeysuckle scoffed.
"Harmless? Come here and I'll show you just how harmless I can be."
"Grandmother, it's me, Holly Bolt." "She doesn't know who you are," Nick whispered. "It's a long story," I muttered. I smiled brightly as my grandmother's image became clear. "Hello, Grandmother." She eyed me with one raised brow.
I know who you are. Now what's the meaning of this? Interrupting my nap to insult my wand work?"
"Grandmother, I wasn't insulting your wand work,
I could blast you into next week, you know. You and... Well, who is this?"
Both her brows arched as her sharp eyes landed on Nick. "This is my friend Nick." She squinted, and then a bright smile broke across her lined face.
"Ah, yes, I remember now. You're Holly, and you're dating a powerful wizard. This must be him."
She cooed her approval. I winced and dared a glance at Nick. Luckily, he appeared to be so intrigued by the talking face in my jewelry that he let the dating question slide.
"He's very handsome, Holly. You two will have lovely children."
My cheeks warmed. "This is not my boyfriend. He's just a friend." Bat wings.
Perhaps that's for the best,"
she reconsidered, cocking her head.
"He's quite furry, isn't he?"
"Grandmother!" I shot Nick an apologetic look.
"Fear not, my dear. You can still have children together. I have a spell around here somewhere that will get rid of any follicular excess."
"Good thing she can't see my feet," Nick said out of the corner of his mouth. I snorted. At least he had a good attitude about the whole fiasco. "Grandmother, we need your help."
Yes, of course. What is it this time, dearie?"
She wouldn't respond well if I told her that Nick was a werewolf, or at the very least, half of one. In her day and age, werewolves, vampires, and witches would never be at the same dinner party together, let alone living under the same roof. While I didn't want to mislead her into thinking that Nick and I were dating, I also didn't like the idea of her despising him on some centuries-old principle. On top of that, I really didn't want to know what might come out of her mouth. Have you ever heard of a were-being that wasn't fully were? An incomplete curse? Honeysuckle furrowed her sparse brows, deep wrinkles appearing between them.
"There is no such thing as an incomplete curse, Holly. You should know that by now. What are they teaching you in academy these days?"
She clucked her tongue. I sighed and resisted the urge to remind her I hadn't been in academy in quite some time. "What I mean is, what would happen if a curse was interrupted or somehow magically altered?" She leaned back, and I heard a faint barking in the background. I cringed. "Please, Weeble, go away." Her little mop with a face would throw the conversation off kilter, and we were already running short on time. I never got more than 5 minutes or so until the magical connection fizzled. It was worse than my patchy cell service. I leaned in closer and spoke quickly. If a werewolf was forced to change by a powerful spell and then cursed someone else, what might happen to that person? Honeysuckle narrowed her eyes, the wrinkles at the edges crinkling.
"The conditions of the curse wouldn't be fulfilled. I don't see how the curse could be passed. It's like a potion, Holly. If one ingredient is misused or missing altogether, it can end in disaster."
Nick gulped.
"There's always the Retraxi spell. It will cast off magic residue and return the wielder to their true form."
"Really?"
"I know it well."
Honeysuckle's eye gleamed with mischief.
"See, back in my heyday, I was sneaking around with a fox shifter."
She made a throaty purr.
"For some reason, when he'd shift back, he'd keep the tail.
Nick shifted in his seat. Honeysuckle giggled.
If he was being particularly naughty, I'd make him keep it.
Grandmother, I cringed. Honeysuckle flapped a hand.
We could never figure out why, but a few flicks of a wand and it would be gone and we could get back to...
The edges of the mirror started to fog over and I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd never been happier to see her go. Her detour down memory lane wasn't one I wanted to follow. Thank you. Goodbye, Grandmother. I snapped the locket closed, cringing as her echoing voice went silent. Nick snorted. What? I barked.
She's a card. I can see where you got your spark from.
I wanted to argue, but it was so good to see him smiling again that I resisted, feigning an irritated glance instead.
You think it will work?
He asked, his smile fading as worry took hold again. I nodded. Listen. She's easier to distract than a magpie in Tiffany's, but when I can get her to focus, she's a brilliant witch.
And do you know how to do this retract eye spell?
I shrugged. Not exactly, but it's gotta be in one of my spell books. Nick narrowed his eyes.
Ollie, I'm already covered in fur. If you give me a tail, I swear I'll never forgive you.
Chapter 8. Adam was just leaving the manor when Nick and I carted 2 armloads of books out to the living room. The stacks towered across the coffee table, and the sheer volume of the research ahead of us made me a little dizzy. He stopped, one hand on the front doorknob, and raised a thick, jet-black eyebrow.
A little weekday reading?
I reached for a book. Grandmother Honeysuckle had an idea, but I want to make sure it will work as intended, all things considered.
Aha!
He shifted a sly grin at Nick.
Don't want to end up like Honeysuckle's little dog, huh?
Nick paled.
Her dog used to be a man?
Adam laughed, and I rolled my eyes. Don't you have some investigating to do?
What do you think I'm doing?
He asked, still smiling at his twisted little joke. I crossed my arms and eyed him up and down. If I had to guess, I'd say you're off to the bakery. It's moon pie day. He feigned innocence.
Is it?
Yeah, I know your tricks, St. James. Just bring some back for the rest of us. He saluted, acknowledging my order, and then headed out the door.
He isn't going to go through the woods?
Nick asked once he was gone. He will, I replied, cracking the book open. Shifting takes a lot of energy. He'll want a big meal before he goes for a long run. And as usual, sugar and fat are his fuel of choice. Nick chuckled.
Is it the same with wolves? I swear I've turned into a bottomless pit the last month.
Really?
It's not like me, but I've been eating 5-6 times a day just to keep the edge off.
Well, I don't really know a lot of the day-to-day details of being a wolf, but that seems like it makes sense. I gestured at his torso. Those muscles didn't grow from pixie dust. He looked down at himself, almost like he'd forgotten.
Before all of this happened, I thought I was in pretty good shape, but now I'm wondering if I have to go back to being the Pillsbury Doughboy.
I smacked his arm. Ouch! I shook my hand. Stars, what are those things made of, granite? Nick grinned and did some kind of Iron Man pose. Yeah, you want to get back to work? Your arms might look great, your feet, on the other hand. I gave his paws a pointed glance. He curled them as far into the couch as he could manage and reached for a book. I laughed and went back to searching. Advanced spellbooks were usually fairly topical. The table of contents was organized, and finding a mention of the retract-eye spell wasn't difficult, but I didn't want to try the spell without making sure it was the right one for the job. Grandmother Honeysuckle was one of the craftiest witches I knew, but without giving her the exact details of the situation, she could only offer so much direction. Before I raised my wand against my friend, I was going to make damn sure I fired off the right spell. Nick and I studied the spellbooks and scrolls for an hour, mostly in silence, stopping only to exchange ideas or answer questions along the way. We took a break when Adam returned, armed with 2 huge bakery boxes and extra-large cups of coffee from Siren Song.
Any luck?
He asked, before taking a massive bite out of his moon pie, nearly scarfing the entire pastry in one bite. I know how to do the spell, I replied, gesturing at the open book that gave the detailed instructions. But before I do, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. He chugged his coffee.
Like what? Side effects?
Sort of. Spells are best used with proper context. It's not as black and white as potion work. One of the many reasons why spellcrafting has never been my strong suit. I like definitive rules. Adam raised a brow.
That's so.
I stared back, unblinking. When it comes to magic, yes. Sure, there were other areas of my life where the lines blurred. Chasing rogue vampires, running illegal potions businesses, and dueling with a crazed sorceress weren't exactly moves straight from the Good Witch's playbook. The front door opened, cutting off Adam's no doubt sarcastic retort. Evangeline pushed inside and shrugged out of her thick winter coat. She hung it on the pegs beside the door and came into the living room, rubbing her hands over her arms. She stopped short at the sight of the towers of books intermingled with half-eaten pastries and coffee cups. What in the other world is going on in here? Some kind of overzealous book club? I smiled at her.
Something like that. Want to join?
Sure. She rounded the couch and plopped down beside Nick. She smiled brightly, extended her hand, only to jump back a split second later. Whoa!
Evie, it's...
Adam started. Nick? Is that you? She asked, peering at him.
Nick,
Adam finished flatly.
Let's just say that things didn't go according to schedule last night,
Nick said, giving her a weak smile. Oh, Nick, I'm so sorry. She patted his knee. We'll get to the bottom of this. Without hesitation, she dove into the pile of books, grabbing one at random. Any idea what we're looking for? I caught her up, and her eyes brightened. A retract-size spell? She flapped a hand. Piece of cake. All three of us stared, mouths open. Evangeline stood, unsheathed her wand, and leveled it at Nick. She shook back the long sleeves of her knit sweater.
Evie, wait,
Adam said, reaching for her arm. She frowned at him. I know what I'm doing, Adam, I promise. I wouldn't use Nick as some kind of guinea pig. It's not that, Evangeline. I pointed at the books. It's more than just doing the spell. We want to make sure it's the right spell. What do you know about it? We just studied this in my correspondence spellcraft class. It's used to return things, or in this case, people, to their original form. It's helpful for transfigurations gone wrong.
Or Randy Fox shifters, I muttered.
Sure? Evangeline replied. Never mind. I shook my head. You really don't want to know.
So if you do the spell, I'll go back to normal. No strings attached? I don't have to, I don't know, sacrifice my firstborn or avoid mirrors or something?
Evangeline nodded. It's a relatively simple solution. If it doesn't work, we'll keep looking, but it's usually best to start with the most obvious solution and go from there. Nick drew in a breath, holding it for a moment before puffing it out. He slapped his palms against his thighs and stood.
Okay, hit me with your best shot.
Adam grinned.
Fire away.
I rolled my eyes, then rapidly closed them, unable to watch as Evangeline began conjuring the spell. A pulse of heat washed over me, and I dared to peek through one eye. Stars! I can't believe it actually worked. Nick was staring at me, his hands on his face.
It worked?
Look at your feet, Twinkle Toes. He did, and immediately flung himself at Evangeline.
Thank you.
Happy to help, she replied, her voice strained as Nick squeezed her tightly against his still burlier-than-usual chest. He took a step back and realized that he was still 30-something pounds heavier than before, even though his legs were back to their normal shape and the paws had returned to proper feet.
Whoa, all of the muscles, none of the claws or fur, Nick said, inspecting his thick biceps.
Evangeline cocked her hip. Thank your lucky stars. I mean, I would have given you a discount, but all that waxing would have hurt more than just your wallet. Adam's plans to run the forest during the day were dashed early thanks to the police presence in the woods. They had the crime scene blocked off, and Adam wasn't able to get a close look at anything. He returned after 30 minutes, frustrated and edgy. He spent most of the day upstairs in his room, and I left him alone. Things between us were still strained after the previous night, and while we'd been back on our usual footing when Nick and Evangeline were with us, the lingering awkwardness was glaring when we were alone. To keep myself busy, I accompanied Nick to his condo and waited as he packed a duffel bag with a few days' worth of belongings. Though he was back to his usual form, and then some, he was wary of changing back unexpectedly and opted to take me up on the invitation to stay a few more days at the manor. We kept the conversation light, not dwelling on the previous night's events. We returned to the manor, and I went out to the greenhouse with Boots to get some work done. Surprisingly, even with all the madness, the day felt normal, and we all gathered for a big family-style dinner, Posy and Earl included. Lacey wandered down at some point to get her nightly vacuum-sealed pouch of faux blood. She'd informed us a few weeks ago that canned blood was so 2000s. I caught her eyeing Nick's new form, but she didn't ask about it, or the change, for that matter. After dinner, Adam disappeared upstairs for a while. When he returned, he was wearing a pair of jeans, a flannel shirt, and his signature leather jacket. He had on a pair of hiking boots and carried a water bottle. I jumped up from my seat on the couch, unceremoniously dumping Boots onto the floor. "Where do you think you're going?" I demanded, already knowing full well what his plan was. "Holly, Oh, no, you don't. Don't give me some only I can save the world kind of line here. You can't go out there. It's not safe." He frowned. "You know, that's pretty rich coming from the woman who charged after a deadly sorceress and nearly got herself killed barely a month ago." "Ugh!" I threw my hands up into the air. "When are you going to let that go, Adam? You can't keep throwing it at me." "Why not? It's true, isn't it?" I stared at him, my hands balled into tight fists. Magic pricked at my fingertips, begging to be released. Whenever my emotions swung too far in one direction or the other, the magic coiled up inside me loosened and fought to get free. There was no chance of me letting loose on Adam, tempting though it may be. "I'm going with you," I threw back. "You either let me go too, or we both stay here." Adam returned my cold stare. "No way, Holly. There could be more of them out there. If it was a wolf that was shot last night, his pack will come looking for him." "There won't be wolves. Not tonight." No full moon equaled no where anythings. "We don't know that," Adam said, the edges to his voice softening. "Nothing is certain anymore. Nick is walking, breathing proof. We have no idea how many little fanged soldiers Sasha had time to create before we took her down. She's not here anymore, but we really don't know what kind of legacy she left behind. The SPA is looking, but she spent years being one step ahead of them." He had a point. Batwings. "Something weird is going on out there," he continued. "Until we get to the bottom of it, we need to be on our guards. There aren't supposed to be wolves in our woods, period. We don't know what they were doing so close to the manor, but if there are more of them out there, I'm going to find out. There are wards and enchantments covering every inch of this property. We don't need to go after whatever or whoever you saw in the woods last night. Stay here, and we'll all be safe." My argument was futile. He'd already made up his mind, and there wasn't a way for me to change it. Adam wasn't the type to stay still when big, potentially dangerous questions were looming overhead. The problem was that I wasn't either. Adam sighed. "Holly, I'll be fine. I've taken on wolves before." "That may be true, but if this is magic, that's really my expertise." He threw his hands up. "Great. So then let's get Nick and Evie and that telepath friend of yours to tag along too. Want a ghost? I'm sure Posy's free. Maybe we can take Lacey too. She'd probably love to get her teeth into something." "Be serious," I scoffed, folding my arms. "I am, Holly. You want to go storm the woods like we're the freak show Avengers? Then let's do it." Nick entered the living room from the kitchen, Evangeline at his side. "Hey, you two," Evangeline said, smiling at us, serenely oblivious to the firestorm they'd walked into. "Got any big plans for the night?" "Adam thinks it would be a good idea to go traipsing through the woods," I told her. "I'm trying to talk him out of it, but not making a lot of progress. You want to take a crack at it?" Evangeline's smile slipped. "Adam, you can't go out there all alone." "I'm going," he said, his voice stone cold. "If you all want to tag along, I can't stop you. But if you want to catch whoever this is, you'd let me go alone. The more people hunting, the more likely it is we come back empty-handed. I work better alone.
Wolves hunt in packs, Nick suggested.
Adam bristled.
I'm not a wolf.
We all fell silent.
Don't any of you have lives outside of this house?
Lacey demanded from the top of the stairs.
Oh, she stopped short. I didn't see you there, Evangeline. I obviously didn't mean you.
Adam snorted, and I rolled my eyes.
Actually, we were just contemplating invading the forest on a werewolf hunt. You want in, princess?
Adam offered.
That seems right up your alley. We'll wait here if you need to change into whatever is trending for vampire huntresses these days.
I pressed my lips together as Lacey's ice-blue eyes narrowed into thin slits.
Hold your tongue, St. James. Or else I know plenty of people who would be happy to remove it for you. Aw, you wouldn't do it yourself? That's disappointing, Lace.
She sneered.
I just did my nails.
Nick looked a little green.
All right, guys, I interjected. Let's get back on track. You're really going on some wild werewolf hunt? Lacey asked coolly.
In a nutshell, yes, I replied.
When Nick and Adam went out last night, there was a strange werewolf in the forest. Someone was also shooting at it, or at them, or at something else entirely. We don't really know what happened except that somebody was shooting and they nearly killed Adam. But this morning, Chief Lincoln told us a body was found. She froze. In these woods?
I nodded. We think it was a wolf, in which case we need to know why it was wandering so close to the manor and if there are more. Her fair skin paled another shade.
What did the SPA have to say? Evangeline asked. Have either of you talked to your agents?
I looked to Adam. He gave a slight nod.
I spoke with someone at headquarters. There aren't any registered werewolves within a 200-mile radius of the harbor.
So it could have been anyone, she said glumly.
Pretty much, I agreed. Lacey considered her freshly painted fingernails. Well, if you ask me, tearing off into the woods after someone was just found dead is about the stupidest thing you could do.
Good thing no one asked you then, huh?
Adam snarled.
You did, actually. She dropped her hand. My family has been hunting werewolves since your ancestors were still making cave paintings with dinosaur droppings.
Adam growled. She shook her long sheet of platinum hair.
If anyone is capable of finding a werewolf, it's me.
I blinked, shocked that she was offering what sounded like help.
Well, once you peeled away the layers of sanctimonious, unbridled bragging, that is. Let me get this straight, Adam started. You're volunteering to go with us?
She took a long, pensive drink, then nodded.
You'd be fools not to take me up on the offer.
Adam folded his arms.
And this help is free? Out of the goodness of your cold, dead little heart?
Lacey's lips went into a cool smile.
There it is, he scoffed. What do you want?
Her eyes shifted to me.
Holly, I would like you to make me one potion.
Okay. What kind?
I'll tell you later. For now, just say you'll owe it to me.
I glanced at Adam. His expression was stony and unreadable.
All right, fine,
I said, returning my gaze to Lacey.
I'll do it, but nothing black magic.
She held up a hand.
Of course not.
With a decisive click of her high heel, she pivoted and started back up the stairs.
I'll go get changed.
Adam opened his mouth, wisecrack at the ready, but Lacey silenced him with a cold stare.
Don't ruin it, St. James.
She breezed up the stairs, and we all released a collective exhale when the door to her bedroom closed.
What did she mean when she said her family hunts werewolves?
Nick asked when she was gone.
Well, you know how in most vampire movies wolves and vamps are always at war?
He nodded slowly.
I guess.
Most movies don't get their facts straight, but they're right on with that one. Vamps and wolves have always hated each other. There's a long, complicated backstory, of course, but for now, all you really need to know is that your kind and Lacey's don't get along and probably never will. Nick looked past my shoulder at the door to the kitchen.
Should I be worried about her?
Attacking you? I smiled. No, Lacey's not that kind of vampire. In fact, most of them have gone soft in the last century or so. I figure it's like domesticating a dog. These days they have bottled blood, more money than they could possibly hope to spend, and the security of strategically placed people in the human and haven governmental structures. They don't need to go out hunting werewolves. There's nothing left to fight over anymore. They have everything they want.
And then some, Adam added in a sour tone.
I patted Nick's shoulder. Lacey likes you, Nick, in her own little frozen heart kind of way. Don't worry about it, all right? He nodded, but a flicker of anxiety lingered in his eyes. The real problem is what we're going to do with any remaining pack members once we find them. Chapter 9. Lacey reappeared 20 minutes later, wearing a pair of skin-tight black jeans, high-top boots, and a long-sleeve shirt that looked reinforced with some kind of body armor. A black belt hung around her tiny waist, displaying an impressive number of knives. It was a far cry from the splashy gowns and mini-dresses she usually wore on her way out of the manor. Even when she was dressed for bed, her pajama sets were made from expensive silks, and most nights she wore a full face of makeup, her hair never showing so much as one split end. It really wasn't fair. She was a living, well, sort of living, blow to my self-esteem. "Stop gawking," she snapped at all of us. Though, judging by the smile on her face and the little pop of her hip, she didn't mean a word. She loved the attention. "Adam, are you shifting?" I asked, tearing my eyes away from Lacey's tool belt of terror. Normally, he would go to his usual place in the woods, strip, and then shift. He had a hollowed-out tree stump where he stashed his clothes, so he wouldn't have to shift back and stumble into the house buck naked. I think at one point he pitched the idea of adding a giant doggy door to the manor. I could only imagine Posy's reaction to the notion of sawing a giant hole into one of her antique doors. Adam nodded and went down the hall toward my bedroom. A few minutes later, a giant black dog padded into the living room, his huge feet silent on the wood floors. He stopped at my side and brushed his muzzle against my hand. I glanced down at him and smiled. It was a silent peace treaty. At least for the moment, we were on the same side. "Shall we?" Evangeline asked, wand at the ready. We were both witches, but in many ways our skills were on opposite ends of the spectrum. She was more adept at wand work, and I preferred elemental magic and potion work. All witches and wizards have their own proclivity. I drew my power from the earth. It was the reason I was so good at gardening and making potions. Evangeline's power came from the stars. She worked with a wand and had been working on starfire spell work. Of the two of us, I was more powerful, but that was mainly due to study. Before moving to Beechwood Harbor and opening the Emerald, a day spa, Evangeline lived in the Los Angeles Haven and starred in a supernatural soap opera. Her magic was edited into her popular TV show during post-production, so she'd never needed to learn more than the basics. I often wondered how much she'd received as a child. She made up for any educational gaps by being a fast learner and having a healthy grip on her natural instincts. I had no doubt she would come into her own. It was only a matter of time. "Boots!" I called out. Lacey frowned. "We have to take the cat." "Yes, we do." She sighed. "All right, fine." Boots pushed his face against the kitchen door, licking the remnants of his dinner from his whiskers, and then squeezed through the opening he created. Lacey sighed, clearly not impressed with his feat. "He's good in a fight," I said, reaching down to stroke the top of his silky head. "Sure, whatever." Lacey strode to the door. The boots she wore must have been charmed because they didn't make a sound. "Let's go." Nick scurried past her as though worried she might chew into his neck if he lingered for even a moment. "Glad to see our little chat helped," I mused, watching him duck through the doorway. It was altogether strange to see him crunch up his now massive shoulders and sneak past her. His biceps were now the size of her waist, a fact that I spotted Lacey clearly observing on his way out of the house. "Stars," I muttered, grinding my teeth. The woods were quiet. It was the time of night, right after twilight, when all the birds were settled in their nests and the crickets and frogs were only starting to wake up to begin their nightly songs. Boots kept close to my ankles as I followed behind Adam and Lacey. Nick kept close to Evangeline, who wandered through the woods with the same expression she wore when shopping at a pricey department store. "At least it's a clear night," she said when she noticed me watching her. I smiled. "I guess so." "How are you feeling, Nick?" she asked. Nick shrugged. "Normal. At least, what I'm assuming is my new normal." He glanced down at his hands, as though waiting for them to sprout claws again. He'd been forced to wear thick sweatpants instead of his usual jeans, and his coat was unzipped, as it was now too tight across the chest and arms. Luckily, his favorite black stocking hat still fit. He wore it pulled down low on his brow. "It's probably going to feel like you're a fish out of water for a while," I said, "but I promise eventually you'll adapt." He frowned, but didn't argue the point. "What are we going to do if we find another wolf out here?" he asked instead. It was a good question. There were several possibilities. If they were friendly, we could ask questions. If it was one of their own they'd lost, we would pass on our condolences and then go our separate ways. But if they were hostile, the entire mission could go sideways quickly. I also found myself wondering about Lacey's eagerness to join the search. Was she really motivated by the promise of a custom potion, or were there ulterior motives at play? I couldn't recall her ever having asked for a potion before, which had me leaning toward the latter possibility. I didn't want to dwell on it for too long. Lacey was an heirloom vamp. At least that was what some people called her kind. She wasn't turned or made into a vampire. She'd been born one. Powerful vampire houses like House Vaughn were filled with ancient vampires who passed the so-called gift down to their offspring. Additionally, those vampires could go off and create their own children by turning humans, though it was rare in this day and age. Humans weren't aware of any of the goings-on of the supernatural world. Anytime they got close, the SPA would swoop in with memory charms or find a way to spin the story. It wasn't Bigfoot in the forest. It was a really tall bear. There was no such thing as ghosts. Instead, there was energy and radio waves. Of course, there were always humans more receptive to the supernatural world, but for the most part, they were blissfully unaware of the monsters lurking in their neighborhoods. I couldn't imagine the bedlam that would erupt if soccer moms found out just who was sitting beside them at the quarterly PTA meeting, or the horror of the neighborhood watch learning of a shifter who wandered through town as an old stray cat. It was generally accepted that the humans were better off not knowing. The vampires, whether they liked it or not, had agreed to the Haven Council laws when they were created centuries ago. Of course, with any ruling power, there were dissenters. The Vampire Council had been born in the shadows, a nasty fringe group with their own notions of how things should be run in the world. Number one being that vampires should come out of hiding and reveal themselves as the glorified beings they considered themselves to be. Thankfully, most vampires thought the Vampire Council was comprised of extremists who were likely to make the whole world go medieval if given the chance. The different houses warred with one another over money and turf, but most of them stood in agreement that the Vampire Council was to be kept in check. Several months back, I'd had a first-hand run-in with a member of the secretive council, and knew where Lacey stood on the issue. But still, I couldn't figure out why she'd be running through the woods with us when she could be out sipping a cocktail with her living dead gal pals. Normally, Lacey avoided us like the plague. She'd softened some since the terrible night that left Nick with a cursed gash across his chest. At the time, I figured it was because she had always harbored a little crush on him. I'd also wondered what would become of those feelings now that he was a wolf. That would be a star-crossed pair that would make Romeo and Juliet look like they were betrothed from birth. Werewolves and vampires did not fall in love. Up ahead, Lacey stopped, frozen in place. She held up one hand. We hadn't discussed hand signals ahead of time, but its meaning was clear. Evangeline, Nick, and I clustered together, watching her, waiting. Adam ignored her, forging ahead, his large nose glued to the ground. Pine needles and sticks from the huge evergreens that towered above us covered the forest floor. He snorted and snuffled, and then went stiff. "Wolves," Lacey whispered. He ducked his large head, and I extinguished the magic ball of light I'd conjured. "There's something else," she added, cocking one ear to the left. "Like?" I whispered. If we were about to be charged by a bear or a Bigfoot, I preferred a little heads up. Lacey gave a near imperceptible shake of her head. Her platinum hair and pale face were the only things visible in the filtered light of the moon. "Vampire," she finally said, her voice a sharp whisper. Nick's eyes flashed to mine, wide and panicked. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Lacey started forward, this time following Adam's lead, something he was sure to remind her about once he could talk again. He'd clearly picked up some kind of trail and wasn't slowing down to wait on any of us. We trooped along in silence, except for the occasional gasp or oomph after tripping over something. When Adam finally stopped moving, it was at a police line that taped off the perimeter of a small cabin. None of the lights were on inside, but when I illuminated the porch with an orb of light, it became clear that someone had been there recently. The porch was swept clean, not a stick or leaf on the wooden boards. A wreath was also on the front door. It was either a convincing fake or real fir boughs. "This must be where they found the body," I said. Adam glanced up at the police tape and proceeded to nonchalantly walk right underneath it. "Adam!" I hissed. "You'll muck up the crime scene!" He glanced back, but kept going, his nose skimming the ground. I sighed. "I wonder who lives all the way out here?" Evangeline wondered aloud. "I don't know, but I happen to know a highly qualified private investigator who could find out." Nick grunted when I playfully elbowed him. "Oh, come on, Nick, give yourself some credit. The curse doesn't affect your sleuthing skills." "It's not that." He shook his head. "I just don't think we should go poking around. If there is evidence here, a judge could throw it out if they suspect someone was tampering with it." Lacey jerked her chin at Adam. "He's the only one who's crossed, and for all they know, it's just a dog or coyote wandering through. All they'll see are paw prints in the dirt." I bottled up a counter-argument and watched as he sniffed the perimeter of the house. Then, just as quickly as he'd entered the crime scene, he left it, heading toward a thick grouping of trees. "I think this is where we should part ways," Lacey said, her eyes following after Adam. "The scent is getting fainter. If we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance. The Fleabag and I will travel faster without you three. We'll follow the scent. You fan out from here and see if you can find anything the police overlooked." I crossed my arms and looked to Adam. He stopped and nodded his giant doggy head. "That's the second time you two have agreed with each other today. It's kind of freaking me out." Without reply, Lacey broke into a silent run. Adam joined her, and the pair quickly melted into the night. I scoffed. "You know that if it was me, he'd be telling me to head back, to stay close to the manor. Why is it different when it's Lacey?" Evangeline eyed me. "Besides the fact that you're his girlfriend? I'm thinking it's because Lacey was wearing a belt of knives, and knows how to use them." Nick snorted. "Fine," I huffed. "What are we looking for? If they're off chasing the wolf pack and a possible vamp, where does that leave us?" Nick fidgeted with the yellow police tape. "I still don't think we should go poking around in there." I nodded. "Agreed. We can get information from Chief Lincoln. We need clues that the police will overlook." "Like what?" Evangeline asked, taking Nick's arm. I tapped a finger against my lips, thinking. It stilled as an idea popped into my head. Spinning around to face them, I raised a finger. "Nick, what's the first thing Adam told you to do to prep for your change?" He shrugged. "Pack a bag?" "Exactly." I smiled. If the victim was a wolf, he would have brought a backpack out here. Water, snacks, change of clothes, and mouthwash. "Mouthwash?" Evangeline repeated. "Apparently the wolf eats a bunch of foul things while out running amok." "Oh, raw meat and stuff." I wrinkled my nose. "Apparently those are just the appetizers." Evangeline grimaced. I turned away and started scanning the trees. "Adam hides his stuff in a hollowed-out tree. Maybe we can find where the victim hid his." "Is there a way to trace something like that?" Nick asked. "With magic, I mean?" I frowned. Not easily without something to start with. If we had something that belonged to him, we could maybe put together a spell. As is, we're just going to have to stick to the old-fashioned way. We all fanned out, Boots included, and started combing the area. Nick carried a flashlight and stuck close to Evangeline, who used her wand to light the way. There was a chance the police would have already found the pack if it was nearby, but without knowing how far they'd managed to search, it was the best place to start. The sounds of the woods changed as we stumbled around. After an hour, we circled back and met up at the cabin again. Unfortunately, we were all still empty-handed. The temperature had dropped, and there was still no sign of Adam and Lacey. "Should we go back and wait?" Evangeline asked through a shiver. Nick removed his coat and gave it to her. She thanked him. "Come on, Holly, let's go back," she said, snuggling into the coat. I looked up through a gap in the tall pine trees and stared at the waning moon. "Adam and Lacey might already be there waiting for us." I nodded and followed as they started back toward the manor. We walked in silence, but soon overheard a muttering voice. A chill went down my spine, but I forced myself to creep forward toward the sound. Whoever it was sounded agitated, but alone. Suddenly, Boots raced out ahead of us and tore through the brush. "Boots!" I took off after him, cursing his impulsive move. The trees thinned, and I stopped short when I spotted Boots's target. Wait a second. We know that guy. There, standing in the clearing where I'd found Nick the night before, stood the leprechaun. Chapter 10. The leprechaun glanced up, took in the tubby cat and angry witch barreling at him, and vanished in a puff of smoke. I skidded to a halt, staring in disbelief at the place he'd just been standing. He was just... Nick and Evangeline caught up to me. "What was it?" they both asked in unison. "The leprechaun, who's been stealing gnomes and leading the town scavenger hunt." "Rearranging gnomes," Nick corrected. "Why?" Evangeline asked. We shrugged. "I wonder what he was doing all the way out here." I asked no one in particular. Boots was still wandering around, sniffing at the dissipating smoke and twitching his thick tail. "Come on, Boots, let's get back home." He disregarded me. Typical. "Fine, but it's your tuna dinner that you'll be missing," I added. Still nothing. "Cats," I muttered. "You want to wait for him?" Evangeline asked. I shook my head. "He'll come home when he's hungry." We started back to the manor, and Evangeline launched into what must have been a dropped conversation from when they were searching together. "All the werewolves I knew in L.A. were kind and generous," Evangeline told him. "In the Haven, they have special were-friendly hotels where they all go on the night of the full moon. They'd get spa treatments and then go into their specially sealed rooms for the actual change. That way everyone was safe and the stress over the change vanished." "So they'd go into cages?" Evangeline frowned. "I never really thought of it that way, but I guess so. I heard they pumped special pheromones and calming scents into the rooms, and combined with the spa treatments and gourmet food, the wares came out looking refreshed and relaxed instead of dirty and haggard like they do if they change in the wild." "Do they have something like that in Seattle?" he asked, glancing past Evangeline to me. "I'm sure they do." I stooped to duck under a low-hanging branch. "I've never really looked into it, to be honest." I felt stupid for not having considered it before. Then again, Evangeline hadn't brought it up either. In the end, it was for the best that Nick had been close by when he finally experienced his first change. If he'd been in the Haven and gone through his half-change, there wasn't a doubt that someone would have called the SPA to collect him. "I guess it doesn't really matter now," he said. "We don't even know if I'm a real werewolf." "We'll Nick shot me a withering glance, and the words died on my lips. We walked in silence for a few more minutes, each focusing on the ground in front of us. There wasn't a clear path through the woods, so we were navigating a labyrinth of tree roots, sticks and stumps, and slippery patches of moss. A pine-cone obstacle course. At least there wasn't someone chasing us with a shotgun this time. "Hey, what about that leprechaun, though?" I said, hoping to reignite the conversation as we neared the edge of the woods. "You want to go out looking for him again tomorrow night, Nick?" He shrugged. "I don't know.
Even if we figured it out, it's not like I could do a follow-up meeting with the Lucky Lady gang. Not when I could sprout fangs and claws and an absurd amount of body hair at any moment.
Evangeline cast a helpless look at me. I moved to Nick's other side and threaded my arm through his. A gentle squeeze was all I could offer him, until I had time for some further investigation. Nick offered me a sad smile, and my heart ached. We broke through the tree line behind the manor and trooped across the frost-covered yard. I glanced back just as Boots darted from the trees. "Some timing, Bootsy," I said with a chuckle. "Guess that promise of tuna was too much to resist, huh?" I reached down and scooped up the large tabby, nearly throwing out my lower back in the process. As we got closer to the porch lights, I realized he had something clenched between his teeth. "What did you bring?" 3 green sticky notes dropped into my hand, and I frowned. "Thanks, I think." "At least it wasn't a dead rat," Evangeline said, glancing over her shoulder. "That's all Flurry ever thinks to bring me." I smiled, imagining the look on her delicate face when her giant hawk familiar would bestow her with his specially caught gifts. Moving into the light, I glanced down at the notes. "Wait a second," I said with a start. I held the notes out to Nick. "Look at these." Nick's brow furrowed. "These look like the ones the leprechaun had on him, but they're not the right shape." "The ones he had, and the ones Mrs. Brooks showed us, were shaped like 4-leaf clovers. These are just the kind you find at any office store." "Different handwriting, too," Nick added, as he inspected the note. "Maybe that's what he was so upset about," I added. "Someone is interrupting his game." "What do they say?" Evangeline asked. I plucked up the top note. "This one shows a series of numbers." "It looks like latitude and longitude," Nick said, taking the note. "This one says, 'You'll find the treasure when the sun sets,'" I continued, moving to the next note in the stack. "Well, that's just ridiculous," Evangeline interjected, taking that note. "Everyone knows that leprechauns don't actually have treasure." I laughed. "And if they did, isn't it supposed to be at the end of a rainbow?" Nick nodded. "That's what I've always heard. But you know, the last time I believed in leprechauns, I was probably 5. "Which went first, leprechauns or the Easter Bunny?" "Tooth Fairy," he said. "I lost one and my mom forgot to put some money under my pillow. She tried to tell me that even the Tooth Fairy is allowed to take a vacation, but I never believed again." I pressed my lips together to conceal a giggle. "Poor little Nicky." A grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Nicky?" I shrugged my shoulder. "I bet you were adorable. I can imagine you storming out of your bedroom dressed in a matching pajama set, holding up the tooth. 'Exhibit A!'" He broke into a laugh, and a surge of relief shot through me. "You've got me all figured out, huh?" I wiggled an eyebrow. "I bet you were ironing your own clothes by age 10. He snorted. 12, actually. Evangeline laughed and took Nick's other arm. We filed into the kitchen. I started a kettle for tea, and Evangeline went to the fridge to rummage around for something to eat. In the back of my head, I gave her a 3-second countdown before she'd abandon the search and go for the stack of glossy menus of local restaurants tucked into a folder on the far counter. We hadn't dubbed her the takeout queen for nothing. Nick took a seat and slung one arm over the back as he twisted to watch us. "Hey, we never got around to looking at that last note. What does it say? Maybe it will help us corner him again so we can ask him to leave the gnomes alone." "Oh, right." I turned up the flame under the kettle and dug into my pocket. I unfolded the last note and held it up. "Let's see. 'A cabin in the woods has the goods.'" I frowned. "Seems like the note Mrs. Brooks had was a little more whimsical." Nick nodded. "Agreed." Evangeline shut the fridge door right on cue, and I stifled a laugh as she casually glided across the kitchen and reached for the folder of menus. "Does anyone feel like getting some takeout?" I said right as she did. She wrinkled her nose at me. "Har, har. Guess I won't have to worry about you stealing my spring rolls this time." I placed my palms together. "I'm sorry, oh great takeout queen, please take pity on this poor hungry peasant." Evangeline scoffed, but couldn't hide her smile when she dug out the well-loved sheet of paper for the Chinese place across town. "Just this once, but in the future, Holly dear, do try to contain yourself."
Adam padded into the kitchen, freshly showered and dressed in a pair of fleece athletic pants and a plain t-shirt.
"Oh, are we ordering food?"
he asked, his eyes zeroing in on Evangeline's hands like a pair of heat-seeking missiles. I rolled my eyes and went back to making a mug of tea. "We didn't even know you two were back."
"Maybe 10 minutes ago," he replied,
hovering over Evangeline's shoulder so he could consider his choices from the menu in her hands. Lacey shoved into the kitchen half a second later, though she was still in her Xena warrior princess ensemble. Apparently she wanted to ride that high a little while longer. Without looking up from the menu, Adam continued,
"The trail went cold near this old Fleabag motel."
"Your kind of place," Lacey cooed. He bared his teeth at her. "Boots found these," I told him, digging the notes from my pocket. "We think the leprechaun Nick and I tracked the other day dropped them, but the handwriting is wrong and the notes aren't the right shape." I handed him the note with the numbers scrawled across it. "These look like coordinates. Can you figure out where they're pointing?"
"It's called a computer, gorgeous. You should really let me teach you how to use one."
I flapped a hand. "I've got magic. I don't need a computer." Adam raised a thick brow. "Usually," I hurried to add.
"Give me the coordinates," he said,
pulling his phone from his pocket. I rattled off the numbers and Adam plugged them into his phone. He swore under his breath when the results popped up.
"This isn't good."
My stomach sank even lower. Adam pinched his fingers on the screen and flipped the phone to its side.
"Those coordinates lead right to the cabin where the shooting happened."
"What?" I set my tea down before my shaking hands gave out.
"Yeah."
He stepped toward me and flipped the phone so I could see. Sure enough, right there on the screen was a fuzzy satellite shot of the cabin peeking out through the thick trees. Why would someone be luring people to a crime scene? I looked down at the last note in my hand, and my stomach tightened into a knot. "We have to find that leprechaun. He's the only one who knows where these notes came from." Adam put his phone away, and I sagged back against the counter. "Please tell us you found something helpful."
"Not at the crime scene," he replied. "The victim was a wolf, though. The smell was all over. We tracked the way he must have come, and it led to this rundown motel. Dolphin something or other."
Evangeline stilled, the paper menu in her hands all but forgotten. "The dancing dolphin?" Adam frowned at her.
"Yeah, actually. How did you—"
Her caramel skin drained of its usual glow. "That was Ben's Pack's meeting place." Chapter 11. Traditionally speaking, tracking down a leprechaun is nearly impossible. But with a little magic and an established pattern of behavior, I had a pretty good place to start. Nick accompanied me to a garden supply store a few towns over, and we bought a quirky little garden gnome for ourselves. I spent the rest of the day cooking up a serious enchantment. It was a simple enough process, but I took my time with it, preferring to keep my hands busy rather than sit around obsessing over what might be lurking just yards away from the manor's back door. I tossed and turned all through the night, seeing Sasha's cruel smile every time I closed my eyes. Something told me she had a hand in this, even if it was from her magically fortified cell. When dusk fell, our trap was set. It would be impossible for the little fellow to resist. It was bright and shiny, with little glittering lights at the center of the polka dots on its little painted-on shirt.
"You sure this is going to work?"
Nick asked, as we placed the gnome in front of the manor.
"He touches the gnome and he's trapped?"
"Pretty much. He won't get hurt, but as soon as he touches the gnome, an orb of light will come up and capture him. Leprechauns have their own magic, but it's not very strong. He won't be able to do his smoke and poof routine until we let him go. Which we will, of course, but not until he gives us some answers." Nick rocked back on his heels, staring at the lawn ornament.
"It's too bad real gnomes don't look like this," he said absently. "The pictures in those textbooks you gave me made them look like mud-covered trolls. I would feel better if they wore patchwork jeans and pointy hats."
"Tell me about it." I stepped back to examine my work, mentally running through the spell again to make sure everything was set. "Don't forget about the sharp teeth." Nick shook his head.
"I still can't quite believe all of this is real. I read the books, see the pictures. Heck, I've even been to the Haven to see all of this stuff firsthand, but it hasn't quite sunk in yet.
It's going to feel kind of like Alice in Wonderland for a while, I imagine. Stars, I grew up in the Haven and still run across things that stop me in my tracks. Well, like... I stopped short and flashed a guilty look.
Like me?
Nick finished. Well, if I'm honest, yes. I've never heard of anything like this happening before. He was still back to his normal self, but there was an energy buzzing around him. He was restless and anxious. I understood why, but I wish there was a way to get him to relax, even just a little. My magic is reliant on my mood. If I go too far on the spectrum in any direction, happy, sad, especially angry, magic will surge to the surface.
Great, he scoffed. I'm one bad day away from being Wolfman again. Somehow I don't think eating a Snickers is going to solve the problem.
I smiled and then reached over to rest a hand on his shoulder. We don't know that, Nick. All I'm trying to say is that you need to get back to your regular life. You can't avoid your condo and work and your usual routine out of fear of the unknown. He didn't respond. It's going to be dark soon. We should go in. He sidestepped, and my hand fell from his shoulder.
I think I'm going to take a quick walk, if you don't mind.
I blinked. No, of course not. Without another word, he turned away and started for the sidewalk. My heart sank as he walked away, his shoulders slumped forward. When he was first attacked by Ben, I'd mourned for him. I knew the loss of his normal life would hit him hard. But there had also been a part of me that knew he was going to be all right. In the weeks before the change, he'd slowly come out of his own grieving period and started asking questions about his new life. I'd spent days with him, answering all his questions and showing him the entire new world that had been veiled from him before. There had been glimmers of excitement as he uncovered new and fantastic stories and creatures, especially when we'd gone into the Haven itself and he'd been able to see it all firsthand. But then, in the final week before the change, he'd retreated again. Now, it appeared he was crawling back into that dark space, maybe even deeper than before. I watched him round the corner and wondered if things would be different if the change had gone according to plan. If he'd been able to run the forest, mark his territory, howl at the moon, whatever werewolves did for fun, would things be better? Sighing, I turned back and went inside the house to wait for the leprechaun to show up. Adam was in the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards.
Did you have fun setting your trap?
I guess. He turned away and raised an eyebrow at me.
What's wrong?
I'm worried about Nick.
Ah.
Have you heard back from anyone yet? Someone has to have an idea of what we're dealing with. Adam pulled out a loaf of bread, a jar of peanut butter, and a jar of marshmallow fluff. The old standby. He grabbed a knife on his way to the table and plopped down in the chair beside me.
I've made some calls, Holly, but no one seems to have any experience with something like this. I'm beginning to think that we might need to go to the source.
I wrinkled my nose. You don't mean... He nodded. I groaned. You know what sounds like more fun? Drenching myself with honey and running into a den of hibernating bears.
It's just a suggestion, he replied with a shrug. It's not like the SPA is going to release her, but maybe there's something else she wants. You help her, she helps us.
Yeah, Sasha Pringle seems like a completely reasonable woman. She'd probably just love to play Let's Make a Deal. I guess while I'm there, I can ask if any more of her science projects are running around in our backyard. Cut to the chase instead of shaking down leprechauns for answers. He slathered peanut butter on his first slice of bread and then looked up at me.
I know you, Holly. If you don't do anything, you're going to sit around here stewing, and eventually you'll drive yourself, or the rest of us, completely crazy.
Even if I was desperate enough to go along with this plan, how would I get access to her? Wherever they're keeping her probably isn't the kind of place with visiting hours.
Agent Bramble likes you. She'll help you out.
I tilted my head. He was probably right. But I still didn't like the idea of facing the woman who nearly killed me months before. And if I didn't even want to sit down with her, I definitely didn't want to ask for her help. What do you think it is that Lacey wants from me? I asked him, after a beat of silence. He'd moved on to layering the bread with thick ribbons of marshmallow fluff. I tried not to gag.
Who knows? Probably some kind of lotion to tighten her skin.
I frowned. I don't know. There are about 1,000,000 places she could get something like that.
He shrugged. Maybe she doesn't want anyone to know she uses the stuff.
Maybe. It still seemed far-fetched. Lacey was after something specific, something she knew I could give to her. I shoved the thought aside, supposing that I would know soon enough. It wasn't like Lacey was shy. Adam mashed his bread together, creating a triple-decker sandwich, and took a large bite. He held it out, offering me some, but knowing full well that I wasn't interested. I smiled and shook my head. "Are we okay?" I asked after a moment. He set the sandwich aside.
"We will be."
For some reason, his answer felt empty and didn't go very far towards closing the chasm between us. "I know that I drive you crazy sometimes, but you have to remember that I'm used to doing things on my own. I've basically been alone since my parents died. In the beginning, I had my Aunt Bethany, but after the mess with Gabriel, she was gone too. Since then, it's just been me." He nodded.
"I get that, Holly. I do. But you also have to understand that I'm protective. I'm never going to be okay with you racing into danger."
"But Adam, to you everything is dangerous. You can't keep me smothered in bubble wrap or up on a pedestal. I'm not some helpless damsel in distress. I've proven that I can handle myself. You've seen me do it." His jaw clenched, but he didn't argue the point. "We're supposed to have each other's backs here. That's the whole point, isn't it?" He inclined his head, his eyes shifting back and forth like he couldn't land on an answer. I sat back in my chair and folded my arms. What is the point, if not that? Don't tell me this has all been some charade, and now you're going to tell me you just want someone to stay home, give you little shifter babies, and wash the dishes when you're done with your dinner.
Holly.
Well, that's what you're making it sound like.
The little woman needs to know her place, at home, safe and sound. So because I want you to be careful, that means that I'm automatically a chauvinist? Nice.
I didn't say that, I retorted through clenched teeth.
Then what are you saying?
He asked, his voice barely a constrained growl. I raked my fingers through my ponytail and tried to get a grip on my anger before it spiraled out of control. We'd already said things we'd likely regret later. Finally, I sighed and dropped my hands to the table. I'm saying that it doesn't feel like either of us has a map. We don't know what we're doing or where we're going. Adam's expression softened as his brows drew together.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It just seems like we're falling behind, or wandering. My eyes flew around the kitchen, trying to pin down my argument. Cassie and Chief are set to get engaged any day now. We started dating before them, but apparently we're still at the starting line, trying to figure out which direction we're supposed to run.
Is that what you want? A ring? A big fancy wedding?
Well, no. I mean, maybe. Someday?
Then what is it you do want, Holly? Right now. Today. 'Cause I'm tired of trying to guess. You want to be independent and only think about yourself, but simultaneously, you want to be in a relationship and move forward into something else. Something more serious. He shook his head. You can't have it both ways.
Why not? I fired back, my temper flaring. Why is it too much to ask that you respect me as a fighter and let me stand beside you instead of pushing me back? Adam drew in a slow breath, and when he spoke, his voice was even and calm.
I can't think about the future when every few months we land ourselves in the middle of a dangerous situation. A month ago, you were carted off by that crazed sorceress. Now we've got strange wolves in our woods who may or may not belong to her. One of them is already dead, and we don't know who killed him.
He swore under his breath.
I mean, stars, Holly, I don't want this life. There is a reason I moved out of the Havens. I want to live a normal life.
I narrowed my eyes. I do too. He stared at me, unblinking.
Then why are you the first to volunteer to go on midnight wolf hunts, trap leprechauns, or wrestle gargoyles in the front yard?
Hey, it's not like I signed up for any of this stuff, I argued, throwing my hands up. You can't make me out to be some kind of reckless thrill seeker. I only get involved when I have to.
I'm not blaming you, Holly. It's just that ever since you moved into the manor, things have been chaotic. There's always something going on. At first, I'll admit I was drawn to it. To your spirit and the adventure. It reminded me of another time. But at the end of the day, I want something quiet. I want to work during the day, eat a nice dinner, go run the woods just for fun, not because there's a shotgun-wielding lunatic chasing me down. On weekends, I'd like to go to the movies or hang out at the beach, not break into vampire clubs or teach our friend how to be a werewolf. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose. His eyes closed for a moment. Maybe that's disappointing to you, but it's the truth.
Adam, we can have a normal life. I reached out and took his hand, pulling it away from his face until he looked at me. What I want doesn't look all that different than what you do. Sure, I go into the Haven now, but that's just for business. I don't want to live there. Not anymore. I'm sorry that I didn't realize you were struggling with what happened with Sasha. But I promise, I'm not going to take any unnecessary risks. And as long as my friends are safe, I'm not charging into danger. I smiled at him, but he pulled his hand away. He glanced down at the table.
I've been thinking about relocating.
The words hit me like a sledgehammer. What? Relocating where? When? He met my gaze, and I realized he was dead serious.
Too much has happened here. I want to leave the memories behind. I was hoping you would go with me. We could have a fresh start in a new town.
Adam, I don't want to leave. This place is the closest thing to home that I've had since I left San Francisco.
He held up one hand. It's not something we have to decide right now. I haven't started making plans or anything, but it's something I'd like you to consider.
I sagged back against my chair. It felt like someone had knocked all the wind from my lungs. Adam stood and carried his plate to the sink. As I watched his back, a jolt of magic pulsed, like a sharp tap on the shoulder. My trap, I said. Can we finish this conversation later? Adam clenched his jaw, but managed a small nod.
Sure.
I started to invite him, but the words died before they reached the tip of my tongue, and I hurried from the kitchen. Chapter 12.
Holly!
Nick was already on the front lawn when I stepped out onto the porch, stuffing my arms into my coat.
It worked,
he said, pointing at the lawn gnome. A circle of light surrounded it, and encapsulated inside the glittering lights was the small and irritated leprechaun. Nick laughed.
I can't believe it worked.
I forced a smile. You doubted my spell work? I'm offended.
What do we do next?
I looked past Nick to the nearby houses. They were a ways off, but a strange ball of light in the front yard might prove hard to explain if any of them were to notice. Let's take him to my greenhouse, I said.
Okay. How do we do that?
I lifted my hand, harnessed the power waiting for me, and waved my hand at the leprechaun. The gnome stayed put, but the capsule of light moved over the grass so gently that not a blade was disturbed. Once inside the greenhouse, I released the orb, and it deposited the leprechaun onto my work table with a soft plop. He crossed his arms and puffed out his red cheeks.
What's the meaning of this? He demanded.
I held up the square sticky notes. These belong to you? He narrowed his eyes.
Hey, where did you get those?
We found them in the woods. You were being a bit of a litterbug, I replied. The leprechaun shifted uncomfortably. Though to be fair, that could have been the cold, hard table's fault. What's your name? I asked.
I'm not telling.
I rolled my eyes. Fine, we'll call you McGregor.
Why does everyone think that just because I'm a leprechaun means I must be Irish? It's insulting. Stereotyping at its worst.
Nick cocked his head.
You're not Irish?
The feisty leprechaun leveled him with a stare.
What are you, anyway? I can't pick it up. Some kind of shifter?
I steeled myself, but Nick charged ahead.
How about this? I'll tell you what I am if you give us your name.
Come on, I said. We all know getting your name isn't some kind of trick to getting a magical wish or something. Just cooperate, and you can get out of here, back to whatever it is you're doing. Nick raised a finger.
But you need to find a new hobby. Leave the garden gnomes alone.
Yeah, what's with that anyway? The leprechaun glared at us for a moment longer. Then the harsh look faded and he blew out a puff of air.
Fine.
I wasn't sure I believed him any farther than I could throw him, which, considering his stature, might actually be a ways. Regardless, he was a trickster, and I'd learned long ago that with creatures like leprechauns, if their lips were moving, there was a good chance they were lying. Or, as they would put it, speaking in riddles too complicated for us more simple-minded beings.
My name is Barnaby.
I frowned. That's not Irish?
No, it's English, thank you very much,
he countered, his tone testy.
You're thinking Blarney, the stone.
Ah, right.
Huh,
Nick smiled.
Learn something new every day.
Barnaby crossed his arms.
Can we get to the point here? I have better things to do than educate you two.
Nick raised his eyebrows. He probably hadn't been expecting the supernatural world to come with so much sass. He stepped forward and held up the sticky notes again.
We know you're the one running the scavenger hunt around town.
In between gnome kidnapping, I muttered.
Now these notes lead to a cabin in the woods, and we want to know why. I don't know anything about those notes, Barnaby insisted. So they're not yours?
Barnaby glared.
Not those ones. I only had those because I ripped them down last night. Someone else is trying to horn in on my game.
Any idea who? He jerked his head back and forth, his lower lip protruding into an impressive pout.
It's not fair. This is the one time of year we leprechauns get to let loose and have some fun, and someone wants to steal my thunder.
We think these clues point to a cabin out in the woods. Were you out there last night looking for it? He hesitated, searching our faces for a moment. Finally he sighed and dropped his arms, his chubby hands automatically clasping together in his lap.
They weren't very good. The clues, I mean. Whoever wrote these obviously doesn't have the skill of a leprechaun. We spend all year coming up with riddles. These look like they were thrown together with absolutely no thought. It's a disgrace.
What are the clues supposed to be for? Nick asked.
Long ago, we were free to romp and play. All the stories about us were true. We hid gold and left clues. When somebody finally stumbled upon it, we had ways of seeing if they were worthy of the pot of treasure. We'd ask riddles, and if they were right, they kept the gold. Sadly, those days are gone now.
What happened? Nick asked. Barnaby shrugged his miniature shoulders.
We lost all the gold.
Oh. Nick glanced at me and I blinked.
I'm, sorry to hear about that. See, gold has no value in our society. We barter and trade with one another. The gold we'd found and collected was as disposable to us as an empty soda can is to your kind. We gave it away because it was fun. A game.
Geez, where were you guys a few years ago when someone ran my windshield through a surfboard? Nick said. I smiled. Only in California.
Something tells me you wouldn't have been able to sort out the riddle,
Barnaby replied, dead serious. Nick bristled. Hey. Grinning, I patted his shoulder before shifting my attention back to Barnaby. So what are these clues leading people to, if not gold?
Trinkets, mostly. Occasionally some of their human money. We made an agreement that we would scale things down and only set out clues in the week leading up to St. Patrick's Day.
I nodded. Makes sense.
Every leprechaun does their own game. As for me, I don't particularly like talking to humans. I find them tiresome. Used to do rainbows, but that got too time-consuming. Creating a rainbow takes a lot of energy. So I put my own spin on the trail of shamrocks.
He reached into his jacket and held up a pack of sticky notes. He wriggled his eyebrows.
Pretty clever, huh?
It's obviously working, I replied. You've got the whole town buzzing about it. Everyone is keeping an eye out for one of those notes. That's kind of the problem, though. Someone else is using your strategy, but for nefarious reasons. Barnaby's eyes narrowed again.
Nefarious? What are you trying to say?
The place these notes lead to is now a crime scene. Someone was shooting in the woods 2 nights ago, and the next morning, the police located a body.
I don't know anything about that.
Obviously flustered, Barnaby threw his hands in the air.
All I did was take the notes down so no one else could find them.
Where did you find them? The leprechaun dropped his eyes to his ankles, where a band of magic swirled, keeping him locked in place.
I'll tell you, just as soon as you take off the cuffs. I've got bad circulation.
I narrowed my eyes at him. You think I'm that stupid? He crossed his arms again and glared at me.
You want to know where the notes came from? Let me go.
Nick inclined his head, and with a sigh I flicked my hands and released the bond from his ankles. He made a show of rolling them in circles as though he'd been cuffed for months, not a handful of minutes. Okay, come on, tell us where the... I caught the glint in his eyes a moment too late. With a snap of his fingers, an explosion of blue smoke filled the greenhouse. I couldn't see Nick through the thick fog, but heard him sputter and cough. Holding my breath, I stepped back and felt for the door handle. I shouldered the door open and hurried out into the cool night. Nice try, Barnaby, I said through gritted teeth, spotting the portly leprechaun barreling toward the tree line at the back of the property. With a sneer, I raised my hands and fired off a stunning spell without an ounce of remorse as he toppled over and yelped when he landed hard on the frost-covered ground. Nick appeared at my side, eyes watering. Nice shot, he coughed. All I can say is that he better hope his little smoke bomb didn't kill any of my plants, or I'll let Flurry carry him off to his nest.
Let me go,
Barnaby howled as we approached him.
You can't keep me prisoner.
Oh, yeah? I crossed my arms and scowled down at him, writhing at my feet. Pretty sure we could. But luckily for you, that's not what we want.
That does sound like a lot of work,
Nick added, smiling over at me. Hold up your end of the deal and we'll hold up ours. Tell us where you found the notes and we'll let you go. Last chance, Barnaby.
Or else what?
He demanded, pumping his little fists as he struggled to break free of the spell completely. I conjured a ball of magic and let it dance along my fingertips.
Okay. I found the notes in the parking lot at the head of the hiking trail that goes along the bluff. They were stuck together all in a pile beside a real fancy-looking sports car. I don't know who left them or where. All I know is they weren't mine.
Nick and I exchanged a quick glance, and then I released the hold on the leprechaun. Barnaby sprung up to his feet and dusted himself, growling something under his breath. One more thing, Nick said, raising a finger. What's the thing with the lawn gnomes? Barnaby shrugged.
I just like them.
All right, we'll make you a deal. We'll let you keep playing your game, but you have to promise us no more messing with the gnomes. And if you see any of these imposter notes, you'll bring them to us right away. Barnaby tucked his chin, fixating on his shiny black shoes as he thought it over. Nick sighed and reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 shiny coins. Haven currency. The glittering coin automatically caught Barnaby's eye, and he flicked out and nabbed them from Nick's hand.
Okay, you've got a deal.
Without waiting, he jumped into the air, clicked his heels, and tore off into the woods. I laughed. How did you know that would work? I figured they're kind of like magpies. Anything shiny is irresistible. We stood at the edge of the woods a moment longer. You're pretty good at the whole bartering thing, I said, turning back toward the manor. Smoke still poured out of the greenhouse a few yards away. I'd have to leave it open for a little longer before closing it up for the night, shutting out the frost. I glanced over at Nick. I should take you with me when I go to see Sasha. Nick reared back. What? Since when are you going to see Sasha? I haven't figured it out yet, but I figure she's the best chance we have at figuring out how to get you back to normal. If there's a chance I can get that information from her, it's worth trying to strike a deal. Halls, she's crazy. You can't reason with her. She's evil, that's for sure, Crazy? I don't think so. Nick slipped his hands into the front pockets of his thick coat. I know I haven't been coping with this whole wolf thing very well. I'm sorry you had to put up with me, but please, Holly, don't do anything reckless on my account. We both know that Sasha isn't going to fall for a few gold coins. She's going to want something much more costly. He shook his head. I'll be fine. It's just going to take some time, like you and Evie have been saying all along. A small smile crossed my lips. Tonight was the first time you felt like you. He returned my grin. Yeah, I think you're right. I brushed his shoulder. I made you a promise, Nick. I'm not giving up until we know what's going on. Thank you, Holly. His voice was thick, making the space between us feel even closer. Our eyes met, and his brow creased. You all right? Sure, I replied, trying to infuse brightness into my voice. From the look on Nick's face, he wasn't buying it. I sighed and glanced up at the backside of the manor. The light was out in the kitchen, but the one in Adam's bedroom was on. Frankly, I wasn't buying it either. Chapter 13. The following morning, I took the sticky notes to Chief Lincoln. The only problem was that I had no idea how I was supposed to pass off the evidence without getting into a whole lot of complicated explanation. I could hardly say, sir, I was out walking and found these. Isn't it weird they point to a murder scene? Of course, that still sounded better than the whole leprechaun thing. When I pulled open the door to the police station, I still hadn't quite landed on just what to say. By some stroke of luck, I ended up with a little extra time to think, because before I could even get into Chief Lincoln's office, Cassie strolled into the bullpen carrying a couple of turquoise-blue siren song pastry boxes. Judging by the speed at which every officer hopped up, this was a regular thing. Cassie smiled when she saw me. Holly, what are you doing here? I'm here to see the chief. Oh? She arched a brow. Well, if I'd known you were in the area, I would have had you help me bring all this over. I stepped forward and took a box from her, but it was no sooner in my hands than one of the officers took it from me. I smiled at Cassie. Sorry, I was planning to stop by afterward. Chief Lincoln came out of his office. Sweetheart, what are you doing? He noticed the boxes being passed around and gave a knowing smile. You spoil them, he said. I'm going to have to petition the mayor to get a treadmill set up in the basement. A round of boos rang through the room. We all know who the real Danish monster is, Chief, one of the officers called out over the jeers. I stifled a laugh as Chief rolled his shoulders back and ran a hand down his relatively flat stomach. He'd put on a little paunch since he started dating Cassie, no doubt thanks to her killer skills in the kitchen, in addition to the free pastries, but was still in great shape and could handle himself in the field. No questions asked. As the round of teasing continued, I sidestepped to where the officers had set up their command post for the investigation. Crime scene photos showed the evidence collected in the woods. Several shots showed the exterior of the small cabin. My eyes drifted over to the more grisly photos and quickly dropped to the table before the large whiteboard. I wasn't necessarily squeamish, but there was a huge difference between seeing something on a TV show or movie and having it become a reality a few miles from your backyard. There was a table underneath the board of photos. Unfortunately, it didn't look like the police had much to display. With no clothes, personal effects, or ID, there wasn't much they could gather on the victim. You wanted to see me? Chief Lincoln asked, a Danish pinched between his fingers. I pulled the notes from my pocket. I'm sure you're aware that there is some kind of scavenger hunt going on? He tore off a bite of the pastry and nodded. I've lived in this town my whole life, but that was a new one for me. Well, somebody found these clues and brought them to my attention. His eyebrows lifted. It's a long story. Basically, these sticky notes don't match the others, and the handwriting doesn't either. They stuck out to me. Then I got to digging and found out that they're leading the finder to that cabin. I pointed at one of the glossy photos hanging on the board. Chief swallowed a large bite, his eyes wider than before. You think someone is purposefully leading people out to the woods? I shrugged. I don't really know for sure, but I think it's worth looking into. He set aside the last two bites and brushed his fingers off on a handkerchief he retrieved from his pocket. When he was satisfied his hands were clean, he reached out and took the notes.
When were these found? Before or after the shooting?
After. His tanned skin went sallow. I watched as his trained eyes raked over each of the notes 3 times. Without a word, he snapped his fingers at one of the officers. The mood shifted with a palpable wave, killing off the merriment over the sweets delivery.
Yes, Chief,
the young man said, springing to his feet.
Keith, take Jensen and go round up all those damn Post-it notes around town.
The officers sprang into action and headed out of the bullpen, grabbing their jackets and hats on the way.
Thank you for bringing these in, Holly. I'll make sure to have someone posted out at the cabin tonight, just as a precaution. I'll make sure a patrol swings through your neighborhood every hour.
Thank you, Chief. I glanced at the evidence board. Still no idea who he was?
Not yet. His prints aren't in any of our systems. I've sent his photos to the state police. They have more resources and can run a facial recognition search. Maybe something will pop. In the meantime, we're working with the rental agency that lets out this cabin to see if maybe he was a guest there. When we stopped by the morning we found the body, it looked like someone had been there recently, but no one answered the door. We should get some answers soon.
Good. Holly, you heading out? Cassie asked, joining us. She popped up on her toes and planted a kiss on Chief Lincoln's cheek to a round of wolf whistles. She blushed but flapped a hand at the gathered officers. I've got to get back to work. Chief Lincoln smiled.
Thanks again, Holly. This might be the key we're looking for. Although I still have no idea who's running this damn scavenger hunt. You wouldn't believe the stories I've heard. Someone called dispatch the other night to report a goblin running through the neighborhood.
An awkward laugh bubbled forth. Oh, stars. I'm sure you get all kinds of weird calls, though.
I gotta say, that's one of the weirdest ones I've heard.
Cassie started for the door, and I fell in step with her. You getting stuck in another murder investigation? She asked, her voice light and teasing. I think you're angling for a junior detective position on the force. I laughed. Trust me, I know my place. All free hours are to be given to you. She swatted me playfully, but didn't rebut the statement. She had a couple of part-timers working for her, but we both knew she'd take me back on in a heartbeat. Siren Song was buzzing with the late morning crowd, and Cassie jumped into work. I ordered a coffee and a bear claw, brain food, and headed out. Part of me wanted to confide in her about the argument with Adam. If anyone would be able to help me sort through it all, it was Cassie. But there was a growing line of people waiting to order, and I knew she'd only be able to give me a fragment of her attention. There would be another time. Coffee in hand, I used my shoulder to open the door and let it fall closed behind me. I headed down the sidewalk, wandering slowly and taking pensive sips from my latte along the way. A few blocks from the coffee house, I spotted Officer Keith plucking a note off the side of a newspaper dispenser. Across the street, Officer Jensen removed one from a bus station bench a few streets down. I cringed as I turned away. Sorry, Barnaby. The manor was quiet when I returned. Posey and Earl were likely off snuggled up and reminiscing. Evangeline was probably working, and Lacey would be in bed, undead to the world. As for Adam, I cringed, glancing up the grand staircase. He was probably working up in his bedroom/office. He worked for a tech company based in Seattle, but was able to do most of his work remotely. Occasionally, he was called in to work at the main office, and had even gone on a couple of business trips in the time that I'd known him. Nothing too extreme. Los Angeles for one, Chicago for another. 3 days and he was back again. His comment about leaving Beechwood Harbor resounded in my mind, and I wondered if he was considering a change of career as well. Was it all some kind of third life crisis? Was there something else going on under the surface? If he was restless or unhappy about another area of life, maybe it was bleeding over into this one. And if that was the case, maybe there was a way to fix it without uprooting our entire life.
Hey, Holly.
Nick's smooth baritone pulled me from my tangled thoughts. I glanced up and smiled as he exited the kitchen. Hey, how are you feeling? He hitched a shoulder.
Bored, mostly. I'm actually thinking of going back to my place.
Oh? He nodded.
I felt fine the last couple of days, but I'll make sure the door is bolted in case I go wolfy.
I slipped my hands into the pockets of my pea coat. You know that you're more than welcome to stay here for as long as you need. Posy's so distracted making up for the lost time with Earl, she's hardly even noticed you're still here.
Nick smiled. I know, but it's like you said the other day. I need to get back to my life. If this is my new normal, I need to adjust, and I can't do that as long as I'm putzing around here all day.
I ducked my chin. I understood. But something inside me clenched at the thought of him leaving.
I've been thinking, and before I changed out in the woods, I went through a series of symptoms. If I can pin those down and get good at anticipating them, I'll be able to get back to normal. Who knows? Maybe it's only on the full moon.
Could be, I replied. I'd stayed up late the past 2 nights, scouring every book, parchment, and spell book I owned, trying to find some scrap of information, but turned up empty.
I figure if I wolf out, you can come over the morning after, do a spell, and set me right again. Or, well, at least until I find someone who can do it permanently.
He rubbed the back of his neck, a guilty look flashing across his face.
I didn't mean that to come out like an expectation. I know your magic isn't something I can take for granted.
I scoffed. Nick, come on. I know you better than that. And of course I would help. You wouldn't even have to ask. He smiled.
Thanks, Ollie.
Hey, you want to go get some lunch before you head home?
I'll tell you what I found out at the police station. Sounds good. Let me go gather up my stuff.
That works. I have to make a quick phone call first. He turned back to the living room, and I padded down the hall to my room. After saying hello to the snoozing pile of cat in the center of the bed, I picked up my cell phone from the nightstand and placed a call to Agent Agatha Bramble, the SPA's head hawk shifter and my own personal supernatural babysitter.
Agent Bramble,
she answered, her stern manner somehow lacing through her voice. Hello, Agent Bramble, it's Holly Bolt.
Holly? Well, hello. I wasn't expecting to hear from you. I hope everything's all right.
For the most part, can't complain. Dead guy, half-wolf friend, and the strange wear in my forest aside, of course.
Good to hear. Is there something I can do for you?
This is going to sound a little... okay, probably a lot strange. But I was calling to see what it would take to arrange a meeting between me and Sasha Pringle. I cringed, waiting for her to break the silence on the other end of the line.
Miss Pringle is being held at the Sandpiper facility,
she replied, seemingly unruffled by the request.
They don't allow visitors, but if I were to accompany you, we could probably arrange a few minutes. May I ask what it is you're hoping to come from this visit?
I blinked. That was easy. As you know, I've been working with some of the Haven potions masters now that I'm licensed. In our work, we've been focusing on finding a cure for the werewolf curse.
That's ambitious.
I could picture her eyes fluttering behind her squared spectacles. Yes. I licked my lips. The lie had felt too easy. Anyway, as you know, Sasha obviously had extremely advanced knowledge of the curse. I was hoping to get some answers from her in regards to the way she was able to manipulate the curse. Agent Bramble sighed.
Holly, I'm happy to arrange the meeting, but I have to say, I think you're setting yourself up for quite the disappointment. Sasha has been hostile, to put it nicely, since her incarceration. I'd imagine you're the last one she would share something like that with.
I have to try, I said, a hint of emotion slipping into my tone as I thought about Nick.
Very well. I'll call you back with a time.
Thank you, Agatha. We hung up, and I settled onto the edge of the bed, absently stroking Boots's head. I sure don't mind swimming in the deep end, huh, Bootsy? He lifted his head only enough for me to scratch his chin. Yeah, you don't care what I do as long as I come home at night to feed you. He purred, and I shook my head, smiling down at him. All right, well, while you snooze, I'm going to get some lunch. If you're lucky, I'll bring something back for you. One amber eye opened and followed me as I started for the door. I laughed at the look on his face and backtracked to grab my phone. Just as I slipped it into my pocket, it started ringing. That was fast, I said, answering the call from Agent Bramble.
I was able to get right through.
We have an appointment 1 week from today, 3 p.m. Will that work?
Yes. Did you say we? She sighed.
You didn't expect to be left alone with Sasha, did you?
I buttoned my lips. The truth was, yes, I actually had. Only when I heard the disbelief in her voice did I realize how big of a leap the assumption had been. Thank you. That will work perfectly. I'll see you then.
Very good.
Agent Bramble clicked off the call, and I stuffed the phone back into my pocket. I had 1 week to figure out how to get Sasha to spill her dark secrets, and I had a feeling I was going to need every single day. Chapter 14. St. Patrick's Day arrived with little fanfare, well, besides the town parade, complete with half a dozen small children dressed up as leprechauns that were at least 10 times more adorable than Barnaby. McNally served traditional Irish fare all day, and Siren Song handed out sugar cookies shaped like shamrocks on the corner to anyone who walked by. By a drawing of straws, I ended up being the poor soul standing out in the chilly March afternoon, passing out cookies to the stragglers still dotting the parade route. That somewhat sad excuse for a parade had long since moved on, winding around the corner of Zinnia and Cattail Court. 3 cookies remained on my platter in my gloved hands. I frowned down at them, contemplating chucking them into the bushes, or my mouth, and going back inside the heated coffee shop.
You're Holly Bolt?
I glanced up, and found myself staring into a pair of unfamiliar eyes. The man at my left wore a hooded rain jacket that concealed most of his face. His eyes were dark and sunken, and his skin was sallow, even in the cold. Something about him set my heart thrumming a little faster, not in a good way. Yes. Have we met? I slid 1 foot back and shifted my weight, ready to run if needed. Magic made for a good weapon, but not when there were 20 eyewitnesses lining the street. If the mystery man was a threat, I'd have to hoof it. He took a step back, and I stilled.
I'm a friend of Ben's.
Werewolf. My pulse spiked higher. How did he know my name? Had Ben mentioned me? It was the only thing that made sense, but why? Determined not to show my shaking hands, I gripped the tray a little tighter. I set my lips in a firm line and straightened to my full height, plus 4 inches thanks to my killer heels. Okay, friend of Ben's. You got a name? He looked down the street, his gray, almost black eyes sweeping over the street. It was a quick glance, but I got the feeling he hadn't missed a single detail.
I need to talk to you, but not here. Will you meet me tonight?
I snorted. Do I look like Little Red Riding Hood to you? I'm not agreeing to a meeting with a strange wolf. Let me guess, at midnight? The gray eyes snapped to mine, this time shining with a flicker of irritation.
I have information that will help you.
Then tell me what it is, right here, right now. I'm not meeting you alone. A family wandered by, and I smiled at them around gritted teeth.
There are too many people,
he complained when the family had gone.
My name is Marco. I can meet you at On the Rocks, 10 o'clock. It'll be busy enough no one will pay attention to us.
I cocked my head. How do I know it's not some kind of setup? Marco sighed, the sound gravely and impatient as he shifted from foot to foot.
That guy they found in the woods. He was one of my pack. He was...
His voice choked out and he glanced away.
He was my brother.
Emotion momentarily softened the edges of my defenses. I'm really sorry to hear that. But I don't see how I can help. I'm not involved in the investigation. Marco locked on me.
Then why have I seen you leaving the police station twice this week?
You're following me? I hissed. He leered closer.
Listen, lady. My brother died, and these human cops aren't going to be able to stop whoever was responsible. According to Ben, you're the best chance I've got. That we've all got.
All? He jerked back and started down the sidewalk.
10 o'clock,
he said, before striding away. I scowled at his back. Oh, sure. It's a date. Nick still hadn't returned to his office since the night of the full moon, so after my shift, I walked the half a mile to his condo building. My feet cursed me with each step, making a convincing case for using some of my savings to buy a car, or at the very least a bike. It was my own fault. I'd worn my least comfortable pair of shoes to work. Even before setting off on the walk to Nick's, I was forming an impressive blister. I sighed. All for the sake of fashion. My normal pair of boots were too long to work with my mid-calf pencil skirt, which was the only thing that made sense with the dressy green blouse. I'd looked more prepared to take Wall Street by storm than sling coffee and cookies all day, but Cassie had warned me that the population of Beechwood took the whole pinching thing very seriously. Wearing green was mandatory. The pain in my feet was almost a blessing, as it kept my mind from obsessing over the pending meeting I'd been cornered into agreeing to. Marco most likely preferred that I arrive alone for our tete-a-tete, but I wasn't about to go in without backup. Adam would probably be furious if he found out I was even considering going to hear the werewolf out, and we were still skating on thin ice. I decided it was best to take Nick instead, and we agreed to meet at his place after my shift. He was ready for me when I arrived, and we set off in his sedan. Nick gave me a serious, "You sure you know what you're doing?" look, but never voiced it as we drove across town to the harbor. On the rocks was a classic dive bar, wedged in between a fishing supply shop and a mini-mart that mainly served as the town's liquor store. The boisterous crowd of people inside congregated around a couple of beat-up pool tables and a dartboard that had also seen better days. 2 flat-screen TVs hung on either side of the bar and were likely the newest thing in the whole place. Everything, from the tables and chairs to the hardwood floors, looked like they needed a good cleaning and polish. No one was smoking inside because it had been outlawed several years ago, but somehow the smell of cigars and cigarettes clung to the thick air all the same. As far as covert meeting locales went, I could see its appeal. Marco was right that no one would be paying much attention to a couple of people talking in a corner booth, and the regulars certainly made enough noise to drown out any secrets he saw fit to share. Nick circled through, glancing around with a casual eye, but I knew he was pinpointing potential problems and locating the nearest exits. When he rejoined me at the bar, he gave a subtle nod, and then vanished just as quickly as he'd come. The plan was for him to wait outside, parked across the street. He'd hooked up some app on his phone, which now sat in my pocket, that would allow him to listen in on the conversation. I had no idea how it all worked, but he told me that if I got into trouble or wanted a way out, all I had to do was ask the bartender for an apple teeny, and he'd come running. In hindsight, I'd wished we'd gone for a different drink, because an apple teeny actually sounded good. I took a seat at the bar and ordered a cranberry vodka instead, and was surprised when the bartender took the time to add a spear of fresh cranberries to the drink. For a dive bar, they had class. I fidgeted on the scuffed-up wooden stool and sipped at my drink, my eyes swirling back to the front door in 30-second intervals. Finally, Marco entered the bar. He was wearing a dark sweater, and his shoulder-length hair was pulled back into a tail at the base of his neck. He zeroed in on me right away and stalked across the room like a man on a mission. My pulse raced, and I felt Nick's assigned code word dancing on the tip of my tongue. "You came," he said, settling onto the stool beside me. He glanced around behind him, measuring our position to any nearby patrons. He lifted his brows and turned back to face my profile, and I took that as a stamp of approval on the seats I'd chosen. Unfortunately, this wasn't my first rodeo. "I'm here," I replied, bobbing the stick of cranberries through my drink. "Start talking." Marco ordered a Guinness. When it was placed in front of him, he relaxed his shoulders. "Grady was my brother." "By blood? Or you mean the pack?" "Both." Marco gulped some of the dark beer. "He was my brother by blood, and we got cursed together. Camping trip gone wrong. We got lost in the woods and took shelter in a cave for the night. Little did we know that something more dangerous than the rain was already inside." My breath hitched. "A werewolf." He shook his head. "A woman." "What?" Marco glanced over his shoulder and then slowly dragged his eyes back to mine.
She was some kind of sorceress.
Sasha, I whispered, recognition dawning. He nodded.
That's right.
What happened?
She had a wolf with her. It was a full moon. She ordered the wolf like he was some kind of trained pet. The wolf scratched both of us, and she told us that we belonged to her. We could either fight for her, or she'd kill us.
Stars.
She let us go back home, but warned us that we needed to be prepared. We were so terrified we didn't know what to do. We tried to run, leave town, but she caught us. Something about the magic made it easy for her to track us.
He tossed his head.
I still don't know how it all works. After she caught us, she took us to meet the rest, the pack, all of her wolves.
That's how you know Ben? Marco nodded.
Ben was just like us, except that Sasha hadn't been the one to curse him. He'd been a wolf when they met. I still don't know how she got him under her spell. He scoffed. Well, I have my theory. He was in love with her, infatuated and intoxicated by her beauty and power.
I reared back. The Ben I'd eventually met was a broken man, torn between two worlds and unable to live his own life. Now, because of Sasha and his devotion to her, he was in prison. I'd seen hints of a deeper relationship between the two of them, but all that had been erased the night she'd had him cowering in the forest, threatening to end his life. Surely he wasn't still in love with her. He knew who she really was.
Ben was the one in the cave that night, Marco continued. He was the one who cursed my brother and me. But when he was human, he told us we'd be all right, that he'd keep us safe from Sasha's wild mood swings.
Did he?
Yes and no. Eventually we got used to our new life. We made friends in the pack, and for years it seemed that Sasha had all but forgotten us. Then, a few months ago, she showed up with Ben. He was different.
How so?
Angry. Dark. I asked him about it, but he wouldn't tell me what happened.
Marco pushed the frosty pint between his palms, the glass sliding in the pool of condensation underneath.
From what Ben's told me, you know the rest of the story.
I nodded. That fit the timeline when Sasha had him spying on me following the murder of Harvey. I still wasn't sure how much of a role he played in that. He'd lured Harvey from the Haven, but there was part of me that wondered if he'd fully known what Sasha had intended. So, you've spoken with Ben since he was incarcerated?
Yes. He gets visiting hours once a month. Grady and I went a couple of times.
The glass stilled, his hands wrapped around it as though it were the only thing keeping him from sliding off his bar stool.
I went alone this month.
Right. I swallowed hard. He asked you to come and find me?
Something like that. His interest was in your friend, Nick.
I stiffened. Oh? Marco shrugged one shoulder.
He feels guilty, I imagine. Wanted to make sure his first change went according to plan. That's what Grady was doing in those woods that night.
The pieces snapped into place and stabbed me in the chest. The man in the woods had indeed been a wolf, one who was looking out for Nick and got caught in the crossfire. A heartbeat later, a new thought flashed into my mind and jerked the sharp point, twisting it. You don't think... I trailed off, unable to finish the terrible question. Marco winced.
That's what we have to figure out. If someone knew Nick would be changing in those woods, the shooting might not have been an accident. That silver bullet might have been meant for Nick.
Icy fingers clenched my spine and shook it. Glancing at Marco over the rim of my drink, an even more startling thought hit me. Wait, how did you know it was a silver bullet? Marco shrugged one shoulder.
I could smell it in the air. Trust me, a werewolf doesn't mistake that scent.
Oh. I sipped my drink, trying to hide it, but knew the blood had drained from my face, giving away the effect his words had on me. So you saw Grady that night. Afterward, I mean. Marco dropped his chin.
When I realized he wasn't at our normal meeting place, I knew where he must have gone. He told me about Nick's plans. I should have realized he would have gone that night. I should have been one step ahead.
I softened. You couldn't have known what would happen. He hesitated, staring at the hand wrapped around his glass.
By the time I got there, it was too late. There were sirens in the background. I didn't have time to get him out.
Have you called the police to tell him who he is? Right now they're working with very little information. They don't even know who he is.
I wanted to talk to you first. I'll deal with the police later.
I bobbed my head and took another drink. Something doesn't make sense to me. Sasha and Ben are the only ones who know that Nick was even scratched that night. They were both taken away by the SPA immediately after it happened. She wouldn't have had a chance to tell someone. Ben might get visitors, but my agent assured me that Sasha's in a secured SPA prison. She doesn't get to make calls or see visitors, so how could she have sent someone after Nick? A cold smile twisted Marco's lips.
You think she couldn't figure something out?
He scoffed.
Underestimating someone like Sasha is a dangerous mistake to make.
I lunged forward and grabbed at his forearm. Then tell me. My friend could still be at risk. Marco tensed, but didn't jerk away from me.
What do you think I'm doing here? This is a warning, as well as an offer to help.
I released his arm and slumped against the bar. Is it possible that Sasha had another ally? A partner besides Ben? From what I gathered, she treated Ben like a knight, a foot soldier. He wasn't her equal. But with all of her power, she had to have other connections. Other sources? There's no way she could have learned and honed all that dark magic by herself. Marco shook his head.
I only ever saw her with Ben. There were whispers.
About? He tensed his jaw.
She was half vamp. Some said that powerful vampires always work in pairs.
My eyes bulged. Lacey's whispered words echoed back through my ears. There's a vamp. In the woods. Marco stared at me, his own eyes going wide, an effect that only made him look more skeletal.
How do you know that?
It doesn't matter, I replied, forcing an edge to my tone. I'd already dragged Nick into this mess. I wasn't about to bring Lacey in, too. Besides, letting a pack of werewolves know where a vampire lived wasn't exactly the smartest plan. Sure, Lacey was more than capable of taking care of herself. I'd seen the hardware firsthand. Still, it just wasn't done. Marco narrowed his stare, but then looked back into the foamy dregs of his glass.
Fair enough.
If Sasha was working with another vampire, that would explain a few things. He or she must be quite a bit older than Sasha. Maybe someone who knew her mother. I need to talk to Ben. How could I do that?
You'll have to wait. Visiting hours are only once a month. You just missed it.
I nodded, but knew that Agent Bramble could pull some strings. Marco leaned forward, his eyes taking a tour around the room. A strange sensation crept up my neck, wondering if he feared we were being watched.
What about your friend Nick? Where is he now?
He's safe. He's staying at the manor until we figure this out.
Good. Keep him there.
I frowned. Are there any wolves in the pack that were cursed when the moon wasn't full? He dropped his eyes.
None that lasted very long.
What do you mean? My heart raced, figuring I knew the answer.
Sasha said the curse wouldn't take right if the moon wasn't full. Anyone cursed without the full power of the moon was put down, to use her phrase.
I winced. Swallowing hard, I bobbled my head. Listen, I appreciate you telling me all of this, but to be honest, I'm not sure there's much I can do to help. If Sasha had a partner, and he was the one who shot and killed Grady, it's a matter for the SBA. I can turn over the information, but I'm not in a position to go vampire hunting.
If it's a vampire hunting down the pack, you won't have to find it. It will find you. More specifically, Nick.
Chapter 15 Nick jumped like I'd shot off a cannon when I yanked open the passenger side door and dumped myself into the front seat. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you," I told him as I shut my door and buckled in. He laughed, but the sound was faint and airy. "Scare me? Nah." I placed a hand on his, noting how tightly he was gripping the clutch. "Nick, it's going to be okay, I promise." He raked his other hand through his hair and puffed out his cheeks, exhaling slowly through pursed lips. After a moment, he nodded, still staring out the front windshield. "What are we supposed to do now?" I licked my lips. "I don't know yet. But step one is always don't panic." Sure. I mean, why would we panic? It's not like there's a crazed vampire storming around town, hell-bent on clearing up Sasha's mess. "Nick." He whipped around to face me. "Holly, were you not listening to the same conversation I was?" I drew in a breath, gathering as much patience as I could muster. "I'm not going to let them find you. You're going to have to trust me." He stared at me for a long moment, before shifting his eyes away. "I should leave. Get out of town. Maybe I'll go back to Los Angeles. I have friends there. I can couch surf my way around until I figure out my next move." He continued muttering, making plans I had no intention of letting him keep. But for the time, I let him carry on, using the time to start shuffling together a plan of my own. "What about the Haven?" Nick asked, snapping his attention back to me. "Is there some kind of asylum? I mean, sure, there are vamps there, but they're nice ones, right? Like Lacey?" A startled laugh erupted from me. "You do realize that up until about a month ago, Sasha Pringle served on the Haven Council, right?" Nick paled. "Right." "You'll come back to the manor. We'll gather everyone together. Someone would have to be packing some serious magical mojo if they were able to step a pinky toe or claw onto the manor's property. You'll be safe there." He nodded, but the tension lines at his mouth didn't fade. If anything, they deepened as he absorbed the full impact of the conversation he'd overheard. I started to reach over, going for the keys that were stuck in the ignition, when he turned to me again. "Why did this have to happen, Holly? I've always thought that things happen for a reason. When I lost my job at the paper down in L.A., I thought it was an opportunity. I could explore some haunted houses, make some side money while I started my PI business. Then by some random chance, I stumble into all of this." A cold, sinking feeling gripped me. I dropped my hand back to my lap and fought back a surge of emotion. Well, I didn't mean that like it sounded." Nick jolted and grabbed for my hands. He clasped them tightly between his as his wide eyes frantically searched mine. "Halls, you gotta believe me. Meeting you is something I will never regret." I nodded and tried to shove aside the horrible feeling clawing around my stomach. I know that." Nick squeezed my hands. "I don't know what I would do without you to help me with all of this. Even when the world is crashing down around me, you're always standing there telling me it's going to be all right." A tear slipped free when I smiled. Without hesitation, he reached up and brushed it aside with his thumb. "You're my best friend, Halls. Is that totally cheesy?" I laughed. "Totally." Nick grinned. "Let's get out of here," I said, glancing out the front. "Because friends don't let friends get eaten by vampires." He laughed, even though it was a little stilted, and turned over the engine. He pulled away from the curb and headed back up the hill toward his condo building. I followed him up and waited in the living room as he packed a bag. We didn't say much to each other since both of us were still lost in processing the conversation. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I also came to the realization that I was going to have to tell Adam what we'd been doing, and that we weren't out of the metaphorical woods yet. Nick drove us to the manor. My stomach knotted up when I spotted the lights on in Adam's room on the second floor. "Batwings," I said quietly. "He's going to kill me." Nick glanced over and followed my gaze. "Adam? Why?" I sagged back against the seat, overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion. "It's a long story, but in a nutshell, He doesn't want me chasing bad guys anymore.
Can't say I disagree with him, Nick said, snorting softly.
He wants to move away from Beechwood, I added.
What?
Yeah. He sprang the idea on me a day or two ago. I don't know how serious he is, to be honest. Nick hesitated.
And are you? Is that something you're considering?
I shook my head. I don't know. I don't want to lose him, but I'm afraid that if I run away from my problems, I'll lose a little piece of me. We sat in silence for a lingering moment. Nick reached over and placed a hand on my shoulder.
I'll say it was my idea. That I'm the one who went into the bar and talked to this Marco guy. Adam can rail at me for taking you with me. I can take the heat.
I smiled sadly at him. Thanks, Nick, but I'm a big girl. I can handle this fight on my own. He ducked his chin and didn't press further. We climbed out of the car, and Nick rushed around, glancing over both shoulders before popping the trunk and retrieving a suitcase. Evangeline and Lacey were in the kitchen, but their conversation died as soon as Nick and I entered the room. I looked at both of them, wondering if we should backtrack, but Evangeline popped up from her seat and offered to put on the kettle.
Where were you two?
Lacey demanded, eyeing us with a healthy dose of skepticism. I drew in a deep breath. It was going to be a long night. I was meeting with a werewolf who had information about what happened that night out in the woods. Evangeline spun around, the kettle dangling from one hand. You what? I pulled out a chair and sank down slowly. If my feet had been killing me earlier in the afternoon, they were officially dead and gone now. May they rest in peace. He approached me outside Siren Song. He said he knew Ben before... everything. I went to find out what else he knew. Nick went with me. Evangeline shot Nick a scathing look before going to the sink to fill the kettle, her movements jerky and abrupt, replacing her normal fluid grace. Even the flick of her wrist as she turned on the water was highlighted with a sizzle of irritation. I tore my eyes from her and shifted them to Lacey. That night we went into the woods. You said you felt a vampire. Explain that. How did you know?
Vampires can feel each other to an extent. It's the same way shifters usually recognize other shifters, even in human form. A sixth sense.
Do you think you could find them? If they're still out there, I mean. She folded her arms and raised one perfectly manicured brow.
I could. But why?
I flicked my eyes to the ceiling and wondered if I should go get Adam. He was going to hear about it one way or the other, and it would save me some time. I'll be right back, I told them. Heaving a sigh, I got out of the chair and went upstairs. Adam's door was closed, so I knocked softly before turning the handle and opening it. It's me.
Getting in kind of late. Did you go out with Cassie after work?
No. I twisted the end of my ponytail. Listen, I already know that you're not going to like what comes next. Adam groaned.
You're killing me, gorgeous.
Just come downstairs. Lacey and Evangeline are already waiting with Nick. He's going to stay with us for a few days until we can get this sorted out.
Again?
He stood from his desk chair and followed me down to the kitchen, where he glanced at Nick from the corner of his eye and took a seat at the opposite end of the table. My head ping-ponged between the two of them, and I eventually decided to remain standing as I quickly recapped the conversation with Marco. I think that whoever Sasha was working with is out there. He shot Grady, the werewolf who was trying to look out for Nick.
Because he thought it was me,
Nick added, his eyes fixed on the grains in the table. I stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. As my fingers rested on his broad shoulder, Adam's eyes whipped to my hand, and then just as quickly across the room. It was a flicker so fast I nearly missed it, but the hint of jealousy unleashed a ripple of heat through my veins. Stubbornly, I stayed glued in place, my hand still on Nick's shoulder, daring Adam to meet my eyes. It's not your fault, Nick, Evangeline said, her softness returning. I knew I could expect a lecture about my recklessness later. Sometimes life at the manor was like having 3 overprotective mothers all at one time. Between Posey, Adam, and Evangeline, I was swamped. Lacey was the only one who managed cool detachment, but that was kind of her claim to fame.
Thanks, Evie,
Nick replied, still not looking up from the table.
It's hard not to feel like it is, though.
There was nothing you could have done to prevent it, I added.
All right, Lacey interjected. Enough. What's been done is done. What's our next move?
Her usage of our surprised me. But then I remembered she was still angling to get a custom potion out of the deal. We need to figure out who this mysterious partner is. Or was. Either way, Sasha is in prison, they're not. At least as far as we know. What about your SPA agent? Evangeline asked. Can't she help? Maybe put us in touch with some resources? I shook my head. I doubt it. Agent Bramble will want some kind of proof. As of right now, we have nothing but theories. Even the police are grasping at straws. They don't know the victim's name. I told Marco he should go ID the body, or at least call in an anonymous tip so that it can be released to the family for burial. What do they have? I shrugged. Not much from what I saw. The pictures of the scene, of course, and then the bullets. I stopped.
What?
Lacey asked. They were silver. She frowned.
Real silver?
I nodded. They looked it anyway, and Marco referred to it as one. They were in a bag, so it's not like I could pick them up to check, you know.
All right,
she growled.
Silver bullets would explain why he changed back before he died,
Adam said, his tone even and cool. He didn't look at me. Lacey nodded.
He's right. If he was post-change and shot or killed in some other way, he would have remained a wolf, and we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. The police would have chalked it up to someone protecting their land from a rogue wolf and been done with it.
She tapped a finger against her ruby-red lips.
The silver would have forced him back to his human form. Was that intentional, or just old-school vampire?
Intentional? Meaning the shooter wanted him to be found as a human? She shrugged.
Maybe, though I don't know why. It is interesting, though.
We all ruminated for a moment. How did the scavenger hunt clues factor into this? Evangeline asked, breaking the silence. If it's the wolves this vamp is after, why would they bother leaving clues around town that lead some random person into the woods? I nodded. Good question. Lacey scoffed.
Isn't it obvious? They've got to eat something while they're out there.
Evangeline gasped. My stomach did another nauseating flip when I realized she was right. If this vamp's been hanging around town, they've no doubt seen the clues. Maybe they decided it would be an easy way to get someone alone.
Self-delivering blood bag,
Lacey said. Nick looked green as he scooted his chair a few inches farther away from her. She sighed.
I didn't say I condoned it.
A chill crept up my spine, slow motion seizing every muscle. If there's a vamp behind this, we can't have Chief Lincoln and his team combing the woods. It's not safe. Lacey inclined her head.
A vamp could plow through the entire BHPD faster than Adam goes through the popcorn during the opening credits of a movie.
I gasped.
It was a joke,
Lacey groaned. No, it's not that. I just remembered something the chief told me. All three faces swiveled toward me. He's having a deputy patrolling by the cabin at night. Adam swore. We've got to go into the woods. Nick paled.
Something tells me this is going to be nothing like the musical.
Good, Adam quipped, jumping up from his seat.
Then I have a chance at staying awake through the whole thing.
Chapter 16. So far, nothing from Fleury, Evangeline reported, when we all met on the back porch a handful of minutes later. She'd sent him out ahead of us. If anything happened, he would have flown back to warn us. She cast a glance out over the backyard. The stars weren't visible through the thick cloak of clouds hanging low over the forest. He's been circling the cabin, but I haven't felt anything from him.
I called Chief Lincoln, Nick said. I framed it like I was offering to help with the search, and he told me he's got it covered. He said there are 2 officers on patrol tonight. One at the beginning of the hiking path that leads to the cabin, the other outside the cabin itself. Other than that, he didn't have much to add.
Lacey was dressed in the same outfit she'd worn on our last excursion, though with less preening this time. We need to break into pairs. It's easier to hide, and it's a lot quieter, too, she added, giving me and Nick a sharp look. We're hunting a dangerous vamp. It's not the time to give history lessons to baby wolves. My lips twisted to bottle up a nasty retort. Adam took my hand.
Holly and I are a team.
Evangeline nodded and smiled at Nick.
Guess that means you're stuck with me.
He nodded.
Hey, I've seen you in action. I trust you.
Beaming, she looped her arm through his.
I'll go ahead,
Lacey replied with an approving nod.
I'm faster, quieter, and can circle back to warn you if there's danger.
No one argued with her. Adam and I will circle up and around. We'll approach from the north. You two take the south. Lacey, you do... well, whatever. As if she needed permission. And of course, if Flurry finds anything, send up sparks or something. Evangeline held up a finger.
I'll do you one better.
She slipped a bangle from the stack on her slim wrist and handed it to me. I charmed it this afternoon. It will glow if there's danger. I'm wearing a matching one. She shook her wrist and quirked her lips.
Although now I can't remember which one it is.
It's one of these silver ones. Yours was rose gold.
I was wondering why you were wearing bangles over your falconry gloves,
I replied, my lips twitching. Evangeline was always accessorized, but that was overkill even for her. She murmured a spell. Nothing happened. She tried the next bangle.
Stars, she hissed. Which one is it?
I bit back and offered to help, even as my patience wore thinner. Eventually, one lit up with a pulsing emerald green light.
Aha! There we go. Okay, so that's the spell.
Holding the bangle she'd given me, I fed it magic and repeated the spell. The bangle glowed on her wrist, this time a pale pink.
I guess I should have just had you do that in the first place, she said with a sheepish smile.
It's like finding a lost cell phone, Nick added.
You're right. I'll remember that for next time.
Evangeline nodded.
Okay, so we can use these to communicate.
Only use it if there's danger,
Adam instructed, considering the bangles.
If one of us sees the signal, we retreat and meet here.
Evangeline and Nick nodded in unison. We all set? I asked, glancing around the circle. The four of us were sadly lacking the kick-butt spy getup that Lacey had on, but had all cobbled together our black clothing to pair with hiking boots or, in Nick's case, a pair of sneakers. Evangeline looked slightly more intimidating with her elbow-length leather gloves, but the superfluous bangles over the tanned leather killed some of the effect.
One more question,
Evangeline said, her voice a notch lower.
What do we do if we find this vampire?
It was a question we'd all conveniently ignored, and once it was voiced, we all shifted around, looking uncomfortable. Lacey was the only one ready with an answer.
We'll have to end them.
We all rounded on her.
What?
I barked, hoping I'd heard her wrong.
The SPA isn't going to be able to do much good.
Besides that, if you tell them what happened, you'll be risking Nick's life. If they find out he's well, whatever he is, they'll keep him locked up somewhere until they can figure out what to do with him. I blinked. It was exactly what I'd said to Adam the night of the full moon.
The Vampire Council probably won't do much more than give them a slap on the wrist. Hunting wolves isn't their concern.
Nick shuffled his feet.
It's not pretty,
Lacey snapped, looking at him.
But you need to know what you're up against. As much as the Haven wants to paint things with rainbows and sunshine, it's not.
We're supernatural beings. Our kinds have always been at war.
Just because we now have a space to live and work together doesn't mean everyone wants to join in. There are pockets of vamps and wolves who want nothing more than to go back to the old ways. That's the entire reason the Vampire Council even continues to exist. And what am I supposed to do?
Nick exploded, rising up to the balls of his feet with the exertion. Lacey coolly blinked.
Exactly what I said.
Find this vampire and end them. It's the only way.
All right, Lacey. We get it,
Adam said with a dramatic sigh.
You put on the leather and you're some kind of vampy Lara Croft ready to kick some butt. That's all fine and good, but we can't go out killing vamps." She tossed her platinum hair. "Fine. Do it your way. Turn them over to the SPA. But don't come crying to me when they break out of their holding cell and come looking for you, and all you can do is lie awake at night and hope that Holly's magic is strong enough to keep you safe." Without waiting, she strode off for the trees. "Her funeral," Adam growled. I frowned at him. "Adam? What? You expect me to chase after her?" "No. Well, maybe. I don't know." I raked my fingers through my ponytail. "If you won't, I will," Nick said, jogging down the porch. "I'm not letting one more innocent person get hurt on my account." Adam rolled his eyes, and a flash of anger surged through me. I glared at him, and then started off after Nick. "Nick," I hissed, "going off alone and getting yourself killed isn't going to help anything, all right?" He stopped walking, but didn't look at me. "Then what am I supposed to do? Tell me, Halls, 'cause I'm lost here." "We have to go," I said, calling over my shoulder to Evangeline and Adam. "Let's stick to the original plan. Lacey and Flurry are already out there." Adam muttered something to Evangeline, but it didn't carry. She frowned and started forward, fidgeting with her long gloves as she took the stairs, one step behind Adam. We entered the forest in a group, planning to split off when we got closer to the cabin. No one spoke as we walked, the only sound the crunching of sticks and occasional stumbling feet. I kept an orb of light between me and Adam. Evangeline guided Nick with a stream of light from the tip of her wand. Both would be snuffed when we got closer. A pit formed in the bottom of my stomach, growing larger with every passing minute. I couldn't imagine that there would still be someone at the cabin. Surely whoever had wielded that shotgun would have cleared out of town. It was what I wanted to believe. But something else nagged even deeper. The theory that Sasha had some unnamed partner lurking through the woods was both far-fetched and incredibly convincing all at the same time. If some local had been the one out shooting, the gossip mill would have already found them out. As it was, everyone in town seemed to have an alibi, at least according to Chief Lincoln and the Lucky Ladies Brigade. The only thing that made sense was that the shooter had rented out the cabin. The only thing left to determine was whether the shooting had been a mistake or a homicide. I replayed the events of that night over and over, and couldn't come to terms with the idea that it had been someone trying to scare away a coyote or wolf. One shot, maybe two, would have been all that was needed. Why would they have kept shooting, especially after hitting their target? Tangled in my worrisome thoughts, I missed a step and tripped over a section of unearthed tree roots. With a sharp exhale, I pitched forward. My arms flailed, bracing for the fall, only to be caught by Adam at the last second. He held my waist as I found new purchase. "You okay?" I nodded. "Thanks." I caught him wince as he released me. He reached up and touched the place on his chest where the bullet grazed him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's healing, but still a little sore sometimes." A shudder rippled through me, the waves of terror clinging to me after it faded. He glanced at me and flashed a half-cocked grin. "I'm fine, gorgeous. I promise. With all that potion you've had me smearing on it, I probably won't even get a scar out of the whole thing." "I just realized something," I told him. "Whoever was shooting that night knew they hit you. I heard you get hit, and I was even farther away." The sound haunted me every time I closed my eyes. "Okay." He tilted his head as we continued walking. "Well, it blows up the theory that this was someone who got spooked by some noises in the woods at night. If a wild animal shows up on someone's property, they could shoot a gun like that to scare it off, right? Maybe they would even try to hit it if they thought it was a threat." "Sure. But that's the thing." I shook my head. "They did hit you. Then I counted 2 more shots." "That's because they weren't aiming for me, Holly. They wanted that wolf." "Marco was right," I whispered. Adam sighed. It would seem that way. The wolf I saw must have been this Grady fellow.
But the killer thought it was Nick. They weren't expecting any other wolves. He didn't reply, but the air felt thicker, heavier, as we walked on. We had our answer. The killer was indeed after Nick. By now, they would know they had gotten the wrong wolf. The only question remaining was whether or not they would bother waiting until the next full moon to find the right one. Flurry's piercing cry echoed through the thick night, and my heart rocketed straight into my throat. We all froze in place for a moment, staring up at the sky. I whipped around to look at Evangeline. The light from her wand bounced off the angles of her face and reflected off the pair of gold earrings she wore, giving her the eerie look of a gaunt voodoo priestess. Her eyes slid closed, and for a moment the woods went still. When they flew open again, Flurry screeched. "This way!" Evangeline barked, breaking into a sprint. We all chased after her, and when we broke into a small clearing, Flurry swooped down and landed silently on Evangeline's gloved arm. Just like Boots, he couldn't speak to us, but Evangeline closed her eyes again, somehow understanding him all the same. "Lacey," she said, her eyes going wide again. "She was here. There was a fight." I swirled around, flashing the orb of light in a slow circle. "Look," I said, pointing at the ground. Trenches were carved out of the brush and debris that lined the forest floor. A chunk of bark was missing from a nearby tree. Then my heart stopped for a full beat. A knife stuck out of the pine tree beside it. Adam yanked the knife from the trunk and held it up. "It's one of Lacey's." My stomach rolled and twisted. I swallowed hard and glanced sideways at Nick. He looked as sick as I felt. "We have to find her." Wordless, I nodded, and we fanned out from the spot, keeping 3 feet apart as we all combed through for any evidence that would show us where she'd gone. As far as I could see, there wasn't any blood. I took comfort in that. But the fact remained. Lacey was gone.
Chapter 17. Flurry was the first one to move. He launched off Evangeline's arm and took to the sky again. For a moment I lost sight of him before he dipped back beneath the treetops. "Follow him," Evangeline said. "He knows where she is." We all hurried forward, following Evangeline more than Flurry, as she was locked in on his flight. After a few moments, I realized we were running in the opposite direction of the cabin. As I glanced over my shoulder to confirm, I was torn, wanting to run the other direction. One or more of Chief Lincoln's officers were going to be at the cabin, or were already there. Were they still in danger? I couldn't be sure, and the urge to race to them and warn them off threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to continue on. It wasn't like there was anything I could say to make them leave their post. They answered to the chief, not me. It wasn't like I could tell them there was a maybe possible vampire on the loose, shooting wolves and tricking locals into becoming dinner. A yell ripped my attention away from thoughts of the cabin. Claws of panic tore at me, but I pressed on, sticking as close to Adam and Nick as I could. Evangeline was a step ahead, still charging forward at full speed. The sounds of a fight became louder as we raced through the forest. Flurry screeched again and dropped back into view. "Just ahead," Evangeline interpreted, pointing her wand. A beam of light flashed from it, and Lacey's silhouette flashed in the distance. She was tumbling with someone taller and broader. Magic pooled in my hands, and I readied a blasting spell. I broke through the final low-hanging branches and got a clear shot. Lacey's assailant glanced over for a split second as Evangeline and I burst through the trees. Lacey didn't waste a moment. She used the distraction and kicked out, planting her booted foot in the center of the attacker's chest. He hissed out a grunt as he fell back. "Lacey, stand back!" I yelled. She ignored me, lunging for the man. Her hands went for his neck, and the power of her impact sent them both to the ground. Adam and Nick charged in behind us but stopped short,
both sizing up the fight. Adam had far more experience in the arena and was the first to move. He grabbed Lacey around the waist, hauled her back, and simultaneously bellowed for me to fire my spell. The stunning spell flew from my fingers, and the pulse of magic took my breath away. Lacey screamed every curse word I knew, and then some, as Adam yanked her back. My spell hit dead center, and Evangeline came in a half-second later, whipping her wand at the ground. 2 tree roots lifted and locked around the man's arms, pinning him to the ground. "Nice one," I panted. She wiped her brow. "Thanks. You too." Lacey roared with frustration as Adam released her. Before he could get a word out, she turned on him and punched him. "What do you think you're doing? You never get between 2 vampires when they're battling." Adam stared at her, steely-eyed and silent. Blood trickled from his nose, but he didn't make a move to wipe it away. "Hit me again, vamp, and I'll make sure it's the last swing you ever take." She met his cold stare, and for a panicked moment I waited for her to take a second swing. But she backed off and circled to the other side of the downed vamp. I released the breath I'd been holding, and my heart kicked back into gear. They'd had some verbal brawls. Stars, they'd been a weekly occurrence when I'd first moved into the manor. But that, what had just transpired, was above and beyond. I had no doubt Adam meant every word of his threat, a fact that shook me, reverberating long after the words left his lips. There wasn't time to deal with it, though. Not when the stunning spell was wearing off the vampire lying pinned to the forest floor. "Who are you?" I demanded, summoning up another ball of magic as I moved in closer. The vamp thrashed, hissing violently with every move. "Release me, witch!" I laughed. "Not a chance. I'm content to leave you out here as long as it takes for you to tell us what you're doing out here in the middle of the night." His pitch-black eyes flicked to each face, and I got the impression he was memorizing every detail. Messing with a vampire was never a good plan. They rarely worked alone, and usually had large houses to back them up if things went south. "Is he alone?" I asked Lacey, not taking my eyes off the vamp before me. "Yes," came her clipped reply. "I was getting close to the cabin when I sensed him. He was watching me. I didn't want to get too close to the cabin and risk some human getting in my way. I backtracked and pretended I was lost." The vampire scoffed. "I knew you weren't lost." Lacey hissed at him, and with a flick of her hand produced a wooden stake from her belt. It had been wrapped in a sheath before. The sight of it made me gasp. "Do you even know who I am?" she demanded, stepping closer to the vampire. I reached for her shoulder, but my fingers fell short. She squatted just out of the vampire's reach and pointed the stake at his heart, letting it hover an inch above his chest. It was so close, the vampire drew in a short breath, his Adam's apple bobbing even as his eyes remained stony and cruel, fixed on hers. "I'm Lacey Vaughn." Something registered on the pinned vampire's face. Terror? Surprise? Revulsion? Maybe it was a blend of all three. Lacey let out a cold laugh. "I always love this moment. I can smell the fear on you. It's smart, really. You should be afraid of me." Adam looked to me, his eyes dark and narrowed in question. I was just as confused as he was. I had no idea what Lacey meant or why her very name was enough to reduce a vamp to a pool of fear. Or was it just the stake pointed at his chest? "Now, I'll forgive your mistake, but only if you tell my friends everything they want to know. But if you're in league with Sasha, the deal's off the table, and I'll rip out your fangs and turn them into a pretty pair of little earrings. I've been trying to come up with something to send my niece for her birthday anyway." The vampire curled his lips in. She didn't wait for him to agree to her terms before bouncing up to her feet in a fluid, effortless move. The vampire tore his eyes from Lacey and flicked them to me. "Sasha who? I don't know anyone named Sasha. Please, you have to believe me." "What are you doing out here, then?" I asked, stepping forward. "I'm looking for a leprechaun." Of all the answers he could have given, That one wasn't even on my radar. My lips moved, trying to latch onto a follow-up question. A leprechaun? The vampire's lips twisted into a sour look.
He's a trickster, a thief.
A startled laugh slipped from my lips. You don't mean Barnaby, do you? The vamp's sharp eyes locked onto mine, blasting me with a chill.
Is that his name of the week? No one knows who he is, but I tracked him here to these woods. I've been looking for him for days.
2.5 feet tall, dark hair and beard, stocky shoulders, no trace of an Irish accent? I asked.
Don't forget the creepy giggle,
Nick added. The vampire ground his molars, his jaw flexed tight as a drum.
Sounds right.
I folded my arms, suddenly feeling protective of the small pain in the rear. He was annoying, and I could wholeheartedly agree to the trickster part, but I wasn't about to turn him over to an irate vampire. Why do you want him?
He stole something from me.
It wasn't a lawn gnome, was it? Nick ventured. I smirked and quickly drew my lips together to conceal it.
No,
the vampire snapped, turning his glare to Nick.
It was $10,000 worth of gold from my family's safe.
My smile died instantly. What?
He used some trick to get past my security team. They've since been dealt with.
The way he said it made me shiver. I didn't think he meant they'd been demoted or fired.
2 weeks ago, we found the safe wiped clean. Nothing but a pile of paper shamrocks inside. We hired a wizard who used some kind of tracking spell. I followed it here and saw his damn notes all over town. I got close one night, but then I picked up wolves in the area and had to leave without him.
My heart lurched. You were out here the night of the full moon.
Stupid, I know.
He shook his head, chiding himself.
It's the one night that a vamp isn't safe to wander alone.
I looked to Lacey, and she offered a slight nod. Did you see any wolves? I asked.
No, but I smelled them.
He soured again.
Several of them.
His eyes drifted to Nick.
I can smell you right now.
Nick shuffled back half a step, and Evangeline raised her wand in defense of him. Evangeline didn't have a mean bone in her body, but the look she gave the vampire made my eyebrows arch.
I sensed the wolves and left.
Did you hear the shooting? There was someone out here with a shotgun. He shook his head.
I must have been long gone. Didn't hear a thing. I went through town and stayed at a vampire safe house until the next night. That's when I decided to try and beat that filthy little leprechaun at his own game.
Recognition dawned. You're the one who put out the fake clues, trying to get Barnaby out here.
I found it's best to beat them at their own insane little games.
Lacey cocked her hip.
You sure you weren't trying to get yourself a midnight snack?
The vampire hissed at her. She bared her gleaming canines. I rolled my eyes at the pair of them. As productive as that is, I think it's safe to say this was a misunderstanding on our part. I'm sorry for any trouble. Lacey put her fangs away, but didn't add on to my blanket apology.
Let him go,
she said with a dismissive flap of her hand. Evangeline released the vines gripping the vampire's arms, and he broke free, jumping to his feet so fast it was a blur. Lacey was on him just as quickly, one hand gripping his collar.
Don't ever come to these woods again.
He stammered something, and was gone in a flash as soon as she released him. Adam stared at her, not bothering to close his gaping mouth.
Wow, Lacey, that was amazing,
Evangeline gushed, hurrying to her friend's side.
Are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he? We found your knife in one of the trees and we thought the worst. I'm so glad you're okay now.
Thanks. Lacey brushed her hair back behind her shoulders.
I'm fine. I threw the knife when he came at my back. I missed, just by a hair.
She pursed her lips as though disappointed. There were so many questions whirling through my mind that pinning one down was like trying to jump on a merry-go-round pitching at full speed.
Who are you?
Adam spat, boiling down my complex, tangled thoughts into 3 words. Lacey looked at him.
My family name carries a lot of weight in vampire circles.
Let's leave it at that.
Would you really have taken his fangs?
Evangeline asked. I didn't even know you had a niece. I'm sure I have something you could send her. Lacey tossed her hair and looked down at her belt, mentally taking inventory. I don't have a niece. At least not that I know of. I frowned. You don't know if you have a niece? She looked up, her expression cold. I don't want to talk about my family tonight. Come on, I said, tugging at Adam's arm. Let's get back to the cabin and make sure this wasn't all some kind of diversion. Chief Lincoln's men could still be in danger. We reached the cabin in 10 minutes and didn't find any signs of an officer or anyone else. The cabin itself was dark, and the small parking spot along the side didn't show any signs of tire prints in the mud. To be safe, we circled the cabin and the surrounding woods for another hour, but neither Lacey nor Adam could pick up a trace of anything. Adam offered to change into his beast form to do a more thorough search, but we decided to call it a night and trooped back to the manor. The police officers weren't in danger, and that was all that mattered for the night. Chapter 18. Nick got a call from Chief Lincoln the following morning. The victim's brother had identified the body after going in to report him as missing, last seen in the woods near the manor. Chief Lincoln wanted Nick to come in and consult for the police as they were running low on manpower and under pressure to get the matter resolved before the county sheriff's pending visit. Chief wasn't the type to leave things undone in the first place, but especially not when his boss was breathing down his neck for results. I insisted on tagging along, though I knew the chief wasn't going to be thrilled about Nick's +1. As expected, his eyebrows hit the middle of his forehead when I came in half a step behind Nick mid-morning. Luckily, I'd come prepared. I produced a box of pastries, one oversized Danish marked just for him, and handed over a large cup of chai latte. Helps to work for the chief of police's girlfriend sometimes. He took the pastry and coffee cup, but kept the skeptical look plastered on his stern face. I didn't expect to see you this morning, Holly. He shifted his gaze to Nick. Nick smirked. You know what she's like, Chief. There's only so much I can do. I needled him with my elbow. Hey! Chief Lincoln sighed and pointed his chin across the room. Go ahead and wait in my office. I'll be there in 5 minutes. The corner office was far less grand than the title suggests. It barely had a window wedged in one corner. I smiled at the framed picture of Chief Lincoln and Cassie, taken on his birthday. She'd thrown him a massive surprise party at Siren Song with the entire BHPD and all of his extended family. Even some old army buddies had flown or driven in for the occasion. I loved that he kept the picture on his desk, face out, for everyone who entered to see. He wanted to show off his woman. It was a sweet, if not surprising, gesture from a man who spent so much of his time locked in solemn contemplation. Nick waited for me to take a seat in one of the wrinkled vinyl chairs opposite Chief's desk, and then he took the other. He crossed one ankle to the opposite knee and glanced around the small, wood-paneled room. You ever think about how much easier all this would be if people like the chief knew about us? Are you kidding? I gawked. We'd all be locked up in some facility that would probably make Alcatraz seem like a Four Seasons. Nick shook his head calmly, still looking at the bookshelf beside Chief's desk. I don't know about that, Halls. I think we could find a way to work together. I mean, think about how much they would benefit from using our services. He stopped, and his expression rearranged itself, puzzlement settling into a line between his eyes as they moved to mine. When we busted Greta, that drink you gave her, it was laced with something, wasn't it? I smiled. You'll never know. Holly Bolt! He barked a laugh. And what about the next case we worked? That missing girl, Paisley's cousin. You were the one who found the body. I shrugged. She was a ghost asking me for help. You talked to her? I nodded. Let's see, then with Paul Banks, it wasn't actually a crazed hooker or his soon-to-be ex-wife. The SPA covered that one up on the human side. He was actually killed by a powerful vampire. Nick's foot fell to the floor with a solid thump. A laugh slipped through my lips. I'm sorry, Nick, I couldn't tell you the truth about all those cases. He shook his head. But see, you're proving my point. None of those cases would have been solved without your magic. I flapped a hand. Oh, sure they would have.
Well, maybe not the vampire one. You've met Lacey. They tend to do whatever they want and get away with it. Not that she would murder anyone. Except perhaps Adam. I smiled. Actually, if anyone should worry about being carried off to her vampire love nest, it's you. What? Nick barked, a little too loud. I laughed. She's got a crush on you. Come on, don't pretend you didn't notice. He blinked. No, I most certainly did not. His stunned expression only made me laugh harder. I think my friend Anastasia knows a few dating coaches. Remind me to have her introduce you to one when all this is over. Nick narrowed his eyes at me. I'll pass. My smile faded slightly. Oh, come on, Rivers, I was only kidding. About the dating coach or Lacey? I twisted my lips to one side. Both? He sighed. I thought you told me vampires hate werewolves. Generally, yes, but Lacey isn't exactly a typical vamp. For one, she lives alone. Well, at least not with other vamps. Normally they live in cloisters, pods, or colonies, whatever you want to call it. She doesn't talk much about her family, but her last name is Vaughn, a powerful name in the vamp world. The Vaughn family runs most of the East Coast. I don't know exactly how she's related to them, but let's just say they usually wouldn't let one of their bloodline vamps just waltz off into the sunset. Well, you know what I mean. Nick started to form his next question, but the door opened. He clamped his mouth shut, but from the look he shot me, the conversation had only just begun. Chief Lincoln entered the room, still working on the last few bites of his pastry, and took a seat behind his desk. He placed the coffee cup to one side and laid the Danish on his mouse pad. Holly, I'd ask you to leave, but I imagine whatever I say would find its way back to you anyway. Nick frowned. Not necessarily. I can remain confidential if the assignment requires it. Chief Lincoln considered me, and then dismissed it. It's all right. What I need you to do isn't all that secretive. I just don't have the manpower to get it done. We'll pay your standard consulting fee capped at 8 hours. Clear? Nick nodded. All right. He turned and retrieved a folder from a basket on the edge of his desk. After a few moments of shuffling through the papers and photographs inside, he found a single sheet of paper and passed it to Nick. This is a copy of the registry the rental agency sent over. Looks like whoever rented the cabin on the night of the shooting did so using a false identity. The driver's license is fraudulent, the address is an empty lot, and the photo and name aren't in our system. I need you to see if you can dig up any other instances of someone using this ID, and if possible, find out who the person really is. Is there a money trail? Nick asked. Chief Lincoln shook his head. Afraid not. He used a prepaid credit card, prepaid phone, too, from the sounds of it. I leaned in and inspected the photocopy. It showed the registry from the rental company and listed the man as Benny Hicks from Newport, California. The photo on the California license showed a scruffy-looking man who had an unwashed surfer vibe, rough around the edges, and not showing a hint of a smile in his eyes. And no one saw him when he checked into the property? No. Chief sighed heavily. It doesn't look like this was Benny Hicks's first rodeo. The reservation was made online, and the key for the cabin was in a lockbox on the door. No one from the agency was on the property. It's a little bit of a self-serve rental. Usually hunters or fishermen. They come and go. The agency deals with the money and sends someone out to clean after the guest leaves. Has someone been there to clean? I asked. No. We asked them to hold off. My guys will finish collecting evidence this afternoon and will release the room back to the agency. As it's not technically part of the crime scene, it's more of a courtesy. I don't want to overstay our welcome. I nodded. Right. Chief Lincoln stood. Clearly, our 5 minutes were coming to an end. Nick took the page with him as we were ushered from the office. I'll get on this right away and let you know the minute I find something. We appreciate it, Rivers. What's all this? Anything else I need to know? Nick asked, gesturing at the evidence board. It was a lot fuller than the last time I'd seen it. New photographs hung pinned to the board, and a whole bunch of new notes were scrawled in dry erase marker on the whiteboard sections of the wall. The photos were taken at all different angles, and mostly cataloged evidence cones in a small, run-down-looking hotel. The victim was checked into a room at the Dancing Dolphin Motel off the highway.
We gathered everything up to see if we could find a trail. So far, not a lot working in our favor.
I scanned the photos, and my eyes snagged on one showing a couple different views of a leather briefcase. It was thin, with a wooden handle. A gold plate rested between the matching buckles, with 2 letters engraved in the shiny metal. M.W., I said softly. Wasn't the victim's name Grady Woods? Chief Lincoln nodded.
That's right. We figure it might have been a hand-me-down. We'll ask his brother about it when we bring him in for a follow-up.
His brother. Marco, I said, somewhat to myself. M.W. M.W. Marco Woods? Chief tilted his head and considered the photo.
Maybe. He didn't exactly strike me as the briefcase and 3-piece suit type of fellow, but I've learned not to always run with first impressions.
I smiled at him. See? Aren't you glad I came in now? He chuckled.
You've buttered me up enough for one day, Holly. Literally. Tell Cass it'll be her fault when I don't fit into my...
Chief stopped short, his cheeks instantly turning crimson. Into your what, Chief? I pressed, dancing up on my tiptoes.
Nothing.
You were going to say tuxedo. Chief looked to Nick, imploring him to do something. Nick laughed and steered me for the door.
I'll call later this afternoon to check in, Chief.
This isn't over, I called, still beaming, even as Nick herded me out of the station. Despite hours of digging, Nick couldn't find anything on the so-called Benny Hicks. After dinner, pizza ordered by our resident takeout queen herself, we called it a night. I hauled Boots off to bed, planning to read a few articles before my eyes couldn't stay open anymore, while Nick bedded down on the couch. I barely made it through 2 paragraphs before my eyes slid closed, but I awoke less than an hour later, restless and edgy, though unsure why. I tossed and turned for another hour before I finally threw off the covers and swung my legs out of bed. Boots burrowed down deeper into the corner of the bed he usually occupied. Clearly he wasn't budging. It was just as well. If he followed me to the kitchen, I'd no doubt have to share my midnight snack. I stepped into my slippers and crept from the room, careful to avoid the floorboard that squeaked right outside my door. When I rounded the corner into the living room, I noticed a sliver of light from under the kitchen door. Nick was sleeping on the couch, one arm sprawled over his face. Tiptoeing past, I glanced at the clock on the living room wall, one of Posey's antiques. It was a little after 3 a.m. I wondered if it might be Lacey. These were her usual waking hours. Besides sleeping, she rarely stayed at the manor. Her schedule ran opposite to the rest of ours, except for a few hours of late-evening crossover. After she'd had her breakfast, she'd slip off into the night. I couldn't blame her. There wasn't much to do at the house alone, and it wasn't like she could entertain while the rest of us slept. She usually went out with one group of friends or another. Shopping, happy hour, dancing, and then, of course, there were the hours she put into prepping for her next beauty contest. Before this business with the wolf and the vamp, I'd always had her pegged as a vapid person, with no real goals or dreams, just an immortal drifting through a life of all things bedazzled and bling-tastic. Now, with visions of her roughing up that vampire in the woods, I didn't know what to think. I found the kitchen empty when I stepped inside. Whoever had been in last must have forgotten to turn off the lights. Or perhaps Nick had left it on intentionally as a sort of makeshift nightlight. After all, he was only just getting acquainted with things that go bump in the night. I shrugged and set about making a cup of tea, heavily lacing it with a dose of sleeping potion. It was one of my own concoctions, more powerful than over-the-counter medication without the sleepy hangover feeling the next day. Non-habit forming, of course. While the water came to a slow boil, I made a couple pieces of toast and slathered them with almond butter, honey, and a drizzle of chocolate syrup. Hey, you only live once. Well, usually at least. When my snack was gone and the tea reduced to dregs in the bottom of my cup, I placed the dishes in the sink and decided to head back to bed. I turned off the light and started to pad out of the room when the back door swung open, letting in a whoosh of frosty air. My hand whipped out, smashed the dimmer switch, and the room was bathed in light once again. Adam stood in the doorway, hair mussed, cheeks a scarlet pink, and a stunned look on his face.
Holly, what are you doing up?
Where were you? I demanded. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck.
I went out for a run.
In the woods? Alone? In the middle of the night? He tensed and dropped his hand.
Yes, to all three.
I narrowed my eyes. You were looking for the wolf. Holly, just tell me the truth. That's what you were doing, wasn't it?
I can't sleep knowing there's someone out there. If Sasha is behind this, the wolf could be out there regardless of the full moon. Someone could get hurt.
I threw my hands into the air. And you were going to do what if you found it? He rolled his shoulders back. Great. Really good planning, going out there alone in the middle of the night when the rest of us are asleep and can't help.
I don't want help. I want you here, safe.
My teeth clenched together, and it took all of my limited self-control to keep from flying across the room and grabbing him by the collar and shaking him. I might not have Lacey's catsuit or knife collection, but I had every drop of the anger. I never asked for a gilded cage. Adam took a step inside and shut the door a little too hard. He glowered at me, his cheeks even redder, now from anger instead of the cold.
I'm doing what needs to be done, Holly.
I crossed my arms and glared up at him. And what is it you think I was trying to do? Was I just playing around? If I try to go with you and Nick, you accuse me of being reckless. In an even bigger group, you still want me glued to your side like I'm some kind of helpless child. When are you going to learn to trust me?
If we'd stop getting dragged into these things, this wouldn't even be an issue.
He fired back, eyes sparking. Oh, you're right. Gee, why didn't I think of that? It's a good thing you're here to help me understand these things. I tossed back, sarcasm dripping from the words. Adam stormed through the kitchen and yanked open the fridge. He grabbed a bottle of some cherry-red sports drink and guzzled half the contents before wiping his mouth and continuing.
I don't know what to say, Holly. I'm doing what needs to be done. If I told you where I was going, you would have wanted to come along.
And that would be terrible, huh?
Holly,
he sighed. The door opened, and Nick peeked his head around it.
You guys all right?
Yes, we both snapped in unison. Nick flinched, but didn't scurry off. Instead, he pushed the door open the rest of the way and stepped inside.
You sure? 'Cause you're kind of giving me flashbacks to the summer before my parents divorced.
He was joking, an easy smile on his lips, but neither Adam or I could play along. The effects of my sleeping potion were kicking in, and the room swayed slightly as I fought to keep my eyes open. Nick hurried forward and placed a hand on my elbow.
Holly, are you all right?
I nodded, but that only made things seem more off-kilter.
Sleeping potion,
I managed. Adam crossed the room with 2 long strides and tucked an arm around my waist. Nick took a step away and let Adam lead me from the room. He helped me back into bed, or at least what Boots had left of it for me.
I'm still mad at you,
I told him, around a long yawn as he tugged the covers up around me. One corner of his mouth turned up.
I know. You can keep yelling at me in the morning.
Nodding, I nestled into my pillow. Chapter 19. Nick went with me to the Seattle Haven the following morning to see Agent Bramble. Thankfully, we left in such a hurry that he didn't get a chance to ask me about the awkward scene he'd stumbled into the night before. As we exited the portal, there were only 2 minutes to spare before my appointment, and if Agent Bramble was anything, it was punctual. The portal deposited us right in the heart of SPA headquarters, and we hustled to the bay of receptionists near the front doors of the impressive building. At the top of the hour, Agent Bramble welcomed us to her office. It was a different one than the oversized coat closet she'd been working out of the first time I met her. Apparently, since her former partner's ascent to the head of the department, she'd snagged herself an upgrade. This office was 3 times the size, large enough for a grand L-shaped desk, 2 plush chairs, and a chaise lounge on the wall opposite a bank of windows. Potted plants decorated the space, but other than that, there were no knickknacks or personal touches. I smiled and took the seat she offered me. "Morning, Agatha."
"Good morning, Holly."
She gestured for Nick to sit as well and offered a hint of a smile.
"Nicholas, I wasn't expecting you this morning. How are you adjusting to your new life?
Nick slid a glance my way before answering. It's been interesting. Agent Bramble barked a laugh.
Yes, I suppose it must be.
She shuffled some paperwork and then set it aside and folded her hands together on the top of the desk.
Now, let's get to the business of today. Holly, you didn't really provide many details over the phone.
I'm sorry, Agatha. It was kind of a last-minute thing. I glanced at Nick. Without getting into a lot of details, there's been a situation, and it's important that we speak to Ben. I was hoping that since he's in a different facility than Sasha, we could get a visit sooner rather than later. Is that possible? Agent Bramble considered Nick carefully, as though worried he might sprout a second head, before shifting her sharp gaze back to me.
I'm afraid I don't do anything without details, Holly. You should know that by now.
I frowned. I'd been expecting it, but it frustrated me all the same. She didn't budge. All right. I licked my lips, trying to decide where and how to start. We think there might be something going on with Ben's old pack. I wanted to ask him some questions about a few of the members. Her eyebrows lifted.
Care to be more specific?
Batwings. I'd forgotten how tough she could be. I planted my palms on her desk and leaned forward. One of them was shot and killed the night of the full moon. The BHPD is investigating, but it appears that someone might be running around cleaning up Sasha's mess. That got her attention. She sputtered for a moment, her eyes pinging between the two of us.
And you're just now bringing this to my attention.
She bristled and reached for her phone.
Holly, you should know better.
I started to defend myself, but the words were cut short when she started speaking into the receiver. Nick nudged his knee against mine and offered a slight smile of solidarity.
All right. We'll put in an emergency request to have Ben brought forth for questioning, she announced, setting the phone back in place. Tell me everything you know.
Grimacing, I gave in and shared everything with her. Well, almost everything. I skirted around Nick's half-change and the encounters with the vampire and leprechaun. When I finished, the door of her office opened, and a petite woman with short, spiky black hair with red tips marched into the room and, with a swish of her wand, formed a reflective pool on Agent Bramble's desk. Her long nails were painted the same shocking red as the ends of her hair, and she pinched her wand tightly between them. Raising it up, the pool lifted, forming an orb. It looked like a shiny globe, if all the land masses were erased. The prisoner will be presented in 10 minutes, she told Agent Bramble, her words clipped in a staccato pattern.
Thank you.
The woman showed herself out, and when the door closed, I stepped in to examine the magic. This is incredible. Agent Bramble smiled.
Humans don't know what they're missing out on. Sure, they have their telephones and computers, but can they do this?
She puffed out her chest, and I tried not to snicker at how majestically bird-like she looked. Shifters often took on the characteristics of their beast form, even while walking on 2 legs. Adam was stocky and tall, like his dog form, thankfully without the drool.
You don't get out of the haven much, huh?
Nick asked. She furrowed her brow.
Not exactly. Why?
Nick laughed softly.
Humans do have something like this. It's called Skype.
Oh, she muttered something under her breath, and I bumped my foot against his shin.
This is impressive, though, he hurried to add. And I'm guessing it's not going to buffer every 5 seconds.
Buffer? He shook his head.
Never mind.
A sound emitted from the orb, mercifully cutting the tension. I lifted off the chair for a moment and dragged it closer to the desk. I'd expected Ben to appear to us in the orb, but instead the entire orb reshaped itself into the exact shape of Ben's head. Nick and I jolted back, and Agent Bramble flashed a triumphant smile when Nick was forced to admit that no, humans didn't have anything like it. It took me a moment to adjust to the surprise of seeing Ben's head, 3 times its normal size, as a talking orb of light.
Holly? Is everything all right? Is this about my appeal hearing?
I shot a glance at Agent Bramble. She hadn't mentioned anything about an appeal. After Sasha's full investigation and trial, the extent of Ben's involvement had come to light. While Agent Bramble and the rest of the SPA originally concluded he was acting under her control and therefore not liable, there were instances that they couldn't ignore, and he wound up in a jail cell anyway. Granted, for a lot less time than Sasha. I shook my head. I don't know anything about an appeal. Oh. He lowered his gaze, crestfallen. Hey. I held up a hand. As far as I'm concerned, if you can help me with what I'm about to ask, I won't stand in the way of your hearing. Ben's thick brows lifted. I'd forgotten how handsome he was. He'd won over Evangeline's fleeting attention, which wasn't a small feat. Several months ago, my money would have been down on the two of them kicking off some kind of romantic relationship. I didn't dwell on all the way things had spun out of control since then. Marco Woods found me, I said, giving him my full attention. You have to believe me, Holly. If I could have given you some kind of warning, I would have. I was worried after what happened to Grady. Someone had to warn you and Nick. I'm not mad at you, Ben, if that's what you're thinking. But I need answers. What do you know about Sasha's background? Did she ever mention a mentor or teacher? How did she get her powers? I can assure you nothing she does was covered in my spellcraft classes during academy. She never told me anything about her magic. I had no idea how she did what she did. I never even dared ask. She was always secretive. Everything was locked away. I frowned. Like what? Notes? Paperwork? She had a lot of books, and she kept journals. I was never allowed to see any of it, but I'd been to her house. I looked to Agent Bramble. Was anything recovered when her house was searched after her arrest? I'll double-check what is logged. There was an extensive library, but I don't know about the journals. Could someone have taken them before the SBA got there? It's possible, I suppose. But who would have known about the arrest in time to get there and clean up? I shifted my glance to Ben. Did she have a partner? Someone had to know what she was doing. Ben shook his head, and the entire orb moved. I'm sorry, Holly. I wish I could help. I don't even know what her end goal was. She wanted to get her mother released from prison, but beyond that, I don't know. She made an entire pack of wolves, I said. That couldn't have been for no reason. What was she going to do, storm the prison? I stopped cold. It was a backup plan. If her plan to manipulate and glamour the council didn't work, she'd take it by force. Ben stared, unblinking. Maybe? I don't know what she wanted. Then why were you going along with it? Nick snapped, entering the conversation. He hung his head again. At first, I wanted her to like me. Maybe even love me. Now I can see just how ridiculous that idea was. He looked up, a bitter twist to his lips. You can't love someone if you don't have a heart. Tell us about this Grady fellow. Did you really send him to check on Nick before the change? He nodded. The night I scratched you, Nick, it haunts me every night. It was the wolf. I couldn't fight Sasha's will and the wolf's impulses, not at the same time. I failed, and you got hurt. Knowing that you'll suffer your whole life because I wasn't strong enough, Ben. I wanted someone to be there to make sure you'd be okay. The first change is always the worst. He shuddered as though reliving his own. Grady was the only one I trusted. I told him to follow you around before the change to see what you were planning on doing. If needed, he would have revealed himself and offered to help. Of course, Holly already had a plan in place. He smiled sadly. On his last visit, just a few days before the full moon, he assured me that you weren't going to be alone, and that you'd be safe. A few days before the change? But can't you only get visitors once a month? Ben stared for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't get a lot of visitors, but as far as I know, there's no real limit. I frowned, and looked at Agent Bramble. He's not in a high-security prison. He's allowed any visitors who wish to see him. Why had Marco lied to me? He'd made it clear that he wouldn't be able to see Ben until after the next full moon. It didn't make sense. Why lie about such an easily disprovable thing like that? Was he hoping to prevent me from seeing him? Or had there simply been a miscommunication somewhere along the line? I didn't tell Grady to follow you on the night of the change. When he told me you'd be with Holly and Adam, I knew you'd be safe.
but I guess he wanted to double-check that everything was all right. He must have broken from the pack and gone to sea. The woods behind the Beechwood Manor aren't on the usual route. They were miles off the paths we usually took together." Ben shook his head, still looking slightly dazed. "If he hadn't gone after Nick, he wouldn't have been there when that hunter—" The rest of his words dissolved into a bubble of a sob. Agent Bramble shifted in her seat. I got the sense that she wasn't exactly comfortable with emotion. I leaned forward, placing my fingertips at the edge of the desk. "Ben, look at me." He raised his tear-filled eyes. "It's not your fault what happened to Nick or Grady. You have to let yourself off the hook." Now, as to his role in Harvey's death, I wasn't so willing to let bygones be bygones. But it wasn't an issue to drag up when he was already tearing himself to bits. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this, and whoever is responsible will be brought to justice. I promise." Ben bobbed his head, swallowing hard, but couldn't manage another word. After a moment the image faded, and the orb disappeared with what sounded like a splash, but left no trace of water behind. Agent Bramble was smiling slightly at me when I slumped back against the chair. "You know, you'd make one heck of an SPA agent, Holly Bolt." I laughed, startled by the notion. Agent Bramble smiled, and then shifted her attention to her paperwork. Chapter 20. "None of it makes any sense." I nodded, agreeing with Nick's frustrated assessment of our situation as we wandered through the streets of the Seattle Haven. We'd left Agent Bramble's office shortly after the communication with Ben ended. She told us she would look into things on her side, and Nick had even gone as far as passing along the fake ID information, figuring they could check if it was logged with the SPA. I'd questioned the decision, but he'd countered, pointing out it was really no different than when the police shared information with the FBI or CIA in certain cases. "I keep going back and trying to figure out why Marco approached me," I told him. "I mean, he made it seem like it was just a friendly warning, but now it seems there's more going on. Why would he have lied about Ben's visitation hours? It's like he didn't want us following up and corroborating his story. But why? Seems like someone would only do that if they were hiding something. So what's he hiding?" "There's also the briefcase. It was in Grady's motel room but had his initials. What if Grady stole it from Marco?" I shrugged. "Or maybe Marco didn't use it and gifted it to his brother. There's at least half a dozen plausible explanations. Besides that, it was empty. If there was anything important inside, we'd have no way of knowing what it was or where it is now." Nick raked his fingers through his hair and nodded. "We're grasping at straws." "Come on, let's stop at the bakery. That always makes me feel better." Nick grinned. "What is that you're obsessed with? Lemon something." I returned his smile and then checked for traffic. Lemon clouds. Right. I guess I'd better give it a try. We crossed the street and Nick opened the door of the bakery. He let me order, and then we took over a corner table, savoring each bite. "Are we sure that Ben isn't playing us?" Nick asked, after a few moments of sugar-induced delirium. "Playing us how?" "What if he wasn't the unwilling participant he's claiming to be?" I tilted my head. "You don't think he was sincere with his whole apology?" "I don't know. But from what you said, Marco told you that it was Ben who was attacking people and helping Sasha grow her pack. Not only that, but didn't he say Ben was left in charge of the pack? If he'd really wanted to get away from her, why didn't he just leave?" "What was he supposed to do, though? Mutiny? She had the power to turn on their wolf with a snap of her fingers, Nick. If Ben stepped out of line, she could have flipped the switch. Could you live with that over your head?" I realized a moment too late what I'd asked. "Of course you can," I added softly, considering my nails as they tapped on the table. "It all goes in circles, I guess." The lemon cloud that had started out looking so appealing suddenly tasted dry in my mouth. I pushed the rest of the cake aside and wiped the traces of frosting from my fingertips with a paper napkin. When I glanced up, Nick's face was white and covered in a sheen of sweat. "Nick?" His eyes went from cobalt blue to black and then back again,
like a flickering TV channel.
We have to get out of here. Now!
Forgetting everything on the table, I jumped from my seat, raced around the round table, and hauled Nick to his feet. He was shaky and unsteady, and when he gripped my hand, I realized his fingernails were turning to sharp points. Go, go, go! I hissed. We hurried from the bakery, and while I didn't slow down long enough to see if people were watching us, I could feel prying eyes on our backs as we stumbled toward the exit. Out in the street, we broke into a run. Nick's cadence was odd and unsteady.
My feet, they're changing,
he told me through clenched teeth. He was tense and sweaty, as though holding back a howl of pain. I recalled Adam's account of the noises he'd heard in the woods under the full moon, and I spurred us on faster. The SPA building was only 2 blocks from the bakery. I grabbed Nick tighter as we barreled toward the sleek glass doors. Nick let loose a muffled howl, and I looked down to see one clawed toe bursting from the tip of his loafer. Ouch. He stumbled on his changing feet and hit the sidewalk. His back arched like a Halloween cat, and another horrible sound ripped from him. The change was happening too fast. We wouldn't be able to make it back to Beechwood Harbor in time. The portal worked quickly, but getting him the 2 miles up to the manor without being seen? There was no way. Someone would spot us. And if Nick went full wolf, I doubted I would be able to hold him back. If he attacked someone? I stopped, pushing the chilling thought away. I wasn't going to let that happen. Not today. Not ever. Holly? Nick. At the sound of Agent Bramble's voice, my heart vaulted out of my chest and skittered down the sidewalk without the rest of my body. I whipped around and barely got the word "help" out of my lips before Agent Bramble took over. Her hand whipped to her waist, retrieved a phone, and called someone. She spoke in a harsh voice, her commands clipped and decisive. I could barely focus on what she said as I watched Nick and frantically scanned the street. It was only a matter of moments before a crowd formed. Luckily, most supernaturals don't use things like smartphones, so there weren't likely to be 100 cameras in our faces. But the word-of-mouth accounts would no doubt spin out of control like a game of telephone gone wrong. I was already the subject of whispers and hushed conversations as soon as someone recognized me. That strange Bolt girl. The whole family was odd. I heard she was a dark sorceress. None of it was true, well, except maybe the part about my family. We'd all sprung from Grandmother Honeysuckle, and there was no arguing she was a little off. Talented, with moments of sheer brilliance, but off. Being someone of notoriety was second nature to me now, but that didn't make it any less painful at times. I didn't want that for Nick. He was new to the supernatural world, to the Havens. If word got out he was seen having some kind of episode outside the SPA building and carted away howling by a pack of agents, it would be a nightmare. Agent Bramble, there's something we didn't tell you, I said as quietly as I could over Nick's continued groaning. She shot me a dark look. Yes, I figured that part out, Ms. Bolt. I cringed. Ms. Bolt? That wasn't a good sign. The woman who'd conjured Ben for us appeared on the sidewalk. She looked to Agent Bramble, and without a word she whipped a wand in a circle over her head, as though preparing to lasso some cattle. Or, in this case, a wild half-wolf. Magic crackled through the air, and I blinked. When my eyes opened, we were no longer on the sidewalk. In fact, I had no idea where we were. The room was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet, and all white. There weren't any windows, and the space was void of any art or even furniture. Is this a jail cell? I asked, looking for a door and not finding one. Agent Bramble nodded as she released Nick. The petite woman with the short, spiky black hair had her wand pointed at him. He held up his hands as he slunk to the corner. Please, I wasn't... Ah! His words drowned in another agonizing yell. Don't hurt him! I screamed at the witch. He's not going to hurt us! Agent Bramble whipped around, her hands fisted on her hips. She glared down her hawkish nose. Start explaining. Nick's change didn't go according to plan. I licked my lips and dared a peek past her to where Nick was cowering in the corner. His jeans were torn at the sides as his haunches and hind legs returned. His shoes were destroyed, the shiny and probably expensive loafers reduced to strips of leather. He never went full werewolf. He was some kind of halfling. He's not violent. The witch didn't pay attention, her wand still trained on him. I didn't want to think about what kind of spell she was readying in case she needed it. He passed out. We got him back to the manor, and the next day we used a retract-size spell to get him back to normal. Or at least what we figured was normal.
Oh, Holly, you should have called me.
Agent Bramble's tone still held a heavy dose of anger, but the edges softened a little bit. She turned to look at Nick. He had his clawed hands covering his face.
Jeannie, it's all right.
The witch lowered her wand, and my lungs released a whoosh of air. He's not violent, I said, reinforcing the decision. Almost on cue, Nick slumped to the side. He slid down the wall and ended up in a heap on the floor. Agent Bramble gasped, and I raced forward and checked for his pulse. His heart was racing along, but starting to slow. Once I knew he was all right, I brushed a hand over his brow. He was sweat-soaked and far too warm, but he was breathing normally. We figured it had to do with the fact that he wasn't cursed on the full moon. Something is wrong with the curse.
That's why you wanted to see Sasha Pringle.
I nodded. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the whole truth before. I was afraid of... I paused and looked around the white cell. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This. I shoved to my feet. You can't keep him here. I won't let you. Agent Bramble held up a hand, stopping my ranting and raving with a calm, though perturbed, look.
I don't have any intention of letting the SPA turn him into a pincushion, if that's what you're afraid of.
My stomach churned. You don't?
No. But we have to figure out what's causing this change before he can return to Beechwood Harbor. It's not safe. For anyone. Most of all, Nick himself.
I've looked through every textbook I own. I can't find another case like it. A bubble of panic welled up. I'd promised Nick that I wouldn't let the SPA keep him captive. Even if they weren't keeping him to run tests and experiments, he was still confined to a cell until they could figure out what was wrong with him.
I've never heard of something like this either, but as you've already deduced, we both know someone who likely has.
Agent Bramble squared her broad shoulders.
We're going to bump up that visit to speak to Ms. Pringle.
Chapter 21. Sasha Pringle was locked up in an SPA prison that allowed no magic whatsoever. The walls of the prison itself were cursed, sucking away all magic energy inside. Any witch, wizard, or other magically gifted entrant would feel their power sucked away as soon as they set foot through the large iron gates. Shifters would be stuck with their human forms. The only prisoners who were sent there were the worst of the worst, the most dangerous and deadly. If any one of them got even a drop of magic, the results could be catastrophic. As no one was entirely sure just how powerful Sasha is, she'd been assigned there just in case. Agent Bramble pulled in some favors and got us a transport portal to the prison within an hour of Nick's breakdown. I hated leaving him, but she assured me he would be safe. No one but her assistant even knew he was in the building, and she promised it would remain that way. So, I followed her to a huge room in the underbelly of the SPA that contained 6 different doors. She explained that each one led to a different part of the world, and that they were charmed prior to use to get to the pinpoint location. A wizard friend of hers had arranged one for us. The door we approached was silver, with etched markings on every inch of it. Agent Bramble opened the door, and a green light poured out across the floor at our feet.
"After you,"
she said, in a firm voice, leaving no room for negotiation. I held my breath and stepped through the arched doorway, and she followed right behind. On the other side, we found ourselves in a bright room. I'd halfway been expecting the same medieval torture chamber vibe that I picked up during my appearance before the Haven Council several weeks earlier, so the scrubbed clean dentist office vibe threw me off entirely. When I took my first full step into the room, a pinch seized me, as though all of my muscles contracted at once. Batwings! I pitched forward when the wave released me and stumbled my next couple of steps. You weren't kidding. That was unpleasant. Agent Bramble breezed past me and went right to the desk. Her frustration with me poured from her, and I decided to do as little talking as possible for the remainder of our unpleasant errand. She spoke with the man at the desk, and then indicated we were to follow him. The man, likely a wizard, led us through a series of hallways. Doors lined both sides, but there were no windows or bars to allow me to see exactly what was inside, which I decided was probably for the best. After a few minutes, we took a left turn down another bright corridor, and the man retrieved a set of skeleton keys from a ring at his belt. He opened the room, instinctually knowing the right key, and ushered us inside without a word. He closed and locked the door behind us, and another chill wandered up my back. What's the, game plan? I asked Agent Bramble, desperate for something to drown out the alarm bells ringing inside my head. Good shifter, bad witch? Reverse? She frowned at my nervous joke. The SPA has ways of forcing information from prisoners. However, I'd like to avoid that if we can. Despite my disgust for Ms. Pringle, I don't think we need to go that route. There has to be something we can use to bargain with her for her sliver of information. I nodded as I looked around the room. Tan walls, a set of metal chairs, and again, no windows. I suppose she probably wasn't missing the sunlight anyway. As a half-vampire, she was able to stand the sun, hence the reason she'd been able to go undetected for what she really was for so long. But the vampire curse was still in her system, and I imagined she avoided the sun whenever possible. What would she want? Agent Bramble shrugged. That's what we have to find out. I sagged down into one of the metal chairs. Great. Nick's life depended on the whims of a power-hungry vampire witch serving a life sentence. It wasn't like they were going to let her loose for good behavior. That wasn't how it worked. And while I didn't know Sasha all that well, I imagined there was only one thing she'd want: her freedom. The door opened, and I sprang up. The same wizard who'd shown us to the room entered again, this time holding a chain that connected to a pair of cuffs linked around Sasha Pringle's thin wrists. Somehow, even in a prison-issued jumpsuit without a stitch of makeup, she managed to look beautiful, almost glamorous. A fleeting thought whizzed through my head that maybe I needed to get myself bit by a vamp, if it would give me the same effortlessly glowy skin and shiny hair. Sasha smiled when our eyes met. You know, I've had a pool going on who would be my first visitor. I must say, Holly, I hadn't thought it would be you. I glared at her, as the guard forced her to sit in one of the metal chairs. Let me guess. You were expecting one of your lovesick puppy dogs? I hate to break it to you, but I don't think any of them are all that eager to see you again. At least, not while you're still drawing breath. The guard shackled her ankles to the chair, and as he worked, I realized that the chair was bolted to the ground. Sasha tilted her head, her sheet of raven hair falling to one side. So dramatic. I shrugged. Truth hurts sometimes. She laughed, the sound light and melodic. Believe me, Holly, my pack is loyal to me. It was bred into them. Which incidentally now includes your lovely friend, Nicholas Rivers. Her use of his full name felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over my head. If I wanted, all I would have to do is snap my fingers and he'd come running. You're lying. She shrugged and leaned back in her chair. The guard double-checked that she was properly restrained, and then took his post near the door. Sasha grinned. Why are you here, Holly? I hope this won't take long. I have a poker game at 6 o'clock that I sure would hate to miss. Grady Woods one of your wolves, was killed on the night of the full moon. Apparently, someone is out there cleaning up your arts and crafts projects one wolf at a time." Her eyes sparkled like I'd told her a funny joke.
"Aha. And you're worried your darling Nick will be next. Is that it?"
"Don't fuss with me, Sasha. You know exactly what's going on. I want to know who's behind Grady's murder, and I want to know how to get Nick out of this mess." She laughed again, the sound even more grating than the first time.
"And what makes you think I'll help you, Holly? In case you haven't noticed, I'm not in a position to be out hunting wolves. So why bother coming here? My hands are tied. Literally."
She shook her chains for effect. "If you're not ordering the hits on these wolves, then who is? Who were you working with?"
"Where are you even coming up with this stuff? It's deranged, truly."
I leaned forward. "Straight from an eyewitness. Grady's brother, Marco. Another one of your collection, I believe."
"Marco?"
She laughed, the sound cold and piercing.
"You can't trust anything that bag of bones has to say. He was never a proper wolf. I probably should have had him put down after his first change."
My stomach turned at the casual way she said it. The woman could hand down a death sentence without flinching.
"Now, his brother Grady,"
she paused, smiling.
"He was a real wolf, twice Marco's size, and yet still managed to be faster. He knew how to follow marching orders, too. Marco was always questioning me. Ben.
He said they were—" I stopped myself when I caught the sharp gleam in Sasha's eyes. She would love nothing more than for me to feed her information. It was chilling how easy it was for her to twist and manipulate.
"What did darling Benjamin have to say?" "Let me guess. He's innocent. He was acting under my control the entire time."
I sneered at her. "I saw you, out in the woods. You controlled him, threatened him into doing what you wanted." She shrugged.
"I'll admit, in the end, he required more convincing. But it wasn't always that way. Did he tell you that Marco and Grady were both his offspring? He cursed them."
"Because you told him to." I shook my head. "You wanted a whole pack of them. What I don't know is why you needed all these henchmen. You were planning something." Sasha's eyes went a shade darker.
"Listen, sugar. I don't know what you were hoping for by coming here. Some grand confession to all my master plans? A cure for your little friend? Either way, it's not going to happen. You have no power to negotiate."
My heart sank, only to bob back up a second later. Without flinching, I fired back. "What if, in exchange for your help, we arranged to have your mother set free?" Agent Bramble bristled beside me, but didn't contradict me. Sasha's eyes flashed and went pitch black.
"How dare you bring her into this?"
"I dare whatever I want, sugar." I stood and stalked toward her, stopping just short of her reach. Even with her hands and ankles chained, she radiated danger. "We both know that was your original plan. Worm your way onto the Haven Council so you could glamour them when the time came for her appeal hearing. Now I'm guessing the wolves were dual purpose. Part grunts to do your dirty work, part backup plan in case the council wasn't convinced and needed a little more motivation." She growled, but didn't dispute me. "Now, clearly, neither plan A or B worked out very well for you. Stars only know what you're cooking up now, but your resources are limited. You're friendless. And every day that you're here, rotting away playing poker, you're reminded that your mother is also sitting in a cell somewhere. Maybe you've even worked your way through the prison grapevine and know where she is and what she's going through. It's making you sick."
"I'm not staying here forever,"
she hissed.
"And when I'm free, you're the first one I'll come after."
I leaned over to bring myself to her eye level. "I'm counting on it." Casually, I straightened and flagged the guard. "You can take her away. She doesn't have anything interesting to say." The guard took a step forward. Sasha's eyes went wild, pinging from me to the guard and then finally to Agent Bramble.
"Is this a real offer?"
You'll set my mother free if I talk."
Every nerve stretched tight in a split second before she answered.
"If you help us, I'll see to it that she is moved somewhere more comfortable, and that her appeal is bumped to the top of the council's schedule. That's as good as I can do."
Sasha thought it over, and then nodded. I held up a hand, and the guard stopped short. "Who is coming after Nick?" She shook her head.
"I don't know."
"Who were you working with? Where did you learn everything?" She met my eyes.
"I taught myself. I don't have a partner. Ben was the closest thing to one."
"Ben told us that he was never allowed to see any of your research, that he didn't know what your plans were."
"He didn't."
She drew in a ragged breath.
"Ben was a puppet, but he was my favorite one. I shared more of myself with him."
I cringed, not really wanting to know what that meant.
"As far as he knew, I was working on a cure. I didn't curse Ben. He was already a wolf when we met. The reason he agreed to help me was because I promised to cure him. He let me practice and run tests. In the beginning, they weren't dangerous. When the need arose for more complicated spells, enchantments, and potions, I'd already fallen for him."
I reared back as though slapped. "You loved Ben?"
"Yes," she whispered.
"Wow." Sasha glared up at me.
"That's so hard to believe?"
"Well, considering that the last time I saw the two of you together you were blasting him with spells and threatening to leave him as a wolf forever, yes, it's hard to swallow."
"I don't care what you think."
"Of course not."
"I had Ben curse 2 humans, Marco and Grady. That way I wouldn't have to experiment on him anymore. There were others along the way. Some made it, some didn't. By the time I gained full control of my power, Ben, Marco, and Grady were the only ones left of the original wolves."
Stars. Sasha flexed her jaw, her expression defiant.
"Sacrifices have to be made for magic. You would be a stronger witch if you understood that. I told you that night in the woods that I respected your magic. You have the potential to be a great witch, but you have to understand that there is always a cost."
I frowned. "That's the difference between you and me, Sasha. I will never sink to that level. What you see as power, I see as a rampant disregard for life and all of the things that make our magic sacred." She considered me, but just as quickly brushed it off.
"From the originals, we created 2 or 3 new wolves every full moon. It was a well-oiled machine. 30 days was all Ben needed to get the new ones in line. By my last count, there were 37 wolves in the pack."
The room spun at her admission. The notion of nearly 40 wolves running the woods behind the manor was enough to turn my stomach inside out. "You said you didn't have a partner, but surely someone knew what you were doing."
"No, I work best alone."
She shook her head.
"All of my research was detailed in my journals. If you didn't find them at my house, then I don't know where they are."
I paced to the other side of the room, sifting all of the new information through the rest of the puzzle pieces in my mind, trying to connect any dots. Suddenly I stopped. "The briefcase." "Briefcase?" Agent Bramble repeated. I whirled around. The BHPD found an empty briefcase in the motel room where Grady stayed before the change. The initials on it were M.W. What if Marco was the one who had the journals and his brother stole them? Maybe he was planning on destroying them? Or worse, turning them over to the SPA? I paused. The next words lodged in my throat. What if Marco was the one shooting in the woods that night? He killed his own brother to keep the information safe. Chapter 22.
Marco Woods isn't in the system.
Of course not. We hurried back through the portal to SPA headquarters and went straight to her office to dig up everything we could on Marco Woods. None of Sasha's wolves will be in the system.
Ben's only in there because he was a wolf when they met. She would have kept the others under wraps. If one wolf suddenly went berserk and made 40 new wolves over an 18-month period, the SPA would dispatch an entire legion of agents to get to the bottom of it. Sasha couldn't risk the attention. And really, there would be no benefit to her having them all in the Haven system. I frowned and paced the length of Agent Bramble's office. "Are you sure he's the one who did this?" she asked from her desk, pausing her search through a large volume of werewolf records. "It's the only thing that makes sense. With Sasha and Ben gone, there was a power vacuum. Someone had to step up and lead the pack. Nick didn't even know about the pack. That leaves Grady and Marco." "You heard what Sasha said. Marco was never going to be as strong or powerful as his brother. Maybe they fought. Marco realized the only way he would be leader was if Grady was out of the way." "It fits. But there's a problem." "What's that?" Agent Bramble removed her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Marco was a wolf, too. How could he have shot and killed Grady? He would have already changed." I shook my head. "Not necessarily. According to Adam, the shooting started right as Nick was changing." I paced back again, still working out the pieces in my mind. Grady knew where Nick was changing because he'd been following him around at Ben's request. He obviously told Marco about it. So Marco rents out the cabin to be there when Nick changed. He wanted Nick out of the way. Then he'd deal with his brother. That would ensure him the alpha spot in the pack. Wouldn't he have recognized his brother's wolf? The shooting started right as the change happened. Adam was in his beast form and got hit in the chest by the second shot. Maybe he thought that was Nick, then turned the gun on his brother. Agent Bramble fell silent, her questions answered. "It's grisly," I added, "but it's the only scenario that fits. The police don't know who rented out that cabin, but I would be willing to bet that this alias leads back to Marco. It also explains the silver bullets. Why would a hunter have silver bullets on him? It doesn't make sense. Those bullets were meant for wolves." She sighed. "Then there's only one thing left to do. We need to find this Marco character and find out the truth, straight from him. The problem is that he's not in this database, so we have no idea where to find him, and it's getting late." I slumped into a chair and exhaled. "I don't know where to find him. He found me at Siren Song and then insisted we meet at this dive bar down by the harbor. We'll have to start there. What's it called?" "On the Rocks." Agent Bramble stood. "Let's go. We'll use the portal." "Should we take anyone with us? Backup or anything?" She shook her head and slipped into a leather duster. "Not right now. This is all off the books, and for now it's important that it stays that way." I couldn't help grinning as I followed her from the office. It's nice to know my first impressions of her were all wrong. Sure, she's a stickler, but she'd proven that she wasn't afraid to bend the rules a little when the occasion called for it. Perhaps we were more alike than I'd thought. Agent Bramble led the way through the portal into Beechwood Harbor, and then I took the lead as we wandered down to the docks. On the Rocks was packed with the late-night crowd, but a pay-per-view fight was soaking up all the attention. I elbowed my way to a clear spot at the bar and flagged down the bartender. I recognized him from my prior visit. I flashed a smile and hoped he would remember me, too.
"Hey, Red, what'll it be?"
I ignored the insulting nickname. "I was in here the other night and wound up talking to this guy. I didn't get his number and was hoping you might know where I could find him." The bartender smiled.
"I'll give you my number."
"Ugh. His name is Marco Woods. Sound familiar?" The bartender frowned, clearly annoyed by my silent rebuff.
"I don't know his name, but I know who you were sitting with. The guy's a regular. Comes in most nights. Keeps to himself, doesn't make trouble. To tell you the truth, I don't even know the guy's name. What was it again?"
"Marco." The bartender bobbed his chin and picked up another glass to wipe dry.
"I haven't seen him in the last few days. Well, besides when he was here with you."
"What about the time before that?" He considered it and then grinned.
"Oh, yeah, I remember that. He was in here with another guy and the two of them were going at it, arguing about something. I thought I was going to have to ask them to take it outside. We don't get too many fights around here, but every now and again something sparks."
"Any idea what they were arguing about?" I asked. He shrugged one oversized shoulder.
"Business, I assumed. They had a bunch of paperwork with them. I couldn't really tell what it was, but I'll tell you they were serious about it.
I glanced over my shoulder at Agent Bramble. She frowned.
Hey, looks like you're in luck. There's your special friend now.
I froze. In slow motion, I shifted my gaze a few inches past her and spotted Marco in the doorway, waving to someone on the other side of the room. Agent Bramble sprang into action, a half step faster than me. We burst through the doors of the bar and tore off after Marco as he barreled down the street. He stopped at a beat-up Taurus and frantically tugged at the handle. Without looking around, I fired a stunning spell and smiled when it hit dead center on his back. He hit the ground, and Agent Bramble launched herself on top of him, producing handcuffs from inside her duster.
"Get off of me!" he shrieked. "I didn't do anything!"
"Liar," I growled, dropping into a squat beside him. "We know all about your nasty little plan, Marco. You were the one who tried to kill Nick, and then you killed your own brother in the process."
"Prove it!"
I pushed up to my feet and opened the car door. Sure enough, spread across the back seat were 6 bound journals. I grabbed one and thumbed through it. My jaw dropped at the detailed information inside. Complex potions, carefully recorded findings, and crossed-out sections with spells that had clearly failed.
"These are Sasha's journals." "So? Doesn't prove a thing."
"Other than that you heard about Sasha's arrest and immediately went to her house to make sure the SPA didn't get a hold of them. What were you planning on doing with them?"
"I didn't steal them,"
he growled against the sidewalk. Agent Bramble got the cuffs secured and hauled him to his feet. He wobbled as the stunning spell still had a grip on his muscles. "Who did then?"
"Grady."
I blinked.
"He wanted to turn them all over to the SPA. Said we needed to turn ourselves in, too."
"How did he know she'd been arrested?"
Agent Bramble asked. "Sasha didn't get a courtesy phone call." "Ben did. He called Grady."
Marco tensed his jaw. The fact he'd been passed over clearly annoyed him.
"He was their golden boy. I wish I could see the look on Sasha's face when she hears that he was the one who was going to betray them all. I was the only one who cared, who wanted to help. Grady hated her, but he was weak, afraid. I couldn't run as fast, but I was twice the wolf that he could have ever been."
I shook my head, marveling at the fragility of his ego and just how deep into destruction it had driven him. "What I can't understand is why you came to tell me about any of it. Were you feeling guilty and wanting to get caught, or what?"
"I knew you'd bring Nick with you to the bar that night. You weren't going to let him out of your sight. I had some loyal pack members waiting to grab him."
The confession chilled me to the core. "Why?"
"He would have been asked to join the pack. If he refused, we would have put him down."
Sasha's phrasing sounded even more deadly coming from his lips. I hurled the journal back into the car and slammed the door. "Get him out of my sight. I just hope you can find a hole dark and deep enough for this monster." Marco snapped his teeth at me.
"You think you've won, but this isn't the end, witch. I'll get a message to the rest of the pack. They're going to know there's a traitor in those woods. They'll find Nick and tear him to pieces."
I flicked my wrist, and Marco went limp. Agent Bramble frowned at me.
"That wasn't exactly protocol, Holly. We don't typically knock out assailants."
"Good thing I'm not an agent then, huh?" She didn't reply. Her assistant, Janine, met us at the end of the sidewalk a few minutes later and did her neat lasso trick to take the now drooling Marco back to headquarters. We went back to the car, and I helped her bag up the journals and other items from the Taurus parked outside the bar. We made sure there weren't any gawking human witnesses nearby, and then went up the hill to the portal. Agent Bramble opened the doors, but paused before going through. Turning to me, she held up the bag of items we'd pulled from Marco's car. "I'll get these to the team at headquarters. They can decipher what's usable and start working on a cure for Nick. I'll call you as soon as I have more information. In the meantime, try to find a way to explain away his absence to his friends and family. I don't know how long this process will take." I nodded, even as tears welled up in my eyes. We'd caught Grady's killer, and stopped the remaining poison from Sasha's evil plans, but I couldn't help feeling like I'd failed Nick in the process. Agent Bramble called me to SPA headquarters a few days after Marco's arrest and informed me that Sasha's mother had been moved to a new prison and that the confirmation of her bumped-up appeal trial had satisfied Sasha. To her credit, she held up her end of the bargain and agreed to speak with an agent in regards to the journals and notebooks found in Marco's apartment. The agent came back with stacks of notes, and the team was working around the clock to find a way to help Nick. She showed me a stack of parchment filled with scribbled notes and illustrations, instructions crammed into the margins. I spent an hour reading through everything, connecting the pieces and details. "I'm sure you've figured out what it is that I'm asking of you," she said, when I placed the last piece of parchment on the desk in front of me. I glanced up and shook my head. "Actually, no, I don't. I thought I was just here to take Nick back home again." She smiled and folded her hands together. "A few days ago you sat in that same chair, and I told you that you would make a great agent. Now you laughed it off, but I was being sincere. After watching the way you handled Ben on that call, I saw it in your eyes. You were reading his every word and movement. You did the same thing with Sasha. Careful and quick on your feet. We wouldn't have been able to get to the bottom of any of this without you." "You're not seriously asking me to join the SPA?" I sputtered a laugh. "Are you?" Her expression remained unchanged. "In a manner of speaking, yes, I am." The laughter bubbled out louder, and I shook my head. "No way! Hear me out, Holly." She lifted a hand, and I tried my best to rein in the hysterical laughter. "We have lots of capable agents, but we need more leaders. Someone like you, who could come in on a case-by-case basis to really hone in on the details, gather the resources you need, and attack with a single-minded focus." Suddenly, the humor was sucked from the room. "I'm sorry, Agatha, but no. I'm not interested in working for or with the SPA." She tilted her head. "Can I ask why not?" Half a dozen reasons surged to the tip of my tongue. "For starters, I just got my potions license. My business is flourishing and takes up a lot of time. If I was running around sorting out SPA cases, who would be tending to the plants, making potions, helping my customers? Everything I've worked for over the last 5 years would evaporate. On top of that, I'm happy in Beechwood Harbor. I don't want to move. To the Havens, or anywhere, for that matter," I added, bitterness twisting the word. "You wouldn't have to leave Beechwood Harbor. With the portal, you would only need to come in when needed. As for your potion business, nothing would stop you from continuing. This would be a very select position. You'd serve as a consultant. We're not asking for a full-time commitment. You would have the freedom to pick and choose which cases to work on." I blew out a puff of air. "Starting with Nick's," Agent Bramble continued, gesturing at the pages before me. "Our team will take Sasha's research and get to work on a cure. Now, if they had your help, I'm sure it would go a lot faster." I scowled at her, realizing exactly what she'd led me into. The perfect trap. "I expected better of you, Agatha." She smiled, not offended. "Oh, come on now, Holly. We both knew you weren't going to leave here without Nick. This will be a good taste of what it would be like. Tell you what, we won't even draw up paperwork until after Nick is cured." I sighed. "Fine. I'll think it over. In the meantime, where do we start?" She stood. "I'll take you to the lab right now. We already have a team working on dissecting the information. You'll be a valuable asset for filling in any blanks. Not only that, but you'll be working shoulder to shoulder with the Haven's top potion masters. I can only imagine what kind of partnerships you might form." Beside myself, I smiled. "You're a crafty hawk, aren't you, Agatha?" She held the door for me. "I just know you a little better than you thought I did." Agent Bramble's gamble paid off. I worked with a fascinating team she'd assembled. And 3 weeks later, Nick walked out beside me, his hand clasping mine. We were debriefed together by Agent Bramble and another senior agent. Everything we'd seen, heard, and done was all strictly off the record. The team was part of an underground project inside the agency, and any whispers or rumors could get the whole thing shut down. She also informed us that the remaining members of Sasha's pack had been rounded up. Most of them were terrified newbie wolves who were eager to participate in trial runs of the forthcoming potion work needed to cure their condition. Agent Bramble assured us that none of them were a threat to Nick, but cautioned us to be careful during the next full moon. Once we were finished at headquarters, we were released to go back to Beechwood Harbor. And as we stepped through the portal, we both breathed a sigh of relief.
Man, it's good to be back,
Nick said, once we closed the cellar doors, shutting off the portal from the rest of the sleepy little town.
As cool as the haven is, I'm pretty sure I won't be chomping at the bit to go back anytime soon.
I laughed. Same here, though I'm not sure I'm going to have much of a choice. He turned to me, his brow creased.
What do you mean? I'm better now, or at least mostly.
He was still a werewolf, but the defect and the curse was gone. He would only change once a month on the full moon. Agent Bramble wants me to keep working with the team to see if we can use Sasha's research and our own findings to produce a real cure for all werewolves and make it available for those who want to accept it.
Oh, wow.
He bobbled his head.
I guess you can't walk away just yet, then.
Not exactly. But hey, it's worth it. I smiled up at him. You're here, and you're you again. He laughed, but then something shifted, the mood drawing closer.
All thanks to you.
He took a step toward me, and my breath caught in the back of my throat.
I can't imagine what I would do without you.
His once again blue eyes searched mine, and then dropped to my lips. A flurry of emotion rippled through my stomach as he moved another step closer. My eyes slid closed for half of a heartbeat, and then popped open again. Nick's mouth was lowering to mine. I planted my hands on his chest and whispered, "Nick, I'm sorry, I can't." His eyes opened, and he realized our lips were inches apart. He jerked back, startled.
I'm so sorry, Holly. I don't know what I was, thinking.
A slow exhale slipped from my lips, and I took a few steps back. It's not your fault. He rubbed a hand over the back of his neck as he looked off into the distance in the opposite direction.
I should get home. It's been a while. I'm sure my voicemail is off the hook. I've got to catch up on paying bills and probably need to go grocery shopping. People probably think I'm dead.
I smiled. We told everyone you won a 3-week cruise to the Bahamas, actually. And I stocked your fridge last night after I got the call you were coming back home. A new emotion flashed in his eyes, and he quickly dropped them to the sidewalk between us.
Right. Well, thank you twice, then. For everything.
Don't mention it, I replied, my voice thick. My chest tightened as Nick waved and turned to head home. A dozen emotions swirled under the surface, and when I looked up the hill toward the manor, I knew that I wouldn't forget this moment for as long as I lived. It would stand as a milestone, reminding me of the exact moment my life changed courses. Again. Chapter 23. The best part of having St. Patrick's Day in the rear view, besides the fact that the whipped cream at Siren Song no longer looked like sludge, was bidding farewell to the gnome-obsessed Barnaby. I'd assumed he'd already gone, and was surprised to find him at the dining table one morning when I padded to the kitchen to jumpstart my morning with a tankard of coffee. Evangeline stood on the other side of the counter, poking a fork into the toaster. From the smell in the room, she was attempting to fish out a piece of something that might resemble a charcoal briquette. "Morning, lassie," Barnaby said cheerfully, dunking his own non-burnt piece of toast into a cup of what looked like coffee. I wrinkled my nose. "Morning?" He thumbed over his shoulder.
I came by to say farewell, and she insisted on me staying for breakfast."
"Right." Evangeline looked up with a smile. "I thought you'd already left. St. Patty's Day was over a month ago."
"Turns out the beach life agrees with me,"
he said, grinning as he bit into a piece of toast. "Where will you go from here?" I asked, moving to get my own cup of coffee. Evangeline had brewed a full pot. She was hopeless with most kitchen work, but was reliable with the coffee pot. And some days, that's all you needed.
"Back home. I've been gallivanting around long enough. My wife won't be happy if I stay away much longer."
"You're married?"
"Oh, yes. 73 years? No, 74.
He gave an impish laugh.
"Don't tell her I forgot."
"Secret's safe with me," I quipped.
"Anyway, I came to tell you that you won't have any more problems with those pesky notes. All of mine have been taken down, so whoever was playing a silly trick, they won't have a reason to now."
I sighed. "Barnaby, we know who was putting up those fake notes."
"You do?"
"A vampire who claims you stole quite a sum from his family safe." Barnaby flushed. "He was posting the notes leading to the cabin in hopes of catching you." He gulped.
"Any idea where he might have gone?"
Evangeline stood up from the table. "Our friend Lacey took care of it, but I would suggest that you find a way to pay him back." Barnaby sighed heavily.
"I haven't even spent the money. It was supposed to be the grand prize."
"Well, maybe you can turn yourself in and they'll have mercy on you."
I'll put the money back."
He tipped his hat to Evangeline.
"Thanks for the breakfast, lass. See you next year."
Before I could object, he snapped his fingers, and a pool of smoke filled the kitchen. "Little green devil," I hissed. After my shift at Siren Song, I wandered through town, stirring through the mess of thoughts that remained tangled in my mind even days after my meeting with Agent Bramble. Her offer hung over me, presenting itself whenever my mind had a tiny blip of free time. I hadn't mentioned it to Adam yet, a fact that weighed a little heavier each day. The truth was, I was afraid. Things had only started to knit back together between the two of us, and now that the danger was gone, I was afraid of disturbing the fragile peace between us. When I returned to the manor, I'd bolstered a measure of courage and set off to find Adam. He was in the kitchen with Lacey, a pairing that struck me as odd, mostly because they weren't trying to tear one another to shreds. "Hey, guys," I said, stepping inside. Adam turned from rustling in the cupboards to offer a slight smile. "Hey, gorgeous. How was work?" I shrugged, and then looked at Lacey. A goblet of faux blood sat at her right, but it didn't look like she'd even touched it. Whatever she was reading clearly had her attention. I'd have to wait a little while to get Adam alone. Lacey sniffled, and I peered down at her, inspecting her a little more closely. Judging by the smudges at the edges of her eyes, she'd slept in her makeup, and it didn't look like she'd brushed her hair. "Is everything okay, Lacey?" "Huh?" She glanced up, dazed. Adam sat down beside her, a shadow of concern over his face. "What's going on, Lacey?" Lacey lifted her hand, revealing a skinny piece of parchment. "I've been summoned home." "Home?" She nodded, glum. Adam and I exchanged a quick glance, both of us wearing blank stares. Lacey had never mentioned her home to me. We'd lived under the same roof for over a year, but there were more questions than answers when it came to my knowledge of her life outside of Beechwood Harbor. In that moment, looking at her profile, the tight line of her mouth as she stared down at the scrap of paper, I realized just how little I knew about her. "Is that a bad thing?" Adam asked, never one to worry about tact or timing. Lacey folded the paper, squared her shoulders, and gave a decisive shake of her head. "It's fine." She might be one heck of a beauty queen, but she was a terrible actor. "When do you have to leave?" I asked softly. "Next month." "How long will you be gone?" Lacey sighed. "For as long as my father wants me to be." Adam and I exchanged a dark look. My father is the Baron of the Eastern Court of Vampires, she revealed, still staring ahead. What? I gasped. Her upper lip curled back. Lord Vaughan is both my father as well as my elder. If he summons me home, I don't have a choice but to go. And he isn't exactly the type to let me in on the details of his plans. I have no idea what he wants from me, but I imagine it will be a long time before I'm able to return to Beechwood Harbor. If I ever get to come back. Lacey, I whispered. I'm so sorry. A mirthless laugh slipped from her lips. I'm surprised he's taken this long. In a way, I guess he figured I was suffering enough, living in the human world and all. Why would he want you to suffer? I asked, before thinking it through. If the question bothered her, she didn't let it show. She dragged in another deep breath and glanced over at me. 5 years ago, I humiliated my family. My sister Melanie fell in love with a human. Our father found out and threatened to have the man killed. Adam swore. Lacey nodded. My family aren't turned vampires. We're bornlings. Pure vampires. We were born this way, from a long line of powerful vampires, and part of an esteemed household. It's our job to pass on the lineage to our offspring, so obviously marrying a human is completely out of the question. What happened? I asked. I helped Melanie escape with her lover. I had connections and helped them get new identities and far away from New York. I leaned back in my seat, shocked by the woman before me. Ever since I'd arrived at the manor, she'd been icy and distant. On the few occasions where she stuck her neck out for one of us, she retreated so quickly that it was hard to know what her true motives had been in the first place. Your family found out that you helped her? Adam asked. Lacey cocked her head. Yes and no. They had their suspicions. Melanie and I were always close. They knew I wouldn't want to see her suffer if her lover was killed, but they couldn't prove my involvement. So what happened to humiliate them? With Melanie gone, my father turned all of his attention toward arranging my marriage. A pure vampire marriage is always arranged. The bloodlines have to be considered. I was still so angry at him for driving my sister into hiding that I refused his first offer. And it was public. She winced. Really public. Did you pull a runaway bride? I asked, straightening. Lacey's eyes slid closed. You did? It was only 6 months after Melanie left. The vampire princeling my father picked out for me was an arrogant gasbag that put this furball to shame in the Casanova department, she said, gesturing at Adam. Well, at least before you two were together. Adam grimaced. Gee, thanks, Lacey. She smiled at him. You know you'll miss me once I'm gone. He chuckled and gave a slight nod. My chest tightened as I watched them. Things definitely weren't going to be the same without her around. I'd have a lot fewer fights to break up, but there would be a distinct hole left in our little misfit family. Seriously though, Lacey, are you in trouble? Adam asked, his voice steady, even as concern etched deeper into his brow. Lacey shook her head. No, my father wouldn't hurt me. Why do you have to go back? I asked. This is a summons. It goes beyond a father asking his daughter to visit home for the holidays. A vampire summons cannot be ignored. If I don't go home, he will send his knights to collect me, and that would be far less pleasant. Why has he waited so long? Adam asked. You were here even before I got here 4 years ago. I've been here for 5 years. I left the night before my wedding and haven't been back to the East Coast since. How did he even find you? She shrugged. I don't know. But he has eyes everywhere. It was only a matter of time, I suspect. Who else knows you're here? Adam asked. My mother and my Aunt Gemma. Gemma sends me money to keep up with my basic expenses. Behind your father's back? Adam asked. Yes. So you always knew that being here in Beechwood Harbor would be temporary? I asked. thinking how similar it was to my own story. "My father isn't the kind who deals well with not getting his way," Lacey said, an icy sneer curling her upper lip. "I knew he'd drag me home eventually." "I hope it goes better than you expect," I told her. "Me too," Adam agreed. "Thank you." She pushed up from the table. "I'd better go and tell Posey that she will have a new room to rent out." She started for the door, and I stopped her with a tug at her wrist. "I owe you a potion," I said, "from the night you helped us track the werewolf." "We didn't find him." "That wasn't part of the deal," I told her. "I want to honor the deal. Just think it over and tell me what you need before you have to leave." Lacey stared at me for a long moment, and then she smiled ever so slightly and inclined her head. "Thank you, Holly. I'll think about it and let you know what I'll need before I go." With another sad smile, she stepped through the door and let it flap closed behind her. I let out a long exhale. I had no idea her life was so complicated. Adam shook his head. I didn't either. Are we the world's worst roommates? I always assumed she was this shallow, flighty vampire who lived for the next issue of Cosmo, and that her biggest challenge in life was figuring out what cocktail dress to wear to happy hour with her girlfriends. Adam shoved up from the table. "Lacey isn't exactly an open book. Don't beat yourself up." I knew he was right, but couldn't shake the feeling that I was a miserable jerk for not seeing the deeply rooted struggle she'd been hiding. It wasn't that she hadn't shared with me. It was more that I'd never asked. I'd always found her unapproachable and cold. It was a shame that I'd seen the real Lacey mere weeks before she would be leaving the manor, possibly for good. As if on cue, Evangeline came into the kitchen a few minutes later, wearing her usual sunny smile. "Hey, you guys, what's on the agenda for the day? I think I have an opening this afternoon. You could book a couple's massage. My new gal is fantastic. I'll give you the friends and family rate." Adam reached up over his head and stretched. "Thanks, Evie, but I've got a lot of work to do, and I'm sure Holly is jam-packed, too." I stared at him, trying to decipher the words and determine if they were meant to be a barb. Whether they were or weren't, they stung a little. "Oh, okay. Well, maybe next weekend. Just give me a call and I'll fit you in." Adam nodded and exited the kitchen. Evangeline looked at me, her eyes round. "Is everything okay with you two?" "I don't know." I pinched the bridge of my nose and shook my head. "You want to talk about it?" "I wouldn't even know where to start." Evangeline smiled gently. "How about with some tea?" I laughed. "Generally a good place." She went to the stove and turned on the kettle, and I stood to prepare the mugs with 2 scoops of my favorite herbal blend. Soon the kitchen was filled with the warm, earthy fragrance of the tea steeping. We took the cups to the table and sat kitty-corner at one end. In between sips of the steaming tea, I unpacked the issues plaguing me while Evangeline listened, and pensively whirled one finger over the contents of her cup, stirring the dark liquid. "Who knew that Adam was such a homebody?" she said when I finished. "Tell me about it. I've been dating him for the past year and didn't realize it." She tilted her head. "What is it that you want?" I shrugged. I was happy with the way things were going. It's not like I purposely sought out any of the things that have happened over the past months. "Agreed." I thought things were finally starting to calm down. I'm back in business and don't have to worry about being chucked back into a jail cell anytime soon. "I don't know, Holly. Chief Lincoln seemed pretty close to it when you told him you'd been poking around his crime scene." I smiled. "True, but I have a secret weapon, Cassie. She'd make him sleep on the couch until he let me go." Evangeline laughed. "Good point." After another long sip, I set aside the tea. "I don't want to leave Beechwood Harbor. This feels like home to me, and you guys are my family. You, Nick, Cassie, and Posey. Now Earl, too. Lacey just told us she's leaving, and I'm actually sad about it, which I didn't expect." Evangeline's smile faded. "She told me last night." She was far closer to Lacey than I'd ever been. What had started out as a celebrity-fan relationship had turned into a genuine friendship since Evangeline's arrival at the manor. "Things are changing," I added. "But in a town this size, I've learned that some things never do. At first, that drove me crazy. The petty town fights over Christmas decorations and whether or not the paint used on the park benches is the wrong shade of green. Everyone knows everyone, a blessing and a curse. Somehow, against all the odds, it works." "Sounds like you've already made up your mind, then," Evangeline said. I nodded. "But what if it means losing Adam? Holly, Adam's crazy about you. I can't imagine that he would really walk away." She sighed and stared down into her still steaming tea. "I told him I wouldn't share this with you, but I think that given the circumstances, he would understand." I straightened as my pulse jumped. She looked back up at me. "After you battled with Sasha, he had a breakdown. He was in tears, saying he couldn't lose you. When you came back, he bottled it all back under his tough guy exterior. But he cares deeply for you. I know he does." My lips twisted as I fought back tears. "But it's not fair of me to trap him in a life he doesn't want. I wish I could promise that my life is going to be smooth sailing from here on out, but I can't. He's right when he says that things just kind of happen around me. If you ask me, it's not so much that he can't handle it. The problem seems to be when you go off and do your own thing. Or, well, never mind." "No, what were you going to say?" She reached up and fussed with the end of her thick braid. "I really can't. Evangeline, please." Her hand dropped, and she drew in a sharp breath. "I think he thinks you and Nick have a connection." I rolled my eyes. "Not this again." She held out one hand, her palm facing me. "He hasn't said anything to me about this specifically, but he watches the two of you whenever you're together. He might be good at hiding some things, but it's pretty easy to spot a twinge of jealousy. Trust me, I've dealt with it all my life. The Hollywood scene is full of people who smile to your face and throw a serious side-eye when you move on. People were always jealous of my success, and while most wouldn't say it right to my face, I could feel it all the same. Now, I don't think Adam dislikes Nick, but he definitely tenses up when you two are in the same room." "Do you think that's why he wants to move? To get away from Nick?" The realization turning my stomach. We'd dealt with jealousy on both sides of the fence some time ago. I'd honestly thought we'd moved beyond it. But if Evangeline's hunch was right, Adam hadn't. At least, not completely. She shrugged. "I don't know. Of course, it doesn't help that he's a werewolf now and in our world. It was one thing that put space between you two in the past. You probably couldn't fully be yourself. Now that barrier is gone." "But it isn't like that." At least, I didn't think so. Sure, there was a part of me that was relieved to tell Nick the truth about who I was, and the reality of the supernatural world he'd been inches away from the entire time we'd known each other. But that was just a matter of being authentic, wasn't it? It wasn't something else. The clenched feeling in my gut didn't help clear up the surge of anxiety. "Shifters are territorial by nature," Evangeline continued. "Even if it's completely innocent, it's in their DNA to question and want to be protective. The problem is that you're used to being independent and want to take care of yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm the same way. But when you pair that headstrong will with an overprotective personality, it's a little bit of a recipe for disaster in the long term. Adam likely senses that, even if he couldn't put it into words. So he wants to scoop you up and take you away, to safety, or what he sees as safety. It's a survival instinct." I frowned and pushed away my teacup. "So it's either learn to paint inside the lines or walk away completely before it gets ugly?" "That's what you have to figure out. Adam is always going to want to protect you and keep you from harm. If you continue to charge into it, he's going to have to look away at some point. It's simply too painful for him. Her words sunk in, stinging a little deeper with each passing second. I knew she was right. I also knew there was nothing I could do to stop any of it. "You'll figure it out," she added, reaching over to pat my arm. "Where there's a will, there's a way, right?" "Thanks for listening," I said weakly, as she stood to leave. She took her mug to the sink, rinsed it, and set it to the side to dry. "I'm sorry it wasn't more sunshine and roses." A bitter smile crossed my face. "Can't always be, right?" Lacey left in the middle of April. Evangeline threw her a going-away soiree at her day spa. We'd all been there, even Posey and Earl, sitting side by side with her band of beauty queen friends. They were all so happy and festive I doubted any of them knew where she was really going. Whatever story she'd spun for them had obviously been prettier than the truth. I'd planned a final farewell for the following day, but the morning after the party, Adam found that her room was empty. She'd slipped away in the middle of the night, with only a note left behind. In it, she'd promised to come back as soon as she could to visit, and promised that everything would be all right, that we weren't to worry about her. "Look, she included a picture from last night," I said, holding up a Polaroid. One of her friends had spent most of the party waving a camera around, snapping away like she was a broke paparazzi at a trendy Hollywood club. The photograph showed Nick, Lacey, Evangeline, Adam, and me, all smiling together. My eyes welled up the longer I stared at it, and after a moment I passed it off to Evangeline.
"Things sure aren't going to be the same without her around," Posey said.
"She'll be back someday," Evangeline said with an edge of certainty. A beat of silence followed. Apparently, none of us had much faith that her powerful father would release her a second time. I was still floored by the revelation of just who she was, and the ongoing thoughts of what her life must have been prior to moving to Beechwood Harbor. Chapter 24. "Can you believe this is happening?" "Of course I can. Who do you think helped him pick out the exact ring you wanted?" I smiled as Cassie stared down at her left hand, admiring the glittering stones on her all-important finger. "It really is perfection, isn't it?" "I'm really happy for you, Cass. You're going to make a stunning bride." During their weekend away for their anniversary, Chief Lincoln popped the question. Cassie obviously said yes. They came back glowing with joy, and Cassie was already talking potential wedding venues and dates. "Thanks, Holly. I guess we've come a long way." "Oh, you mean since the time when he thought you were a murderer?" I laughed. "I'd say so." Cassie grinned and glanced down at her ring again. She couldn't stop staring at the delicate bauble, not that I could blame her. If I were in her shoes, I'd have had a hard time focusing on anything else, too. She'd been ditzy at Siren Song all day, easily flustered when she was yanked from daydreaming about her future wedding. After we closed up, I took her out for a celebratory drink at a chic martini bar a few miles down the coast. "What did Adam say?" Cassie asked, teasing her focus from the ring. I'd gone home before meeting her in order to change into proper cocktail attire. Adam was on his way out to grab dinner, and we'd passed like two ships in the night. A brief smile and customary, "How was the day?" as we went. "He's really happy for you guys, too," I replied. It wasn't a lie. He was fond of Cassie and Chief Lincoln. But when we'd seen each other at the manor, I hadn't been able to bring it up. The announcement remained lodged in my throat, and then he was gone, and I had to hurry to change before meeting Cassie. "Tell him thank you," she said. I nodded and flagged down the bartender to order 2 more drinks. The man noted my request with a nod of his head and moments later placed 2 martini glasses in front of us. The drink was some kind of house special, a concoction invented by one of the mixologists. It tasted good, despite looking like a puddle of melted cotton candy. "So?" Cassie started, reaching for her glass. She toyed with the stem and smiled up at me through thick lashes. "When is it going to be your turn? I mean, no pressure, but how fun would it be if we were planning our weddings at the same time?" My stomach clenched, and I took a sip to buy myself a moment. I slapped on a sickly sweet smile that would probably give even the cotton candy drink a cavity.
Well, it's not really up to me, is it? Cassie smiled. Oh, come on. If you dropped a few strategic hints, Adam would take the bait. He's crazy about you. The words sliced deeper into an already open wound, and I lost my grip on my smile. The edges twitched, and I hurried to take another drink. Luckily, Cassie's newly engaged bubble provided a shield that deflected my discomfort, and she smiled serenely into space. We could even share some of the decorations. Of course, with the beach so close, we won't need a whole lot. Or at least for us. We want something pretty simple. What about you guys? Have you talked about it? Cass, it's your big day. We'll talk about me another day, okay? Okay. I'll let you off the hook for now. She launched into talking about the wedding party. Her younger sister Kira would serve as her maid of honor, but she offered me the role of her first bridesmaid, an honor I accepted with a genuine smile. Within a few minutes, talk of my potential engagement faded to the background, and we spent the rest of the night talking about the merits of different beaches for the ceremony. A month after their engagement, Chief Lincoln's family arranged a formal dinner to celebrate the couple. Adam and I attended together, even as things between us had remained stagnant. Neither of us seemed willing to bring up the elephant in the room, so it continued sitting on the couch, eating peanuts and giving us questioning looks every few days. On the night of the engagement party, Adam drove us to the restaurant. We relied on the radio to keep the silence at bay, and only broke it when we parked in the far corner of the popular eatery. With one hand still resting on the key in the ignition, Adam turned to me. I really don't want to do this. I sighed. It's just an hour, maybe 2. It will be fine. There's food. You'll be fine. No, Holly. I mean this. Us. This constant tension. The air evaporated from my lungs as a sharp pain bit into my chest. Adam, this really isn't the time. He reached across the console and took my hand. He threaded our fingers together and waited until I met his eyes. I've been crazy about you since the day you walked into the manor all wide-eyed and scared. You're the smartest, bravest, funniest, and most beautiful woman I know. He paused and looked down at our hands. I don't want to lose you, but in some way it feels like I already have. What do you mean? I whispered, my voice shaky. He met my eyes. I did something that I said I never would. I asked you to change who you are. Adam, he held up a hand. Hear me out. I nodded and pressed my lips together as the threat of tears stung my nose. I'm sorry for asking you to move. That wasn't fair of me. It's not even what I really want. He worked his fingers together in front of him. Truth is, the harbor has been my home for even longer than it's been yours, and I don't want to leave. I had a different upbringing than you. In some ways, the complete opposite. While your family was whispered about and even considered dangerous by some, my family was put up on some kind of pedestal. My father and mother loved being the center of things. They liked the attention, the parties, the power. He paused and shook his head, and I wondered what was going through his mind. Was it hard for him even to believe his upbringing? He turned out so normal despite his pedigree. But I also knew that was a sore spot between him and his family. They wanted him to move back to Boston, to the Haven, settle down, raise some kids, and be up front and center at all family functions. I wasn't entirely sure when he'd split from them, but at some point things had fractured and never been set right. Is that what you're worried about? At the heart of this? I asked. He hesitated for a minute. You're really good at this stuff, Holly. You find a way to solve these huge problems, and you're amazing with potions. People naturally come to you because you exude this sense of confidence. You're a healer in more ways than one. He was rubbing little circles on my hand with his thumb as he talked. He swallowed hard and continued. I'm not that, though. I'm low-key and prefer to keep things quiet. I'm not into crowds, and I don't develop more than superficial relationships with most people.
It makes me insane when you go rushing into danger without even considering what it would do to me if something were to happen to you. At the same time, that independence is what attracted me to you in the first place." He looked at me, tortured. "I don't want to drive you away or ask you to change. I want to be with you, and I want us to be happy." My heart melted. "That's what I want too. I know I'm reckless sometimes and that I drive you crazy." He smiled. "You drive me crazy in a good way too, you know." Heat crept up my throat. Adam leaned in and kissed me, his hands cupping each side of my face. When he pulled away, a tremor shook me as our eyes met. "I love you, Holly. Just the way you are." My lips twitched, trying to hold back the well of tears that pooled in my eyes. "Adam, there's something I haven't told you." His eyes flashed, concern mixed with something else. Dread. He dropped his hands from my face and let them fall to the console between us, as though bracing himself. "Agent Bramble wants me to keep working with the team that helped get Nick back to being Nick." I licked my lips and drew in a stealing breath. "I wouldn't be an official agent or anything. She wants me to work with the SBA on select cases. She thinks I have a good set of instincts and wants someone like me to oversee certain cases. They would all be handpicked by her, I'm sure. As you already know, she's not thrilled with me throwing myself into harm's way either. I think she means to keep me at headquarters as much as possible." I stopped speaking and watched Adam, taking in every twitch and movement of his face as his expression rearranged itself. He looked up at me, wide-eyed. "This is what you want? To work for the SPA?" "Technically with, not for. But, yes." I paused for a moment, and then nodded. "I think I do. I've wrestled with it a lot since she asked. I probably should have said something right away, but we were just getting back on track and I didn't even know if it would be an issue since I hadn't fully decided." Adam nodded, but from the distant look in his eyes, he wasn't aware he was doing it. "Adam," I reached for his hands. "I'll turn it down if you tell me it's too much. I swear that I will. I have my potions business and my job at Siren Song. I can be content with that." "I want you to be happy, Holly. Not simply content." "Well, He reached up and silenced me with a brush of his fingers across my lips. "If this is what you want, I'll support you." "You will?" The words rushed from me. "I trust Agent Bramble will watch over you. And more importantly, I trust you. I shouldn't have doubted you in the first place. In my need to protect you, I unintentionally downplayed your skills. I know that you can take care of yourself. But there's one thing I want to ask of you." "Of course." "If you get in over your head, I want you to come to me. I don't want you to avoid me or leave out details because you're worried I'll try to pull you out of the game. I want to be the one to have your back when you need it." I smiled. "Deal." He kissed me again, deeper this time, the words of the promise twisting with the emotions between us, and we came away breathless. I ran my fingers through my hair. "Better get inside before Cassie sends out a search party for her first bridesmaid." Adam grinned and traced a finger down my cheek. "More like before Chief Lincoln has to have us booked for public indecency." We went inside the restaurant, hands locked together. Cassie and Chief Lincoln were clinging to one another, laughing at some shared secret by the bar. A bartender handed over 2 drinks, and only then did they untangle so that Chief could carry the drinks to their table at the front of the banquet room. A congratulations banner was tacked across the front of the table, and the space between the 2 place settings overflowed with lush floral arrangements. Chief Lincoln placed the drinks on the table and hurried to pull out Cassie's chair. She spotted me before she could sit down and waved us over. Adam squeezed my hand and then let it go. "Why don't you go say hello?" I'll get us some drinks and be right over.
Sure. A lump formed in my throat as I watched him walk to the opposite side of the room. I wasn't sure what our future held, but I did know that we would face it together. This concludes Lucky Witch by Danielle Garrett, narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Copyright 2017 by Danielle Garrett.